Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name's Infernosis, joined here by my good friend here, Los, and we've got ourselves two teams ready and raring to go for what seems like, and unfortunately may be, our last week of the NECC Valiant before playoffs hit into our very unfortunate laps.
Unfortunate, I wouldn't say that. I mean,
Well,
hey,
it's ending.
it's
That's
happy.
why it's unfortunate, Los. It has to end, and that's always just such a sad part in my heart.
Okay, well, I mean, maybe we could lighten up the mood here by talking about our awesome teams today. We got the Fanshui Falcons T2, by the way, as they got another squad competing in the other side of this league. And going against them is the Bryant Gold Bulldogs. Let's check out the roster for the Bulldogs real quick. And this team is definitely on fire within this league. Currently 6-2 right now. We've got Semi, Penumbras, Varv, Eve, and Shed. I like Shed. That's a fun name to me.
Shed. I love that. Shed. I may mispronounce semi, because I'm used to saying like semi, like a semi truck. So if I do, apologies, but I'll nail everyone else here for the Bryant side. Let's take a look over at Fanshawe as well. They're 3-5 coming up to this point. Obviously has not found much success so far, only 3 wins to their name. One of those is in fact a forfeit as well, so technically they've only played for 2 of those wins. This could be one of those situations where they try to pull off the underdog. There's Boyce, there's Troll Ghost, there's Drist, Flame, and Alpha. So that's what the Fanshawe Falcons are bringing to the table, and we can hope that here within the Challengers Yellow Division, there's some adjustments that needed to have been made, and hopefully will have been made to help them counteract what the Bryant Bulldogs are bringing to the table.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely a upward hill for them to climb up in this series, and it's a monumental or a momentous occasion since this may be their last attempt at trying to take down the Bulldogs. Definitely a heavily contested squad. 6-2 should be a difficult one to win, but a worthwhile endeavor. I mean, and let's take a look at the maps that we're having here, or at least talk about them right now, because oh, boo-hoo for us, it's not going to be Fracture or Breeze on the table.
Well, my co-caster at the 9 p.m. slot would definitely have some words. Breeze being his favorite map. I know Fracture is one of your favorite maps as well, so apparently no one's getting what they wanted except the teams themselves. But banning Fracture and Breeze first leads us to believe that maybe these two teams are uncomfortable on these newer maps that came out, and they like going to something a little bit more standard. But shockingly enough, Split is actually allowed to go through. Not are we seeing the Bind, Icebox, and Ascent we're so used to here in the NECC, or maybe even sprinkling Haven within there to sub one of those out. No, Split is a shocker to say the least. Next up will be the map of Icebox, our 2 guaranteed maps, and if we can keep this one close, each person taking 1 map, then we could see the map of Ascent be our last chance for these 2 teams to battle it out.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Split. You don't often get a chance to jump into that map, and it feels like such a underutilized way to just get creative with your compositions. Any map where you could bring Raze into the equation and just send out some chaotic paint shells. Maybe, well, hold on. Are we even going to see that? Maybe Shed is going to help me get my point across. If not, that'll be a little disappointing for me. But I think, okay, there we go. We do have at least 1 Raze coming on the side of Drist.
I like that. Raze, like you were mentioning, the paint shells, the ability to quickly get past these tighter choke points that create a lot of problems. Sage is also extremely popular on this map, mostly for mid control for the defense. On the attack, typically you see that when pressuring the B site, place the ice wall separating close pillar to garage entrance, and that allows for you to maybe deny sight lines towards the heaven side up on B. That makes it easier to get towards site and go for that default plant, or maybe even the sub-default plant actually closer to wall, connecting over towards alley. But Sage very popular majority-wise for the defense, where you can place that inside mid, which then forces the already heavily important mid control that this map encourages into the favor more for your side on the defense, because they have to break down the wall to pressure. They either have to go above or around, and more importantly, if they bust it down, you now have a single funnel that they have to walk through unless they want to open up every single one of them and waste time and utility to do so. It's a solid decision. We may see the Bryant Bulldogs struggle, considering they're not bringing the Sage to the table, but time will have to tell.
Well, at this point, they won't have the barrier orb as a condition to block off mid, so it's going to be based off of manpower. So we see that Shed is hanging up by B Heaven, so it's possible that they'll work in conjunction with Semi to just isolate fights or harass them with those paint shells, make them reconsider even moving up toward mid. But there's a lot of players postured up toward the A lobby, and it may be a rush commencing.
You expect to see something of the sort on the attack. To make matters worse, the Falcons have the Brimstone. Maybe good for them, as that quick stim and a boost will allow them to sprint easier onto site. We'll go ahead and boost back through. Elbow presence is there, but Flame's the first player to find any sort of impact for them. Drist is not far behind. They'll find two. So they take Alpha off the board quickly. Only 2 players left standing for the Bryant Bulldogs, and quite a huge hill, much like we talked about previously, they'll need to climb. Shed's going to start processing it, though. They'll remove Troll Ghost towards the A main side. Now they'll have to move over towards screen. One player pushing through towers. There's the ice wall. It cuts down any and all possibilities to pressure through. Now they can't push through screens. Tower really the only direction they can go through. It's going to be quite a little bit of time. Too much sunk, and Penumbers will fail to do so, and Shed will fall quickly thereafter. First round drops to the Falcons.
Clean start there for the Falcons, losing only 1 player, still getting the spike, and plenty of cash to bring it to round 2. So what we saw in the beginning there was just a very quick move, especially with Drist getting the double blast back into the site, having it followed up by Boyce with the fault line to stop Varv from being able to bring out that ghost and have some effectiveness as they try to get onto the site. They were isolated at that point because you also had Troll Ghost drop the sky smokes into heaven. They didn't need to take the fight up ramp because they just had straight control out through main.
Love the coordination we've seen so far from the Falcons, something that will be a necessity as these rounds progress onwards, but you can already see them trying to switch things up. No longer just the A rush, instead starting to peruse a default option. Leaving the Rays over towards A allows for them to quickly rotate and pressure if needed, but from the looks of things, a garage-oriented push will be their expected avenue of approach. The numbers holding close to the shorty. They'll get a little bit of damage off here at Lost, but unfortunately cannot finish the job. Boyce, with a quick flick with the Spectre, gets the kill instead. Now a man advantage for the Falcons as they dive themselves onto site.
And now they lost their controller. They don't have the ability to resmoke in an attempt to go for the retake. Varv will be spotted in the backline by that trademark, so their attempts for a retake, this pinch maneuver, is going to be hard fought as it's a 2v4 right now, and both of the locations are known.
I mean, this is a hard spot for anyone to make a comeback from, but the Bryants have been consistently put between a rock and a hard place, leaving with only 2 players left standing at the beginning of that last round and at the ending of this one. Now only 1 with a nice frag towards Garage, 2 players watching the sideline entrance, and yeah, this does not seem like something F will be able to come back from, as they're working in from alley, Sheriff in hand. They're trying to clear close corner, but Official Alpha finds the kill instead and finishes things off strong once again for the Falcons. An expected round result here, Los, but now it'll be the full rifle buy for the Bryant Bulldogs to turn things back into their favor.
I mean, that's what you could expect when you're going up against the official Alpha, not one of those cheap knockoffs you find on the street. So this is a trademark Alpha.
Yeah, not the Duck, not Aflac. We're not looking at a commercial for a Super Bowl.
No, certainly not. Okay, but now we have a better setup here for Varv. They won't have to rely on that rotation. They will be left on their own devices here for B. Well, they will have Shed as well on mid. Might be able to send out that pink shell in the beginning, get this thing started.
Love the use of the rendezvous. Playing within allows for you to be able to take a step back and play a little bit safer. That's one of the more important things that a lot of chambers don't do when you see them kind of playing a little bit more like a duelist, which is obviously not the intended role of the chamber. Quick boost pack out. Flame does not have that same level of escapability, but they do have the restoration, so they bring themselves back up to full fighting shape, but Penumbers drops in the back thereafter. Penumbers now finding 2. Flame just off the board. Penumbers makes it a 3 into Alpha. The official does not matter, and though Shed does find 1 kill, it's short-lived. But the avenging presence of the Bryant Bulldogs oversteps the boundaries of what the Falcons can bring to the table. They'll find their first.
It's a good thing, too, that they didn't lose too many rifles. Only 1 going down, that being Shed, and they can recover from this. They will have enough money, and we're not too far off from a showstopper, but 2 orbs will be required. So it wouldn't be surprising if we do see Shed at the moment. Just rock with the Sheriff. Maybe play for a pick, play alongside, and just make their utility speak for themselves rather than the gunplay.
Surefire is placed to lead once again outside mailbox over towards the heaven side of V. That'll be a great way to slow things down if you are on the side of the Bryant Bulldogs, because the Falcons have used swiftness in 2 of their 3 attempted rounds so far. Now, they did be a little bit patient when it came to their B push in round 2, but they knew they had the better weapons. They knew the arsenal was in their favor, so they used it quite fervently. That was one of the bigger and more appreciative factors of that attack. We did not get to see that in the last round, an expected result for now. Both sides should have rifles, and it's just a matter of who will come up, guns and utilities ablaze, to see who will overcome all obstacles.
Slow play through the sewers back to A as no one has shown face in a serious maneuver. It's keeping Bryant guessing, and that's what you want if you're the Falcons. You want to make sure you can't get red at this moment. And no one is even willing to show face. Everyone is playing it back. Nobody wants to take this initial gunfight. They all want to hold their angles and find that initial pick. But now things are starting to heat up over on A.
Once. Going to play from behind screens. The Boyce and Driss have just managed to pull off a pincer of the century as they've crossed without them knowing, and they cut down everyone on the A site. Now the Bryants once again are left with 2 players lows. It seems like once again an impossibility that must come true. Their Rays only has the Sheriff out in hand, leading us to believe that they're not as well equipped as they necessarily should have been. Just 1 rifle to their name, the other one being the High Noon City. It does not seem to work out just yet for the rifle wielder of VAR. Boyce cuts them down quickly. Shen's still looking to peruse their options towards tower, and unfortunately for them, they find nothing. Not even a little bit of damage to the already hurt Boyce, as they'll find the final blow instead, and the Fanshawe Falcons find their 3rd round win.
Nice 3-piece coming out from Boyce, and this is a great start for the Falcons. Not what we would have expected, at least from the beginning. Looking at the stats, of course, this is just the beginning of the game, but a great showing so far here for T2. Might even consider them T1 if this continues to go their way. But it also shows that when you're playing a bit too passive, you won't be able to take those fights that will be brought to you. You have to start them or react to them, and the reaction time on Bryant isn't looking great.
It's up to the defense to be the reactionary team. The attack can change their strategies. They can constantly be unpredictable, and that's one of the more important strategies as a whole, as the macro level for an attacking side, is to be unpredictable. Both objectives perusing different options. We have not seen the Bulldogs really counteract that just yet. They're dying too quickly in these engagements to fully counteract, to adjust on the fly, and that's been one of the weakest parts of their game. They need to spread themselves out a little bit further. Leaving only 1 on site means that every option they push, they'll only gain 1 frag, and then you're at a 4v5 when it comes to the post plant. And that's something that the Bryant Bulldogs have not been giving themselves, and that's one of the major problems for why we're seeing the Falcons really just walk all over them. Maybe I should say fly, as the Falcon name would imply, but no matter what it is, looks like mid control handily in their favor, and they're about to dive on a semi.
Info was gained there with the 0 point, but it doesn't matter because they got hit with the fault line, and now it allows easy access into A heaven, and they're jumping on in. Maybe even Penumbras can find success. They keep the spike guarded. It's all up to the official Alpha to try and clutch this one out with 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
Wow, he scored the game 1 second before they did, Los. That was actually quite entertaining. Alpha's now trapped, though, trying to play from ropes. There's really too hard of a chance to do so. The dark cloud covers them. They're where the boost pack is just keeping them at bay, and Alpha's like, they must be too scared of my prowess to allow for me to step out from my cover. They'll try to spray now onto Eve, but it does not seem to work. Alpha now being swung instead the opposing direction, and a 2-swing to do it. Solid positioning by the Bulldogs. They recover quite nicely, and they only bled 1 off the start. The bigger picture that I talked about in that macro play for the defense was making sure that their engagements they lose at the beginning to gain the intel is only 1 person on a loss, and then the rest can dive back later. And the tower was the position of their dive, and they played it so well.
Sacrificing Semi for the greater good. Sometimes you got to do that. You have to make those sacrifices in order to make sure the rest of the squad is able to overcome. And that they did. But the money isn't exactly as great as they want. 2 Spectres for Varv and Semi, but Light Armor and Spectre as well here for Fanshawe.
They got themselves a big hill to climb. We've got the Judge, Jury, and Executioner hand for Driss. They can now boost pack forward. Orbital Strike goes to the back of B. Driss takes a little bit of damage in the process. Barb's in a bad spot. Blinded as well, and Driss will complete for the kill. Semi managing to find one with the Spectre they brought to the table, but they're on the flank play. Working from Garage. Showstopper also employed to get sit, but it does not kill. Alpha instead finds crack for numbers, and each collect for 1. Now just a 3-on-2. Favoring the side of the Bulldogs, but in this post plant, they'll have a huge hill to climb. Semi does a great job to cut 1. Sorry, Semi. But Boyce finds the refrag back. A constant trade game, but Boyce has not been able to come out on top. He'll find the spray to Penumbras, but Eve, what a great play. Tailwind and updraft up to the high ground, and they use it to their advantage. The Bulldogs will survive, now tying us at 3-3.
Great finish there for F, but it was looking a little hairy. The spray transfer from Boyce was on point. Unfortunately, the spray continued to make that a bit inaccurate, so they lost out in the end. Equalizer here for Bryant Bulldogs, and now they have a bit more money in their pockets, but still not as wealthy as they would want. However, it's the alt economy we got to check out for that.
Now, with 4 ultimates ready to be expended for the Bulldogs, I actually would like to say that the Fanshawe Falcons have done a great job of utilizing when they get them. Alpha used theirs quickly. They didn't find that much success, but we saw the Rolling Thunder already being used before. They've done a great job to use their utility in tandem with their cohorts on their side to try to facilitate a stronger attacking force. The problem just has been, once they get to the situation of a gun-up fight, they're losing those engagements to the Bulldogs, who are cutting them down quite quickly and causing so many problems on these attempted rushes.
Now we're seeing Varv take a bit of a skirmish over in Garage, but the real action is going down mid. They've taken control of the ropes, and now it'll be up to Semi to stop this push, and maybe they're good for one. Driss there with the refrag, with the Spectre, with the Stinger, and they can make things happen, especially with the slow orb cutting off F. They won't be able to make it in through, especially now. Driss has that showstopper, but no one will be found.
It's giving them the time of day. Penumbras tries to go for a cheeky swing. Fortunately for them, Alpha does a much better job. That's the official nature of them. And there's only 3 players left for the Bulldogs to contend against what the Falcons have brought to the table, the man advantage in their side. Jed will send the Roomba of Death down. Does not seem to find its target initially. Alpha will eventually be spotted, working down below Hell. That gives Eve and Shaggy information as a player there. Eve will go for the dive, but the Rendezvous sends them back yonder, but they know where they are. They'll miss the initial shot, and Eve will finish the job. Now it has to swing on the site. Player in the back of sight. They'll swing to a second from Elbay. They're running out of ammo. Have to pull out the classic. Can't get the job done. Troll Ghost is surviving now. Just the one-on-one. Driss finishes the job, stinging down Shed and finding the fan shot once again with a round up.
That all came through from them giving up control of mid. They allowed all of Fanshawe to walk through mid, take control of ropes. They weren't expecting the massive push coming through to A Heaven, and that just allowed them to funnel out and take control of the site. So maybe they spread out, or didn't spread out enough, because leaving that completely exposed, you're not getting information on where Bryant or Fanshawe is headed. You're not understanding what their plan is, and you need to have somebody there, because just leaving it for a trapwire by mail is not enough.
Something has to be adjusted upon, and now seeing the maybe death blows of the Bulldogs in this round, it's obviously an eco for them. There's not much more to be done, and felt like they could have used a lot more of their ultimates as well. And I think like they probably shot themselves too early in the foot here, though. All things considered, if they had the stage, mid control would have been much easier to contend with, and they would have been able to deny that position. Now the Falcons will be able to go into round 2 as long as they continue to vie for that mid control and have the advantage because they can deny it with the ice wall. But problems arise early for the Falcons in this round. They've lost their race, and now a man advantage favors the Bulldogs.
Still Resurrection on the ready. If they can isolate Eve here, that would be fantastic. However, they're running away. They're safe. So it might be possible to get the res in, but I think the rifle was recovered, so they'll have nothing to utilize the second they're brought back in.
Correction comes through. Now back to the 5-on-5. That's the only ultimate now. That was, I guess, one and done. They'll use the Rolling Thunder thereafter, though. There's none left. Penumbras gets one great shot. Make it 2, collecting the call. That is the Grim Reaper at their finest, but unfortunately for the Bulldogs, Penumbra loses their life from Flame. Eve's trying to play this one slow. Simi gets pushed on top of the ice wall. They can approach, and it will be unexpected territory, and they use it to their advantage. They cut down one. Boyce manages to find the refrag back, but they bite the Roomba of Death, and now it's just Eve left standing, but they cannot survive for much longer. Alpha, with the positional control towards A main, able to find such a necessary impact to save the Falcons from a devastating eco round loss.
That was such a insane play, specifically coming out of Penumbras, getting hit with the Rolling Thunder, being able to isolate 2 frags, but they still weren't able to win it out. You also had Semi, who got on the wrong side of the barrier, getting a frag too. So it just seemed that there were so many conditions, so many hits for the Bryant Bulldogs to win that round, but in the end, the resilience of Fanshawe allowed them to survive. But again, it was an eco coming out of Bryant, so now they have something to work with for real.
Already looking for the first engagement early. Now their side coming out on top, though. This has kind of been the problem for both teams. You either lose it or you win it. You come out even, and the looks of things, the Bryant Bulldogs have been struggling to come out on top. They took it in the eco round. A pretty shocking round for them to find the first blow, but unfortunately it was not a triumphant as they necessarily wanted, as the Resurrection was there. But now no ultimate on the side of the Falcons. This one should, in all honesty, favor the Bulldogs, and They're starting to stride ahead a little bit early. Shed managing to cut down the first. And Simi will have to use the fragment towards mid to keep Trogos at bay, because that's the only way they can do it. Constantly peeking, constantly swinging, because the ice wall not there to save them and create space.
Such an issue with the ice wall or not having it. It's a set it and forget it piece of utility. You could leave it there and you don't have to look again, because if someone tries to break it, you'll hear it. If it ends up being destroyed, you'll know, and it'll even show up on the minimap. You'll be ready to react to that, and it gives you so much time to think about how you want to address the situation.
Quick rotate back. This is what I would call the transitionary period in Valorant, when you poke towards a site and then poke towards another. You haven't really found where you want to lay down your home just yet. Start to transition around. They'll go ahead and push though. They're going for their biggest engagement yet on the B site, and while they do find some success, they've already lost 2. They're having to retrade every situation. Trogos does a great job, but from the shadows by Penumbras, unexpected and in its entirety. They'll go to the back of B, and they'll find all 2 of the final players for the Fanshawe Falcons. And now the Bulldogs, 1 round away from tying us at 5-5. A great round for them.
Penumbras coming in again, finding 2 succinct kills, ending the round. This is what you need from an Omen player, to be able to get those great flanks, deny information, and pull off a clutch like that. And we've also seen them have just great survivability in general, and that's what you need, especially with a controller, because you want to make sure you have those smokes all round long.
Now, with only 1 ultimate for both teams, the orbital strike could create space. We've seen them use it to the back of B side already. I would expect them to start to cruise an option once again. The Bulldogs are seemingly aware of this rush, though, and they'll cut down boys. They'll use the tour de force, gotten it from the ult orb. They'll also send their own showstopper back the opposing direction. It's not finding any impact, as the Falcons have, unfortunately for themselves, struggled so exponentially. 2 players left alone. One of them with an orbital strike, the other one with the tour de force already in their hands. It's been expunged. And now for the side of the Bulldogs, it's just a game of denial, as that spike is in the back of B, completely under the Bulldogs' control.
Slow take here, but they have to deal with Semi going for a swing. Alpha is good for 1 kill. Here comes the pop flash, but they have to back off. Still the tour de force in hand. No one will walk into the scopes of that player, because they have all the time in the world to play with. But check out Penumbras going through mid, potentially looking for a flank here, and Alpha's aware of it. They're backing off even more, potentially into spawn, just to isolate the fights, isolate the angles, and survive. Maybe recover a rifle at the very least.
That's the problem right now. There is no rifle in Alpha's hand. That's why they still felt it necessary to engage in that situation, because they bought the tour de force. They wanted to save a little bit eco off the top, and well, they do that. Unfortunately, it's an unnecessary casualty of war, and it'll be 5-5 for the rounds differential. The Bulldogs have climbed themselves back into the fray, and a much-needed timeout now by the Falcons, as things have started to look wary for them. 1 ultimate for both sides here low. Still plenty of options with 2 rounds left in the half. It will either be a tied half, or we'll see one side stride ahead.
We've talked about the importance of a Sage in terms of defending mid, but having the Cypher of Varv defending on B is so critical. It's made it nigh impossible for Fanshawe to make their way through without utilizing that double blast back. But the second they do, it creates such a huge target for whoever is the entry. And with this, the trap wires, the cyber cages, it makes it so difficult to walk through, because you will be trapped. At least 1 person is going to be sacrificed if you want to simply make an entrance into B's site. And that's the power of Cypher on split.
See, that's why Raze has been so popular on this map as well, because Cypher, while not necessarily the most popular pick for this map, the ability to jump over that, as well as on the map of Bind where Raze is popular, means that they can ignore all of the entry denial devices placed by the defense and can basically circumvent that option to apply pressure quickly onto site and let the teammates deal with it thereafter. And that's one of the things we're going to see from the Bright side on the attack as well. They can deny map control from the Falcons. They can place the tripwires, even though typically considered a more defensive favored utility. You can place it as you rotate over to A, place it behind you in garage. Don't let them push through you. And that's one of the more important factors that will... Eve, I don't know why you just tailwinded forward. That's one of the more important factors when it comes down to it, but you have to get through the ice wall. And that's the scariest factor. How is this second half going to shake down when the Falcons have arguably the stronger defensive lineup?
Oh, actually, take a look at that camera placement up in heaven. They're looking right toward mid because they have a trap wire placed very deep into garage. Maybe we'll be spotted by the offense. I don't know, but This is some information. There are players hanging out on mid, but that dark cover coming in from Penumbras makes things a little more difficult. Oh, a blind shot from the spy cam. Good enough for some info, but at this point, 50 seconds on the clock, still plenty of time to work with and figure out your strategy, but it does seem to be leaning towards A.
Looks of things, they'll pivot on over. One player working through sewer, two have control over towards mid, and that'll allow for them to vie for control in tower quite quickly as their two mainstay players will start to peruse the option of A main. This will be quite necessary for a swift evolution of attack. The problem lies in they need a lot more to go from it. They'll go ahead and use the orbital strike. They'll also try to use landside, but I think anyone's on the other end of it. That does a really good job of finding the first blow, and that completely capsizes the attempted attack through AMA now for the Falcons side. They're struggling. Boyce may find one, but it was the null-commanded player. They're not dead just yet, and Shed and Eve each combo for yet another player. Now Boyce really only has the flashes to work with. We'll have to send out the blast. While they do manage to find impact, it doesn't seem the last Simi will fall to Boy's hands. Troll Ghost does a great job to clean up house, but that is quite literally a defensive round win at its finest, as they just utterly controlled the pace of the Falcons, and they just provided such a safety net for themselves off of simple utility usage.
It all comes down to, I believe, Eve on the op, adjusting their angles. They were placed up on top of ramp in that first pick that they got toward the earlier section of this round, and it was dealt with. At least there was an attempt to deal with it as Troll Ghost dropped the orbital strike in that position, trying to root out that sniper, but the reposition for me just made it all fall apart. No one was hit with the fault line. Nobody was hit with the orbital strike. Anyone who crossed into A main felt the wrath of that sniper, and they lost the spike, lost the round, lost the momentum.
It's almost like we're seeing the Bulldogs find themselves a home. Not just using these objectives as temporary safe havens like a shed in a rainstorm. Instead, just trying to make sure that they deny the Falcons any and all options. And speaking of shed, trying to hold down mid. They're playing close control, but their teammate playing with the operator inside of it does a great job of being able to find the first blow. Now Simi finds the second. This is Drist. Another attempted entry from the side of the Falcons cut short, and it's caused too many problems for them to try to counteract. There's only 3 players left standing. And their spike handler is in pretty wary of a spot now, having to rotate through sewers, and they're not even going to tease towards the B site. They want A, and this could be a bad decision.
Well, there's plenty of players waiting for him. You could see the 3 different crossfires already, and Shed is in their flank. They've got no idea. They don't have any trademarks to try and defend it. Boyce jumps out from the smoke, walks right through the fragment. They don't care, but now Shed is here in the back line. They know, they're well aware. It's all up to Alpha to try and sniff this one out, and they do, but they're all alone with only 28 HP, and Eve, they're ready with the knives.
One player left, and wow, not for much longer. 3K to Eve's name. They'll guarantee the side of the Bulldogs to come out on top. They've hounded down the Falcons side. And while you would assume the aerial advantage would be there for them, the Bulldogs managing to run them up a tree in that first half. Now 2 rounds ahead. I've got plenty more puns to go off of the names of these teams here and names of the players low, so make sure to stay tuned for more of that as it goes down. But I'm really excited for the Bulldogs can bring on the attack, but like I've mentioned so many times before, I just think the Falcons are better equipped with the Sage Wall they can use. If they trust it too much, it will be their undoing, but the problem still lies in the fact they can move quickly with the stem, rotate well in the defense, and deny mid control, the most important piece of most attacking teams' lineups.
Well, the mid wall won't be much of a factor now. Plenty of players are head up for A. There's only 1 player up in heaven. That's going to be Troll Ghost. And the Sky Smoke will stop, or at least deny vision of Eve. But they're going in the wrong direction. Checking for the rotators from ropes. Troll Ghost there for the headshot. And there's plenty of players there to defend in heaven. But no one on site. The spike will go down for this 4v4 retake.
Simi's in back of sight, planted behind screens, not your typical default. Shed will get greedy towards screens. They will find one, but they'll trade themselves out in the process. Var with a good position. Penumbra is sneaky as always, and now you'll see there's only 1 player left standing, Troll Ghost, and though they have found the first blood of this round, it's short-lived with Var finding the final blow with the Ghost. 8-5 our score, an expected second round to follow for the Bulldogs, but defense, they'll have to see how they can hold out strong. They look like they may commit, though I think Alpha has kind of keyed that one back a little bit. They had bought the Marshall initially. Here, this one's going to come down to them playing cheeky around these corners. Some would call them cheeky, some would call them rat angles. I call it rodent hours. And from the looks of the Fanshawe Falcons, on the defense, classics are all they're going to bring. Wait, no? Shorty? Oh, come on, Flame.
Don't bait us like that, Flame. Come on. See, I never trust players until the round starts.
That is true, actually. That's a good call. You never know what they're going to bring to the table. There's the ice wall I talked about so much for the side there of the Fanshawe Falcons. But they're able to cut down 2 of the walls before they re-solidify, and the Bulldogs now have advantage when it comes to playing against that mid-control, because they have a very wide option to push through Vent and a very wide option to peruse towards the side of Mailroom. Too many openings for them, and now the rest of it has been dropped. Basically, might as well have not even been there. Just a time-sunk fallacy of about 15 seconds.
Cover going out.
Penumbras sending the dark cover, denying the vision of 2 players stuck in ropes. And they have to know this is a stack up. With all the activity that's been going down on mid, there must be more backup, at least in the minds of the Bulldogs. They want to cause a commotion. Now they'll drag their attention back to A. It does have defenders, but will they really be able to stop this onslaught, especially with all this care and attention still being brought toward mid?
Using a bit of a nice positional work from the mid, but their teammates have all managed to give themselves a very swift execution now onto the A objective. Joel goes in a nice spot to deny maybe Eve, but Eve managing to survive for a bit longer. Simi finds the first blood of the round, and that was that long, convoluted prowl in towards mid. Shots connect from Shed to Trollghost, but Trollghost wins it out with the classic. Unfortunately, their teammate of Boyce fell quickly by Eve thereafter, and Alpha's caught with their utility in their hand. Eve finds themselves yet another, make it a third on top, the final blood of the round. And Penumbras was there as well. We called them from the beginning, the Dark Cloud, the cover, and then the kill. Too much. A very raging torrent of attack for the Bulldog side, and the Fanshawe Falcons fall victim to the first 2.
This will be an incredibly critical round right now. If they're unable to win with these rifles, it is almost a guaranteed 2 more rounds there for Fanshawe. I will be expecting them to take some heavy losses. They did lose out on some Spectres, replaced with Sheriffs and light armor to follow. So this will be a bit of an interesting one to see how they proceed. Maybe they'll just try and utility them out. Spam them with some nades. Maybe Seme is just going to rush it. Maybe that'll be the case because there was no barrier wall this time.
It's the great advantage you get. Even though you know you should have the weaker arsenal, you're more equipped for a close-range engagement. Be swift with it. Execute fast, and that's what we're seeing them do. Now with full control over towards Vent, a player has snuck straight through, and they've left 2 back in bottom of mid. This is still a viable position for the Falcons to hold on to, but the problem still lies that they could get caught with their pants down, and that's definitely the case we're seeing now. Trollghost hit down very quickly by Var with the Sheriff. We're seeing another engagement go down. The paint shells will be sent, and now we have control over the objective for all but 1 player for the Brian side. That's Boyce holding close on the objective behind screen. Drift from screens themselves will have an actual position to fight from, and they'll find one in the process, and it's the Bryant Bulldogs. What seemed to start off strong has unfortunately started to bite back, and they're not finding much success to work off of. Now Penumbra's left alone in the 1v3.
The position may not be known because they have ease of access. They could walk right on over to B. There will be trademarks there to spot them, and that'll be too late. They'll be able to get on the site before it's too late, but maybe Alpha is too quick with it. This is a cheeky play in for Gnosis. I don't know how this is going to go. Cut with the pants down. Maybe Alpha will be able to stop them in their tracks. Coming up
10
with
seconds
the
left.
fault line that forces a teleport out from Alpha. This could be a plant.
Spike is initiating. This will go down. There's no way to deny it at this point. Last pieces of utility there for the breach to the Fanshawe side. It is a 2v1. The favor should be there for the side of the Falcons. But the thing is, Penumbra's been playing quite well, but not well enough. The rifle advantage is there, and you'll see the Falcons not only find the final blow, but they'll get the defuse with plenty of time off the top. But that is some extra much-needed credits for the side of the Bulldogs, and that's 3 rifles dropped from the Falcons' hands.
What a tricky play out of Penumbras here. Certainly working the Omen role. Really utilizing the time to their advantage. I thought this was going to run out of time. They would have to be going into the Force only with the Spectre. Maybe just lose their life in the end to try and get a bit more credits. But I think it was a well thought out round here by the Bryant Bulldogs. And maybe they could continue this aggression now that they have some true firepower in their hands with Vandals.
See, the scoreboard may say they lost that round, but they ultimately won it because now this guarantees the next round for them with the Arsenal advantage. They've set themselves up nicely, but unfortunately, the first blood does not favor them. They'll lose Shed almost instantaneously. The official man himself, Alpha, stumps up big, and the tour de force has been utilized. The survival with the rendezvous just last round has charged up for them, and they make use of it here in this round. A solid position to work from, and now the Bulldogs have to act quickly down a single player.
Just a bit of patience and inching up toward mid until Penumbras gets a few shots over onto the defender in heaven. They have to back up, but Driz is there to provide support from Rafters. No one is quite sure of what to make of this position, but it's time to just run it up. Attack who you can, take the space that you will, and Penumbra starts this off with a kill into Flame.
Tied 4-on-4. Really no bloods happening thereafter. Simi had the perfect opportunity to cut down the approach to Vince, but for some reason they maybe blink and you miss it kind of scenario. Varb finds the retrade back, and their quick sprint up through Vince, through rope, allows for Penumbras to act onto one more. 2 players left standing for the side of the Falcons. One of them still has the tour de force. Alpha needs to do their best, but unfortunately Drist, right next to them, cannot save them from the fury of Penumbras. 3 to their name in this round alone, and they're down to 1 HP, but it does not seem to matter. 4 HP, 4K to the Penumbras, a game of 4s, and now the scoreline dictates for the Bulldogs, 10-6, the first to reach double digits.
The sheer balls coming from Penumbras right now to be able to recontest, go in for another fight despite being so low in health, so low in utility. All you have is a smoke and your Phantom, and they still get the job done. Penumbras putting on a clinic and showing how they can control the map with this controller. Not to discredit Eve and Shed, they are certainly doing their part, but the singular plays coming out of Penumbras are certainly round-defying.
It's kind of the game of individuals right now, and unfortunately the Bulldogs are biting harder. The Falcons have not yet found the, I guess, wind to come under their wings to lift them higher. They'll start things off solid in this round, though. Drist cuts down one over towards A, the lone lingering player, and Alpha connects a shot through the Cypher cage to be able to find themselves yet another on top of it. 3 players left standing, and it's been only like 30 seconds, and the Bulldogs are hemorrhaging early. They've got to recover from this needlessly violent round this starts. And this is going to be a hard one to do because Boyce is holding the exit from sewers towards A.
Yeah, they definitely won't be expecting this one. Penumbras checking regardless, and they get the shot! Unbelievable. It's a one step to turn this round the other way. Maybe it is possible. However, that is going to make it a bit more difficult. A teleport into the back of site. Drist still losing their life. Now they have an addition. They can move around. They might be able to check alternative angles, but sitting in this rodent position, Ace will sniff it out.
Ratty is the name. Man himself trying to do his best Mickey Mouse impersonation. Be the mouse in the corner. Silent and unknown, and unfortunately can't bite. Now there's only 2 players left standing for the Bulldogs. They've got themselves back a little bit closer. Unfortunately, a pincer. 2 players coming from the outside screens. 1 coming from A main. They're going to quickly rush on in. Eve cuts down the A main player of Troll Ghost. Now 2 players have to push from elbow. Alpha does a good job of finding the first. That cuts down the best player, Penumbras. But Eve is quite solid themselves. They'll look to the play, but Flame baited the spike, allowing for both of them to be ready, guns a-blazing, to cat them down. That's exactly what we see. A round recovery by the Falcons. A thrifty one at that, and they'll find their 7th.
That got way too close than it should have, especially with multiple frags going the way of Fanshawe. In the beginning of the round, it's the tenacity of Bryant that allows them to just continue through a round despite losses and still find at least marginal success. They did get the spike down. They do have a bit more weaponry, and they were able to eliminate 3 for the Falcons. So it's still able to have that success in the face of adversity, and Infernosis unfortunately isn't the success they need.
Success is, you win some, you lose some, Los. I think that's what it comes down to. And unfortunately for the Bulldogs, while they had their small victories, they lost too much early, and that's kind of the problem for them. They've been doing such a great job to vie for control of mid for the Falcons, and they've been denying the ice wall to go down, and they've just been allowing themselves to facilitate such a high level of control, but it means nothing if you lose too many players, and that's already starting to rear its ugly head in this round too. They lose one from Troll Ghost, and now Flame finds another. Not only have they bled away their best player numbers, but they lose their entry of Raze. This is a round that seems impossible to come back from, and it's made even more present by the fact that Flame finding more, Troll Ghost with the refrag, and it leaves just Varv left standing, now dropping to the 1v3 with their last successful kill.
We're talking about mid control. That is mid control. 4 players attempted to move up through mid. Only 2 on the side of Fanshawe were able to take them down. That's all they needed. Just trading back and forth, taking turns, picking apart Bryant. Now it's all up to Varv in this 1v3, and they may be able to get it done. Don't have too many resources, though. I mean, what attacking resources do you have as a Cypher? And Drist, regardless, is waiting for that rotation.
I really wish the Cypher cam, the spy cam, if you threw it out at somebody, it would like hurt them, just 2 damage.
No.
Just chunking at them like a panic. You know, in CSGO, when you hit somebody with a flash and it actually hurts them when it tags them, I want that, but with the cam. Just throw it at them like a hot pocket. Except much less hot and much less filled with lava. No matter what it comes down to, like you said, Varb's not well equipped for that scenario. Their teammates falling very early creates too many problems. And for the side of the Bulldogs, this next round will be a round of recovery. They even out the eco, putting everyone at around 1,400 on average, and will try to bring themselves into full fighting shape. And the next one, they'll do their best in this round, but it seems too difficult, and the Rolling Thunder will be expended by the Falcons side to make matters even more precarious for the Bulldogs as the A main entry falls very short. And now you see up in the minimap in your top left corner, the Falcons are all over that A objective, ready to push and deny what the Bulldogs bring to the table.
They've already started to rotate off. You can see there's one mid, one on B, and one still rotating through the back alleys. So this is still a winnable situation. It all comes down to being spotted by Drist. You have numbers, that creeping, crawling snake in the back line on the ramp, just teleporting around, but they've run out of shrouded steps. They have to face off against Troll Ghost. They have to get this information, or at least try and deny it from them. It'll be a very difficult task because they're not working with a lot of time. Only 40 seconds left, but actually Troll Ghost is unaware. Or maybe they're making a guess someone's on mid. This does give them an opportunity to move on up.
Dark Cloud sent to the back of screens. Now Shad will dive on the site. Nice shot with a showstopper, and Boyce is now sleeping with the fishes. Play goes through, and Penumbra's with the only rifle on the side there of the Bulldogs comes up tremendously to Troll Ghost, but Drist is not far after. The Blade Storm comes up short, now a 3-on-3. 2 ultimates for the Falcons there, and now it's made just one. Flame with the resurrection. Everything the Bulldogs climbed back to now falling apart at the seams. And they have to deny the full force, or near full force, of what the Falcons are bringing to the table. Trist, great dive in, but gets show-stopped away, and he can't survive. Alpha finding one more blow to Shed, and now just Varv is the last player left standing. They'll cut down one, but Alpha sticking down the defuse. He needs to swing this corner quickly, can't do it in time, and the defense sneak down the defuse. The Falcons find themselves still a round win, but the Bulldogs so close to victory, but they cannot find it.
Oh, that's such a difficult way to end the post plant setup. Varv not even in a good position to defend from ramp because it wasn't even a necessary spot to take if you're going in for the retake for the Falcons. All they needed to do was fire down from heaven, and that position was null and void. By the time they made their move, it was already too late. And it goes to show that planting safe in the beginning can lead to consequences toward the end of the round.
Consequences add up. Things are not looking good for the Bulldogs. They've bled so much control, but I mean, you find your victories where you are, and there was quite a few of them in the last round. A narrow loss, to say the least, on a Thrifty. But now the problem is both sides full force, guns up, and the Bulldogs have not won the last 2 times we've seen both sides come out with full force and guns up. And they're still trying to vie for mid control. Only 2 players to do so this time, Los. And last time they brought 4, they lost. I can't imagine what they'll try to do with only 2. They'll let for the rest of the team to go ahead and rotate on over before this next engagement. But Flame loses that first fight. Troll Ghost will send out the Molly, but Penumbras has already stuck straight through. Stewie 2K moments. And now the Fanshawe Falcons down 2 players left with only 3.
Smooth criminal activity through the smoke, and you still have that player flanking from A or B. It's Semi, and they'll set off the trigger for that trademark. Maybe it still hasn't noticed them. Okay, there it is. And that'll make official Alpha think twice about where this play is going, but you gotta guess correct. It is going to be B. No one there is left because they rotated a bit toward A, and this is the free plant. The
30
post-plant
seconds
setup
left.
should be locked solid.
Spike planted.
Working from the alley side. The tour de force is in hand. This is probably the best shot we can see from the Falcons to recover from it, but they'll work in tandem in regards to Heaven. Boyce gets quickly forward. Drisk finds the final blow first, though, and Semi's now been concussed. But Varp gets a nice shot to deny the pressure that was being brought by the Falcons in terms of Heaven's side. There goes the neural theft from Varp. Now the positions of the Falcons known, and where do they go from here? The question is basically nowhere. They are snuffed out. And like a dog trying to sniff out their prey, hounding down more, the Bulldogs are hunting in the process. Alpha may find the player Penumbra, but Semi does an amazing job to find themselves the final few blows, and the Falcons fall short. Now 11 rounds to the Bulldogs. Though them bleeding 3 in a row was not necessarily indicative of what was to come, they're kind of breathing down the neck of what could be match point.
There was a bit more confidence there from Flame and Troll Ghost as they were holding down on mid, but a clever use of utility from the Bulldogs to send in the Boombot as well as Penumbras at the same time. So Troll Ghost would be looking down, trying to shoot the bot. The second the dark cover dissipated, there goes Troll Ghost. Flame fell earlier, and their mid control fell apart. A critical pillar of their defense crumbled, and now we might even see more commence, as one is already dead. Voice gone there for the Falcons.
I'm liking the patience on the side of the Bulldogs. Something we don't get to see too often on the map of Split. I like the kind of default position they're working towards. Leave one lingering in the opposing side of the map and have 4 to kind of pivot between mid and their main expected push. We saw them attempt that 5 rounds ago. Might have been 4. But the Bulldogs lost Varv over on a main, and that was the beginning of the end as everyone else got cut down quickly on their attempted entry. And that's kind of been the problem for the Bulldogs. Losing too much early and not finding the spacing to climb back, even though their vying potential for map control hasn't worked. They were able to find the first blood here. A kill back in the opposing direction, though, makes things difficult. Simi does an amazing job to refrag forward, but Troll Ghost has managed to find out their cypher from behind. Playing cheeky might work for one, but a great potential there for the Bulldogs to clap back, shed themselves, finding the final 2 blows. And now it is match point for the Bryant Bulldogs Gold side. The Falcons, they've got still quite a few rounds to catch up with, and they've got no money and mo problems.
Well, I mean, there's the judge. It's the Capybara, the king of the rodents in Phronosis. This could be big. It could be influential if they pop that wall and sit right next to it with the shoddy. However, I don't think this is going to be a tactic the Bulldogs will buy into. Maybe a lot more pressure towards A. It's a gamble to not have anyone, and that gamble will not pay off.
He's trying to hold on strong with their teammates. Look at the patience right now from the side of the Bulldogs. They know that they're this close and they don't want to come this far and fall short. Gonna go ahead and use the only ultimate they have, though. The no command, and they'll send out the knife as well to suppress down Troll Ghost. They'll swing quickly. That's the only ultimate for the Falcons that was there. Troll Ghost falling early might spell the end-all, be-all moment for the side of the Falcons. Simi swings over to the back of elbow, cuts down Flame. Penumbras denies Boyce's aggressive position, and though Alpha may find the refrag, Eve just completely decimates yet another player of the Falcons side, and it leaves just Drisk left standing. Has to waste all the ammo of the Guardian in the clip, has to pull out the classic, and now the rest of the Bulldogs force is bearing down on what could be the last remaining player in the last few chances. Attempted knife does not find its target. Drisk will manage to find the final blow instead. Now the rest dive on Varv, the Cypher, the one we mentioned, not as well equipped for the go on the attack, and that will end us off on the map 1 of Split 13-9.
The Bryant Bulldogs coming out on top is what we expect at the beginning of this matchup, but still a great performance out of the Falcons, who did a much better job, I would have to say, on the offense. Sage was such a critical piece that we were speaking about. The wall on mid did find some value, but in the long run, the Bulldogs just decided to opt out of that. They didn't deal with the wall. A lot of the plays just dealt with the side lanes, and they found great success, even when attempting to go through mid, breaking down that barrier. But let's not discount that one amazing 4K coming out from the 2 players amid Flame and Troll Ghost. Did a phenomenal job holding it down, but it was a bit restrained in the use of that wall.
I felt like I was just about to mention that here, Lowe's. It felt like Flame was too hesitant to use it. There's two great spots to put the ice wall down to the defense. One is A main, literally lock it down, and then you force it so that it denies the option of a sprint onto site. It's pretty good, but it's dangerous to place. The second option is mid, and yet we barely saw them utilize either. In fact, we never saw them utilizing an A main. It just felt like a piece of utility that I was emphasizing so much, and they let the story flop. That's something you cannot have happen. The entire pacing of that second half would have gone an entirely different direction if they had just played the way they did in that one round, utilizing the ice wall, forcing the attacking side of the Bulldogs to spray down all four segments, and then pouncing with 2 players to 4 and coming out victorious. That should have been the storyline for the entire half, and yet it wasn't, because they were too patient, or maybe I'll say hesitant, almost fearful of what the Bulldogs were going to do, and it caused too many problems for them. But we'll have to see how the next map happens to work out. But before we do that, we'll head to a quick little break. Once again, my name's Infernosis, joined here by Los. Stay tuned to see who comes out the victor, or if we'll need a third map right after this.
Hey, welcome back, everyone, to the NECC final week of the regulation season. We got Bryant versus Fanshawe in this series, and Bryant started things off over on Split with a victory, but it was still very close. A heated matchup between these two squads, and we're about to jump into map 2, that being Icebox. I'm Los, joined by Infernosis. And Scott, how are we feeling about maybe Fanshawe the Falcons coming back in this one?
I think considering how close the map of Bind came down, sorry, map of Split. I'm so used to Bind and Icebox together, I just say it now. So considering how close the map of Split was, I can only predict that it's going to be close still. Icebox is, while kind of a difficult map for some teams, some kind of recover, it's also the map of miracles. Out of every single map I've ever broadcast before, Icebox has the most 9-3 curses out of any other map I've ever seen. So the possibility of comebacks is there. Don't count any team out if there starts to be a hefty lead to one side over the other, and make sure to stay tuned for the entire broadcast. But Los, I wanted to ask you a question right off the bat. Why is there a picture of you behind you?
Oh, well, I mean, that's a signed autograph of me. I keep it because maybe one day some lucky fan will earn it. You know, I could read it out, but the special message is only for the people who receive it. But here's my little signature right here. It's signed Young Ligma.
Okay, all right. Very interesting. I was just curious about it from the very moment our cameras turned on there in map 1. I was like, is that a picture of himself? I like the one on the right of the cat. I like cats, but it was just very curious about why there was a picture of you. We can see the agents, though, going down. Penumbra is going to be playing that Viper, switching on over from the Omen we saw previously. Now Shed will collect onto the role of the Omen, so we'll have to see how that transition will go down. We're also seeing the Jet, the Chamber, and the Silva for their side. For the opposing side, for the Fanshawe Falcons, we'll have to see how Alpha does once again on that Chamber. Boyce will be rotating to a Silva. Troll Ghost off the Brimmy over to the Sage. Flame will go off the Sage to a Viper, and Drist will now be a Jet.
I'm liking how they're adjusting the roles on the side of Fanshawe there, bringing Flame over to that controller. Troll Ghost decided, hey, well, maybe I'll give a crack at Sage this time around on Icebox, and I think Sage is relatively easy to play in terms of your defensive setup. Just put the wall down the tube and try not to die.
I think one of the more important factors when it comes to the attack of this objective will be the changes that obviously hit that the objective. Widening green, adding a deeper cubby, making it easier to step out of garage, also turning the somewhat diagonal objective point of yellow towards a more vertical proposition, makes it so that it's easier for the attack to step forward and harder for the defense to gain easy sightlines to cut them down as they step outwards. But from the looks of things, a huge expenditure of utility on the A side, and though Simi was trying to play cheeky over towards B, they sniff it out first. Fanshawe Falcons may pounce for the first blood, but Penumbra's managing to find a quick blow thereafter on the A site, puts the Bulldogs now at an even foray 4-on-4.
Boyce, they're ready for a secondary peek, and they'll have that recon dart up soon, so they're in a bit of a tricky position to utilize it. Oh, get shot immediately. That will be information enough to know there's still players lurking around A.
Playing smart. Penumbra is with a great swing once again, so they do try for a second one. Flame on the Viper. It is a Viper on Viper, and it favors the side of the Falcons. Though we are in a 3-on-3, Trogo's now tries to separate the side lane to elbow, but no one on the Bulldog side was actually looking that direction, instead utilizing the majority of the open position. They'll push themselves onto another. Alpha with an amazing Headhunter kill, their second of the round. They'll need a 4K, though, to clutch this round out and get the defuse now, as this post-plant situation has now put them in a very tricky position. Working from screen side, both players holding close towards Spike, one covering towards Rafters, Varb on the opposing side of that Radianite crate. And Alpha's position now being spotted by the Recon Volt. They'll have to rotate away, and Varb chooses to go up towards Tube instead. Blind pressure vertically makes things more difficult. Alpha gives their position away, 3K to their name. Now they just have to play smart. Alpha has nailed too many shots for this to fail. Varv's doing a good job. Just buy your time. Don't get too greedy. You don't have to do anything. Play for your own time. They'll miss the initial Headhunter shot. Now there's nothing left in the pocket. Varv must dive downwards. They'll look for the kill. They get the knife, and wow! The Bulldogs will find themselves a triumphant round one, and what an ending to it.
The knife fight to end it all. I love the respect between the two players to realize, well, I'm not going to win this round, but I'll try and die with some honor. A great attempt by Alpha, finding 3 kills, 2 of them being headshots with the Headhunter. And though they weren't able to win things out for the squad, they still get themselves a tasty bit of cash, and maybe they could get a anti-force round, at least maybe some headshots with the Marshall.
The danger is still present for the side of the Falcons. Obviously, losing the first round puts you in a precarious position, but the Bulldogs, they may have the better arsenal, but Alpha does not miss with the Marshall. It rings out so consistently for them that you would think that they're blessed by the heavens above when firing any and all snipers. That's why you put them on the chamber with the Tour de Force too. But it looks like they'll go for the first ult hit. Unfortunately, they pull out the knife thereafter, and they get cut down by Simi. Quick rush through mid, trying to be employed by the Falcons, and does not seem to work out just yet. Simi in a bad spot, but Penumbras with the recovery, saving their teammate from possibly the shame of dying in that round, and they'll find 2 to finish things off quite successfully for the Bulldogs. 2-0 our start, and a flawless round 2 means, yeah, there may not be as much money as the Falcons would have wanted here going into round 3.
Here's this setup. I mean, at this point, Alpha not even considering buying because they've got the Tour de Force at the ready on round 3. Consistent work coming in from this player, so it will be exciting. This will find response from Bryant. Are they going to try and contest? Because they are not going to be playing as close up. Semi may not be expecting the sniper to be right here, but the shot doesn't make a connection. They rendezvous away to safety.
Missing the first shot now means that the Falcons don't have the element of surprise. The Bulldogs, they escape an unfortunate first beginning blood loss, and now they have the engagement favored for them as they dive onto the A site. That is a fast as all get out rotation. They pivoted quite well. Shed maybe should have had the option for that kill instead, but Boyce does a good job to cut them down from within the dark cover. Trist managing to find Varv, but Penumbras and Semi, they find 2 quickly back at Eve. Does not miss with the classic, but Boyce does with the Vandal. Now with 3 on 2, the Tour de Force in hand to the side of the Falcons. But really, what else is there to it? It's a post-plant situation. Penumbra is playing this one close. They'll hide within the Viper's pit that's now been popped. How do the Falcons recover from this? It seems like such an impossibility, but they'll send their Sage on over. Drogo's playing from behind. They'll cut down Simi on the flank watch. Drogos can just swing quite quickly, but Penumbras is watching it. No longer allowed to survive. Alpha now getting greedy as the live pings are there, and it's not going to matter. Penumbras instead, 3K to their name, and the Viper Spit secures it, a 3rd round win for the side of the Bulldogs, 3 in a row. Such an odd way to see it on Icebox, but that is 8-1 for the man themselves.
Penumbras is just a menace in the server here, slinking around. Not this time in the shadows, but this time in the Viper's pit, making it so difficult. They knew exactly where Trollghost was going to come out in that corner, waiting for the shot, and they got it. But now we have Alpha. They're going for a buy with the Bulldog, a bit scattered now because they did use that Tour de Force. However, keeping enough cash so we can continue to buy with the rest of the squad. It all depends on this initial fight. If Eve can get the shot, that would make everything so much more difficult for them to win this one out, but no deadly connections made just yet.
Just doing their best with the Bulldog. This is a pretty cheeky weapon. Obviously receives some buffs to its damage, but it's a little bit too difficult to contend with against the full rifles that the Bulldogs have managed to maintain in their hands throughout this maybe unfortunate string of rounds for the Falcons side. They'll quickly dive onto site. They'll use the Toxic Sprint Grants in space and vie for control. With no Sage wall down, they don't really have to worry about it being shut down instead. And while the Falcons were aware of that, they swung it and give themselves any chance of sight lines, and they lose 2 in the process. Now a 3-on-5. Shed has themselves being greedy for it. They want to go for the kill. They'll do it. Flames off the board, and they'll even cover Semi on that recon bolt. It does not seem to matter. Shed finds 3 total in the round. The greed works out. The flawless round recovery for the Bulldogs, and that is 4 in a row to string together.
Just too dominant. They are steamrolling the competition here on Icebox. It was their map pick, so it certainly is showing why today. Now we have Trist on the op, maybe with the jet, the maneuverability that we haven't seen from them before. Was present on the Rays, but you don't have that ease of access with the operator this time around. So maybe now this could be a signal of change, because no one on this side of Fanshawe has really been fragging out. Only 3 kills from Alpha now is on the first round.
Alpha's watching this ult orb as if their life depends on it. A double swing to Sanson. They will not escape with the rendezvous. Talk about a swift execution now. Just Strolgos really defending the objective. They'll have to send one through Hall and another one thereafter to maybe follow suit. But that ice wall is cut down, and right afterwards, Strolgos is cut down. Now, once again, a 3-on-5. The Bulldogs have started to just dive bomb in. Plant goes down, and the post plant now set in stone. Drist may find one, but it could just be a consolation kill. The operator rings true, but so does Eve, and so does Drist. It's just too difficult now once again. The Bulldogs, okay, that is a nasty shot position there by Eve. Dives through, knows where they are lying, and the jet on jet favors once again the Bulldog side. They are striding ahead now, 5-0. But keep in mind, like I mentioned at halftime here, Los, this is the map of curses. Still a major possibility to see the Falcons come back. They just need to start saving that eco up, even if the Lost Bosses are stringing together to make sure they can continuously buy every round.
I mean, it only takes one to get things started. It only takes one to break the flow of Bryant. Maybe that's all they need. Fanshawe hasn't been able to find those great moments where they can work together. It seems it isn't a team that's going up against Bryant at the moment. It's 5 players working all independently. Maybe this could be a moment now, working along with that recon bolt to get some information along with the Blade Storm. Will be denied. They have to back off. The knives are still popped.
Trying to bide their time. There's still 2 ultimates that can be popped for the Bryant side as well. Flynn goes for the first sheriff shot, tries to go for a second, but Penumbra just pretty much stagnantly sprays them down. Not too much concern in their eyes. The Boyce is swinging for information. Nothing really there. The Blade's going to be the next one to swing, but Eve, this is the first shot opportunity, and that's a lot of information given away free to the side now of the Fanshawe Falcons. Boyce finally gets a nice swing out, actually finds a kill, takes Shed off the board, and now that is the From the Shadows, one of the ultimates that was on the side of the Bulldogs off the board. A 4-on-4, and I would not be shocked to see them rotate away. They're already set up to push B with the placement of that toxic screen earlier in this round.
Will be a bit of information going the way of Fanshawe after, or maybe not. There it is. Trademark is activated, and there is a longer rotation from Alpha.
30 seconds
However,
left.
Toxic Screen gives them safety. So does this orange box. They'll be able to plant it without any fears because no one is there to fire in blindly through that smoke. Now, it will be a 4-on-4 retake, but the resources here for the retakers, the defenders of Fanshawe, will be limited, especially with Penumbras watching the flanks so tightly.
Here.
Ping goes out for the recon bolt live. You ping it and you still walk into it. That cannot happen. It will not miss the same shots they did previously on the A objective. They'll find one quick blow, but the numbers has already found 3. That's really been where most of the dangers has been. And make that 4. Nearly an ace. Eve steals away that 1 kill with the operator. They finally hit a shot, and it unfortunately steals the possibility of Penumbras just doing what they do best, gunning better than literally everyone else here. 6-0 our start for the Bulldogs and Los. It's looking harder and harder for the Falcons to come back from this one, but this should be a round that they can contend, as Drist has picked up an operator, and that should allow for them to fight fray on that A objective.
I think at this point, it will be required that Flame drops the Viper's Pit, and it forces them to move over to B, where there might be some potential working its way. Now over onto mid. That's where Drist will be played, and it has to be a drop of the Viper's Pit, which I guess did not proc initially, and that'll make him think twice about it. A deadly situation, but this doesn't extend to the site itself. If they can circumvent this Viper's Pit, it won't be that much of a threat.
Phil goes for the long hold here towards yellow. We saw this hasn't really worked out for Alpha very much, but Alpha was playing a little bit more aggressively than some would. The Owl drone sent over the top. Varv does not really gather much information. There's still a player lying in wait there. Troll goes caught with the util in the hands once again. Although Simi finds the kill, Alpha refrags it back almost instantaneously, allowing for this one to be a bit easier. Viper's Pit now plays. Alpha's going to get greedy through it. They try for Penumbras, but Penumbras just wins the engagement. Gun up, ready at the moment's notice. And Shed even finds one of their own. It's a nice Hunter's Fury position from the back of Spawn, but Boys can't get off all 3 shots, and instead now has to be aware that the possibility of a flank is there. Shed has gotten so much map control now, playing into Defender's Spawn. Kitchen, stairs now, the avenue of approach. Shev will have to be wary as there is a player quickly on the left. Knifed out. Goes for it.
Oh, the
Driss gives him away! And though Driss will find the kill, they know that this one is not to be contended with, and the Falcons will save the weapons for another round.
They really want to use those knives. Bryant, love those knives. Able to go out in a West Side Story style duel in round 1. That won't be the case. There will be no backstabs here in round 7. Unfortunate if you're a fan of BM here at the NECC.
Man, it's just been so hard for the side of the Falcons to make any success in this, and it's not because the Bulldogs are just the more dominant team all around. It's that they're playing this map the way they should. They're playing around the ultimates they have available, and they're not using them just to use them. They're creating the scenarios that make them a valid option. We've seen that towards the A site. We've seen it towards the B. When they know they're in a situation where it's like, oh no, we're reaching a 3-on-2. How do we play this one? Oh, we've got the Viper's Pit in pocket. Play for the last remaining player to be the Viper, and then play it smart. We see it on the B site. They don't have the Ice Wall. They don't have the Sage to play around. What do you do instead? Well, we know we've lost Simi, so let's go ahead and place the Viper's Pit. Let's play around it, and let's start to get a little bit cheeky down mid and allow for Shed to vie for map control. They're all over the place, Los, and it's causing so many problems for the Falcons that it's hard for them to counteract it, and they're trying to use anything and everything they have, and no ultimates have worked for them.
Okay, Hunter's Fury coming from Varv does tag one. Maybe they can finish it off, but no, instead they'll find a new target. Damaged players will force them to relocate. Troll Ghost, however, standing strong in the back line. They will be by that rodent position, able to swing around, potentially find another shot. They do, but instead the snake bite will claim their life, as this take isn't completed just yet.
Just trying to play still with the operator. Flame does a great job of already cutting down another, but the man advantage favoring Falcons is one of the few times we've actually been able to see that. And the spike is handily in the back of this A objective. The Bulldogs now in probably the most precarious position we've seen them in tonight, as they're looking down at the spike under control. For the opposing team, they have to stay on this objective. Quick swing around elbow. Penumbra's unpredictable at its finest. That will force the hand now. The Bulldogs, as Eve will go ahead and go for the Blade Storm. Goes ahead and dashes back. Can actually get it down in default position without being within the Toxic Cloud. That's planted. They can try to escape, but the shots from Flame may put them in a bad spot. Eve does not fall, though. Still able to survive. Penumbras with the cover. Blade Storm on Blade Storm. And Eve, oh my goodness, the Blade Storm steps up so nicely. And the Bulldogs recover in miraculous fashion. 8-0 our start, and the Falcons are hemorrhaging at every available option.
This was the moment. This was their time, Scott, for the Falcons to step up. They had the man advantage. They had the positional advantage. But it all started with a bit of uncertainty. They weren't sure where the attack was going to come from. And I think it especially comes out from Alpha. They weren't aware, or they were getting sweated a little bit. They wanted to check over by Maze, so they peeked a bit. But on the other side, it was Penumbras who went for the peek. It made it so uncertain that they were unable to go for that refrag or the duel ensuing. And it all fell apart from there. The confidence, the balls, the plays out of the Bryant Bulldogs are leading them to this 8-0 victory. And there is no way the Falcons can halt this offense.
It's a game of momentum at this point. You don't expect to see a team stepping and straying so far ahead. This is a much-needed timeout. It's use it or lose it. You get one for every half. And anything that stops down this assault, the siege of these objectives for the Bryant Bulldogs side is a much-needed breath of fresh air. I always get that backwards. The Falcons needed everything, and this is about everything they have left. Use the timeout and pray, because this round's not going to do it for you. It's an eco once again, and the Bulldogs have given you no glimpses on rounds where you're even bringing out most of your ults and all of your arsenal. This needs to be rodentry at its finest. You need to be pulling out every rat angle you can and just trying and praying to bleed more of the weapons out of their hands, but they already start off on the wrong foot. Simi swings out a garage, finds the first. Penumbra swings to a second, and Simi continues the onslaught on sight. And they're doing it right alongside their cohort of Penumbras, and though Penumbras may lose their life, the possibility of a bunny ace cannot be unsaid, but Eve will steal the possibility. 3 players of the Bryant Bulldogs side catch all 5, and the Falcons once again down another round.
And that just happened so quickly. It started because the Falcons had no resources to work with. It almost seemed that they were thinking, okay, let's just get this round over with. let's move on to our next gun round, because this is something we cannot deal with at the moment. We cannot contest when they are at full force, full rifles in effect, but now they have an opportunity to bring it back. Let's also keep in mind, since those first 3 kills in round 1, Alpha has only secured 1 in the following 8 rounds.
Ah, man, it's been such a hard-fought map, and it doesn't look that way. The scoreline is not indicative of what's been going on. The Falcons have kept some of these rounds close, but good night, the Bulldogs are dismantling everything. It's crazy to see that, and just the success that's there. Such a difficult position to play back from. The Falcons, it is make it or break it for them. They're at a point where they're more than likely they're not going to be relegated out of playoffs. Not sure how many teams are actually in this division. I could be incorrect about that, but with their unfortunate scoreline we've seen for them being quite negative when it comes across the board, I would expect there to be complications, maybe problems with the 3 and 5, which could very well be 3 and 6 by the end of this one. Simi with the first blood in the round. He'll take Alpha. It's been a consistent problem for them, and they've also taken a lot of damage to their Sova, but still surviving for now. Flame coming alive. The Flame has not died out just yet. Not only have they found 3 and brought some life back to the Falcons, but Spike's been dropped, and now the Bryant Bulldog side have to come back from another miraculous lead.
It all comes to exposing themselves. Boyce turns this into a 2v3, a bit easier to circumvent. Now there's backup. We've got Semi in position, but they lose the second they peek their faces out. If anyone just decides to show their face, that would be the issue. Finally, the time has come, and the Falcons have claimed their first round. This will not be a shutout half.
The possibility is there, Los. It is there. It's entirely possible the 9-3 could come to fruition. But look at the eco that's been saved by the Bulldog side. I saw 3 players at the beginning of this round with 9,000 credits in their pockets. 9,000! An unfathomable amount of money, because they've just not been losing anything. Even in the rounds where they are getting it close, yeah, it bleeds a little bit of eco off the top, but they're stringing those wins together. It's hardly a mar on their record. From the looks of things, the Falcons are going to try to employ a new level of strategy. Flame preemptively places the Viper's Pit on A, and you're seeing the side of the Bulldogs play this one pretty slow. They're playing smart. Simi finds the first blood towards B. Quick run out, though. 5 points through the Viper's Pit, and they catch Shed unawares. Drist on the rotate away, and Semi finds themselves dead as well. The Bulldogs bleeding early, and they're showing that they can, in fact, be felled. But the Blade Storm comes out as well for the side of the Falcons. Drist with a miraculous shot to Vard, but Penumbra is still within the Viper's Pit, playing this one well. But it's a 4-on-2 with the Troll Ghost Resurrection, and Penumbra is playing this one smart, now hiding beneath and coming.
The drone, it'll spot them out. Now they have to run away. But the location, it was known. Boyce there for the trade. Maybe it can be saved out by the Heath. That won't be the case. Finally, a second round secured. This may be an upward trend for the Falcons.
I've never seen that before. Thank you very much,
Last
Observer.
round in the half.
3 players surviving means that that's 3 more weapons they don't have to buy. And considering how pretty much awful their eco has been this entire time, despite the loser's bonus having padded their pocket at its max amount, the Bulldogs are really starting to use that to their advantage. But now things are looking worse for wear. They'll be plenty fine to buy out. They just padded their own eco to such a degree that their wallets were overflowing onto the floor. But the Falcons finding 2 in a row means that they have some confidence, and confidence is key in this position. They've been able to deny the momentum of the Bulldogs. Things from that timeout came alive. What? Simi from out of nowhere through the toxic cloud takes 1 shot to the opposing side, and stage of the Falcons is off the board. How do they recover from this early? First blood falls to the Bulldogs.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, blind through the smoke. I'm pretty sure that's what the initial saying was. But a follow-up from Penumbras makes it even more deadly. Flame responds. They will hold on to their controller for now. It's still a 3-on-4. Tour de force still in effect, and no one is here to defend B site. This should be a guaranteed plant, especially with the expense of all those dark covers to keep them covered.
Shroud step behind the yellow crate's a smart decision. Simi's in a good spot. Ree pulls out the Vandal they had in the pocket, but notice the collection there by Flame to pick up a better weapon. Great opportunity by Driss to escape, but they unfortunately dash the other way, and Flame's caught with a knife out once again. Boyce now has to fight back everyone all at once. Great use of the Shrouded Step. That speed is insane. The buffs to Omen have made everything possible, and Shed walks in, or should I say TP's in, and finishes off the job their teammates probably should have done a couple moments prior. The Bulldogs will rob the opportunity of the Falcons to go 9-3 at half. It'll be 10-2 for the Bulldogs.
No 9-3 curse this time around, but it does come down to Penumbras and crew to lock it down. Only 3 rounds needed here, and let's take a look at their defensive setup, and we'll be just Chamber, I think Semi and Penumbras, 2 impactful players hanging out on B site without much positioning toward mid.
I'm more curious about how the Falcons are going to play this one. B objective would be my expected idea because you have the Ice Wall. You have the Sage, something that the Bulldogs didn't employ, and that's why we saw them go to the A site so many times. It's easier for them to take that without needing the Sage Wall. But yet, the quick retreat back while the Bulldogs means Falcons have applied pressure, and they're ready for it. Shock Dart sent, but Barb's already found a kill. They'll send their own Shock Dart over, and it gets little to no impact, but the Falcons have already stepped onto site. Flame finding one. Boyce loses their head to Shed's Ghost, and Shed was not done just yet, but unfortunately, Alpha managing to find the next blow makes things a little bit more difficult. Ice Wall from behind. Semi is going to miss the option. They didn't place the Ice Wall. An unfortunate now position as Semi has gained themselves a 2-on-2. The Toxic Cloud, they'll play within it. They're going to push towards Elbow. They're cheeky with it, and Trollghost is completely unaware, and Penumbras plays just the same. The Bulldogs scrape through the pistol round. They find themselves at 11. The Eco will favor them now going into the 12th, and you need to force if you're the Falcons.
That was a great rotation coming out from the B players. Penumbras and Semi made it look easy, but also kudos to the hold. Although they had 3 players, you would have expected a lot more kills and support to come through, but it is good enough. They have the force round. It's only going to take 1 more until we're here on map and series point, and things certainly aren't looking good for the Falcons.
How do you adjust from this point? It almost feels like you must force, you must buy out, because you lose this round as expected you would, with the Bulldogs being able to bring out the SMG force, their bonus, so to say, they just deserves for winning that pistol on an even compare. You would expect the Falcons need to do just the same, because then they have to pull off a completely flawless rest of this map. It's too hard, a major difficulty, and it just doesn't seem likely. The Bulldogs have just given themselves so much control and dominated up to this point. Driss goes for a swing. Trollghost tries to follow, and Penumbras has taken no damage in the entire affair. Re-swings back to Garage, and they walk into the line of sight. Sprays down 2, and now Flame has to try to pick up the pieces, and that's really all that's left. Thankfully for them, Trollghost does not miss the classic to the head of Penumbras, but they lose Alpha from the flank as Eve finds themselves even more. It's just Flame left standing in the 1-on-4.
Are all alone. Their best bet is to maybe get some decay damage down before they fall. But that won't be the case. Semi peeking back from the 2, back from the top of B to let them land into the match point. 10 rounds ahead of their opponents. Clear it away. It's only going to take 1 more to put this series to rest. This is a much different team, much different match than what we saw back on Split.
That could be indicative of why we see the fact that Brian Gold picked the map of Icebox. Fanshaw was the team that picked Split. Seeing the fact that the Bulldogs took Split could have been an indicator for how this one may have gone, but never this result, never this sort of affair. It was unexpected to see the Bulldogs come alive to such a major degree. This is different than just playing on another level. This is a whole new team. It looks like they've come into this one and said, hey, big bro, take the controller from me like it's Call of Duty back in like 2011. It's definitely not the case. We know for a fact, but come on, the Bulldogs are feeling themselves up right now, and the problem still lies, and they just need to finish it. But the Falcons are doing a good job of denying so far. They find the first 2, but Simi finds the next 2, and now has the tour de force to bury them further. This is going to be a hard-fought battle on A for the Falcons.
Feeling themselves up in the Collegiate League, a little risque, but when you're so far ahead, hey, do what you can. They certainly are. Tour de force there to deny absolutely the A site, and they'll make a push up toward mid. they'll think twice about it because there are players everywhere, or at least in any major lane. Penumbras rotating back to B, expecting potentially push up tube. Well, they'll have someone to meet them. It's going to be Eve. If they peek around, they only got a classic. They got to get away.
Oh,
30
the
seconds
base.
left.
Eve's playing corner. Semi's got the cover, though. Semi able to find one. Penumbras with another, and now Flames, the only player really left to fight. They'll cut down one. They need to find the last. They do, and the Falcons will survive for at least one more round as the Flame has yet to die out, and Flame themselves are able to save face for now. But notice the Bulldogs, despite losing that round, they are sitting quite nicely for the eco. They're going to force anyways. They know they can. And despite the Falcons winning the round, they are in shambles. They'll only have enough to really buy 2, maybe 3 full stay rifles. Troll Ghost won't opt for the mainstay. Instead, will hot on over to a Bulldog instead. Hard round to come back from, but the Bulldogs have everything all at once.
This one all depends on keeping Flame alive. If you could get Flame to the site, you could get the Viper's Pit, and you could have that plant secured. The Numbers, though, has to back off, and they will be tagged, but everyone is too far away to take advantage of it. So space given, space earned here for the Falcons. Barrier followed up as well. So if they just get that barrier up, by time for the Viper's Pit to activate, this could be their move.
Penumbras finds 2. They've lost Varv, but seemingly still a position that should favor the side of Falcons with the fact that the Toxic in the Viper's Pit is here. Penumbras with the snake bite. That actually drops the Spike Planter. That means that it's really only Flame left standing as they lie within with Eve's kill to official. And Penumbras, how many times does this one undo everything? A 4K to end things off, and the Bryant Bulldogs take map 2, finishing off us off in a 2-0 series as they go 13-3.
Penumbras. That's a name we gotta remember, folks. Penumbras was so strong within this series. On the Omen, on the Viper, they were everywhere. It doesn't matter what agent they're on. They will sleek, creep, sneak everywhere they want and find the frags. How many times have we seen them come up with multi-kills throughout this series? It has to be at least 5 times they've come up with a 3 or a 4K.
I feel like combined it probably equals 40 kills between the two maps, right? It's got to get close at least 30, right? There's no way anything less than 30, because I think at halftime they were at like 14 kills. Like, Penumbras was just the end-all be-all for the side of the Bulldogs, and while everyone else was closing up house, Penumbras was leading the charge. They were the bull in a china shop, and let everybody else, kind of the calflings behind them, also break their own teacups, letting them have their own affairs. That's how strong of a force the Bulldogs were. It's crazy to see that dominance on map 2, especially considering how map 1 was.
Of course, and that's such a change of pace that we saw coming in from the Falcons. You know, they were really contesting. They were going toe-to-toe. I believe 13-9 was the final score, and I was expecting something very similar in terms of competition when we headed into map 2. Heading into Icebox, there was no sign of life, really, for the Falcons until those final moments where maybe Flame brought on something, that 3K to end it all to save the day, but it wasn't enough. You need to have plays like that every single round, and you cannot rely on a single player. I mean, Penumbra's a single player was doing amazing plays, but they had a great help. They had a very successful team that was able to build off that, create scenarios where a Viper can get into positions for amazing flanks, amazing multi-kills. That is just not what we were seeing for the Falcons.
I felt like they didn't vie for map control nearly as much as they should have, and that was one of the reasons why we saw the Bulldogs on the defense play fairly well, but also on the attack, completely a free reign over mid. We only saw, 2 total kills from mid control of top of nest for the defending side there, the Fanshawe Falcons. They didn't deny that control, and while it wasn't perused very often, they rotated a lot. If you had just put a thorn in the side of the Bulldogs and played towards orange, you would have had a sight line on that transition for their pivot to another objective. Nothing was there. Nothing. And the Bulldogs had free reign over the back of the attacker spawn, their own spawn, and free reign over the majority of the lobbies for each of those objectives. Something has to change, and obviously, unfortunately for them, it's a little bit too late. But that means, for everybody out there, if you're here for the next match, we'll get on over to it fairly quickly. We'll take a quick little break, though, between that. Congratulations to the victors here for the Bryant Bulldogs to give themselves an even further lead and essentially lock in. I think they may have already been locked in for playoffs. And I think the Falcons may have, unfortunately, not been able to make it. We'll have to see. I can't give you any guarantees. I don't have that list in front of me, unfortunately. But stay tuned for more. There's more games coming up right after this. We'll see you guys after a quick little break. NECC Valorant Week 9 returns to your screens, your eyeballs, and your ear holes. Tremor and I will be taking you through the second match of today. We're still in the Champions Division, and we're up in Champions Yellow, and we have a team that are on their last legs, hoping for playoffs against a college that's in the middle of the road. They've guaranteed their spot, Tremor, but not quite a perfect seed.
Not a single one of your orifices are safe from what is going to be an incredible matchup ahead.
Speedrun to get fired challenge.
I know. We've tried every week to do something progressively worse, and they keep bringing us back. We've got the University of Houston, the UH Pristine versus the St. Clair Saints. UH Pristine, let's be honest, definitely have had a rocky season. But Harry, we were speaking to Caroline before we started. You're telling me there's a chance?
Caroline has said that there is a chance if they win 2-0 that the University of Houston Pristine can make their 1-7 current record into a 2-7 record and just slip in to those playoffs. But to do so, their fate is almost out of their hands. They have to win 2-0. That's the part that they are in charge of. But Queen's Gales would also have to lose, so it's not entirely guaranteed, even if they can pull out a mega win here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a world where maybe some of the other games end up being a little bit dicier. Maybe Clark end up winning theirs. The reality is, I don't see UH Pristine 2-0ing this. I think that St. Clair Saints, I mean, we've cast them a few times this season already. They're a good team. They're a solid team, and unfortunately, they, I would say, are good enough to definitely take a map here. I would argue the 2-0 odds are definitely a little bit closer to their side of the board than it is Pristine's.
Yeah, there is an assumption you make when you see a team that's 1-7 at the bottom of a group versus a team that's 4-4, and they're trading effectively, even with the upper teams, to not get stomped down by them. I don't think that there have been too many 0-2 losses. They have done that to Carlton Ravens, but we kind of expect Carlton to excel in the Valorant Champions Division. We're going to bring up our rosters in just a second so we can comment on some players' majors, and Kremer and I can pretend that we walked away with valuable degrees as well.
Well, one of us walked away with a valuable degree.
One of us walked away with no degree.
I'll let you guys guess which one it was. One of us didn't even walk away. They sort of limped and crawled back to the safety of their own bedroom. They've given away which one it was there.
Let's bring up University of Houston first so we can have a look at what everyone's doing on this roster. And here we go. These are the University of Houston Pristine. We've got Belle, Pogi. Is that Pogi?
Pogi?
Seems to be Pogi. Orchid, she's doing business. Mango, and of course, the Koi.
If the finance guys aren't IGLing and if the biochemist isn't playing Viper, I'm going to be very upset, Harry.
I mean,
these are the expectations you set when you say the major that they're doing.
That's a good point. Computer science needs to be playing Cypher. The Koi needs to be playing Viper. Bell has to be playing Brimstone so they can be a hard ass.
Maybe a chamber as well. I feel like the chamber's dressed as an accountant, so like, I think being in finance has definitely helped there. Or maybe maybe Orchid, maybe she needs to be playing chamber. God, there are so many. So there are three possible chambers here. If we see Mango or the Koi go to the chamber, I will be thoroughly upset. However, Harry, that is just one team of today. There's another one. Let's go take a look at their competitors over on the St. Clair Saints. We've got Casper, Wombat, Blossom, Hybrid, and Strider. These are some really long major titles. There's esports and administration and entrepreneurship. I didn't even know that was a thing. That's a really cool degree.
Casper's
Can we
coming
go to
for our
America and do
jobs.
that? Yeah.
Couple more years, Kramer, maybe I can teach that.
Well, that would mean teaching, and that would mean talking. Two things we really struggle with.
That's true.
In terms of, I guess Hybrid would have to be on maybe the KO or the Cypher.
Yeah, KO or Cypher, hacking or suppressing.
Yeah, Blossom has to be the IGL. I guess the Paralegal would be dressed as a chamber as well. I'm really trying to find, like, I guess maybe even the Killjoy could work on the technology on a Hybrid here. I don't know how Strider's
special
going to
power
find
is to
this.
grant visas in record time.
And out the country.
Ultimate, deport your enemies. Let's go over to our map veto before Chroma and I get something done to cancel the stream. Here's a quick look at our bans and our picks. It's looking fairly standard today, Chroma. This is what I would like to call an APAC pick. They love their Icebox and they love their Ascent. Bind can be here or there. Some teams love it, some teams hate it. But if you have someone on your team who loves playing Brimstone, which is an ever more popular character as Astra has been hit hard by the nerf hammer, then Bind is becoming increasingly doable for a bunch of the controller players who have always wanted to play Brimstone there.
For me, this is going to be a battle of jets. I think I'm going to say this assuming we're going to Icebox. Icebox, you can have your double duelist. Ascent, you can have a double duelist, and same for Bind. Both of them have the option for you to go double duelist without it being too unethical or too unorthodox.
Unethical.
Well, I suppose if you're doing something really horrific to your agent select, then that would be unethical. But in terms of agent select, I always consider the chamber like an extra duelist. So Jet Chamber makes sense to me. Looking over to Pristine, I like the fact they're hovering a Killjoy. I think that Killjoy has had some sort of unsung heroism in the last couple of months where we've been able to cast Ascent, and bear in mind we cast a lot of Ascent, Harry.
One of the things that has given me a lot of confidence here for St. Clair Saints is that the second we got into Agent Select, they were on it, man. They were straight in with the
pre-planning.
This is a well-scrimmed map.
Something I want to highlight is I don't like Omen I don't like where Omen is as an agent at the moment. I think that their paranoia can be pretty good, but you shouldn't be playing an agent for one ability because your smokes
select your agent.
There are many agents who do better with those smokes with an ultimate that works. The teleport, I mean, that's rarely used. The ult, we never see Omen ults used. Maybe once in a blue moon it comes out and it works effectively. The reality is, I think Omen's the sort of pick because everyone else is picking Omen, and no one's thought of a better agent yet, rather than Omen being an integral part of a composition.
I guess the counter argument to that is that Brimstone has limited range, and Astra Astra people are just used to her, so there is still some well-scrimmed kind of combo plays with the Nova Pulse and the Gravwell. But at the moment, Omen seems to be like the happy medium for a lot of Astra players who were used to having infinite range on their utility, because Omen can send them out for a bloody long way, compared to a Brimstone that people might be, less used to being able to help out. And when you're playing Brimstone, sometimes being an anchor is less viable because you need to be able to move and deploy smokes in short time.
Yeah. Something to kind of counteract that, though, is in being able to deploy the smokes with unlimited range, the only time you'd ever be doing that is kind of part of a fake, but we're not really seeing fakes in today's meta. Maybe once a series? That shouldn't, once a series for one ability, should not dictate how your composition goes. I am liking the Sheriff by a Wombat, though, as UH Pristine are going to be moving for a fairly loud take to be made.
Bloody hell. You see those pings? Someone forgot to shoot the arrow. That's a kick in. Oh, that's a big paranoia right there. 4 players hit, but no one really to follow up upon it means that it's basically a wasted ability here. And that's an expensive one to not get too much value off of the back of. More agents are going to be seen here as Blossom penetrates through the smoke and Strider wraps around the back. They might get an easy one onto Orchid, and she's going to fall with no one to avenge her. And now Wombat moves on in with the Sheriff in hand, the biggest source to be given over. And boys, it's spicy in the hands of that Jet. Now it's a 2 versus 1. Mango trying to isolate a 1 versus 1. I'm afraid just square crosshair's no good here, love. Casper frenzies him down.
What I really like is how quickly St. Clair Saints move into their retake. It means that for Pristine, they don't have anyone off of the site. There's no flank, there's no kind of crossfire that can be set up. They're all stacked together, and there are only so many hiding spots on B site. And as we saw from Orchid, when she was trying to rotate to back site, just get shot on the back because those sight lines can be so difficult to maneuver around when you are trapped on your own bomb site. For St. Clair Saints, all they have to do is just trade from there. They do just that. They now get to move to the comfort of their anti-eco Harry with 2 Marshals, a couple of Spectres, a gleam in their eye, and a spring in their steps.
It's a happy time to be a serial killer. an anti
It absolutely is. Business is booming. Yeah, Pristine. Set up outside it. It's a bit of a default. I think orb control is the priority here.
Oh, interesting.
I quite like that call, actually.
I mean,
To break the wall.
Yeah, obviously one of the big conditions that UH Pristine
What
looking
is
for
that
here,
crosshair?
that is an absolute
Oh
abomination of
my
a crosshair.
God!
Good God.
That's like 3 crosshairs in one.
It's like looking at Steve Buscemi's face after he's been beaten to death.
That's like it's like a fighter jet's crosshair. What? You can fit an altimeter in that. That's incredible.
Oh,
So
good
I'm
God.
just in awe.
I like how it's got the movement bloom on it as well. Blossom wraps around the back, catches out Orchid. She's going to be waiting for the respawn in the next round. Look at this.
Look
Oh
at
my
it.
God, the motion of it. It's actually eating the bitrate of the stream with how much these boxes are moving. This is actually a danger to streams everywhere. The true Chungus nature of this crosshair. Moving on forward, the Chungus will be slain, and, well, we're feasting tonight, boys, on fried crosshair.
For a crosshair like that, it's just a mercy killing, isn't it? Like, what?
My 500-pound crosshair.
Oh, Jesus just confirmed the crosshair is actually hurting the bit rate. Sinclair Saints. Oh, they continue, and now they get to play a bit of a bonus. Only one player actually falling. It also means that there isn't much in terms of kind of ult point handover to Pristine, and because of that, we won't be seeing ult come online for their full buy, as they once again set up, ready to hit this B site, trying to get some more success than they did on their pistol round.
All right, this time, oh my goodness. What is happening? Stunned by right there.
The dog.
Interesting.
Bruce.
Oh, Bruce came up and gave a direct bum bite.
Came out
Feasting
to
on Russian today. Oh my goodness, Mango moving quickly with that Vandal, a pair of headshots, and that's a B site that's going to be secured while their escape route has been cut off by the fragment. Soon everyone will be able to return to the fray and blossom.
Spike planted.
Sexy sheriff right there, look at that. Oh, beautiful. And that's a beautiful shot there from the Koi. Big crosshair. Big kills. What is that?
Ooh.
The dink into the body shot Blossom is absolutely unstoppable, and now that means Wombat has in hand a fresh Vandal. Sends it over to grab a Phantom instead, making sure that in this 2 versus 3, well armed are so many members here of the St. Clair Saints, but only one will remain up against Orchid first, and she puts down Blossom without any mercy. UH Pristine win their full buy.
Off the back of that as well, they get the Seekers, and in terms of other roles to come online, your lockdown sort of on the horizon, you're starting to get a little bit of a power spike carry. Keeping 3 players alive and that spike plant is always going to help your economy. They're going to have a buy next round regardless of the outcome of this. Question kind of falls to St. Clair Saints is how well will their ult management be this round? They have an ult command. The Omen TP's going to come online. Harry, I don't even see that as just an ability. It's like a placeholder ready that
That's
comes
not
on.
an ability, that's a screen LED.
It actually is. It's just like some extra splurge to put on camera. CC Hybrid, some fairly heavy ping, C6 are going to be another hit to beat. I mean, if you are on Pristine, why fix what isn't broken?
Paranoia hits both Orchid and Vasova right here. The Koi, though, look at this, taking so much space. However, it is reclaimed by their compatriot. Turning around, Mango has been spotted. Not quickly enough to save Wombat, but still, a 1-for-1 trade is good enough. Poggy now in the side, but will it be a PogChamp spray with the Spectre up against these members? Might want to try and get closer a little bit to take advantage of the greater range. Moving on out, Casper's already seen them. Poggy gets backstabbed and Strider can't last for long. Now it's Bell in a 1 versus 3. Will they be able to play the hero alone? No one's shooting the arrow,
Ooh.
but they are shooting Bell themselves. This should be a defuse alongside a couple of upgrades here, and Casper's going to be given the second half to get closer to that tour de force.
3-1 now. UH Pristine, like as mentioned before, they will have a buy. The spike plant's definitely going to help that. And they also get a lockdown now, which becomes available to use with one away from your Blade Storm. There's a very real possibility here where the Koi, bear in mind, they're the one with the lowest credits. They go for a Piston of some form, and they get an Ult Orb, and they just bring out the Blade Storm as quick as humanly possible. Over on the Saints, they have the placeholder ults. The ones that really matter, though, are both the Blade Storm and the Tour de Force, both one away from coming online. And so for St. Clair Saints, the reality is this is really going to be a gun round. I doubt the ultimate's going to have too much of an effect unless we do see some very well-placed lockdowns.
Oh, look at this. Is this an Ares boost? No.
They're just avoiding the
too much CS Chroma.
avoiding the recon dart. You know I love me some boosts though, Harry. They are fun.
Oh,
when do we get
be
finicky?
seen.
When do we get piggyback mechanics?
Yeah, come on. Next agent,
Come
Crema.
on, Rito.
Next agent comes with a saddle.
Oh, like a 7-foot giant, just like pick someone up.
Hodor style.
Yeah. Oh, that is. This is a game with. This is where I want to see my Valorant go.
Strider. Oh, they're going to TP into the... Oh, no. They missed the Nano Swarm just about. And Orchid stays behind to cover the flank. Doesn't take the shot on Hybrid. Just puts out Andy the alarm bot and says, you know what? That'll do me. One player spotted here. And admittedly, a lot has been done here by UH Pristine for a small buy overall. Oh, the Flying Frenzy now, boys. Slowly descending, Orchid beats out Strider, and that could be a lootable weapon later on in this battle. Casper needs to move on forward, gets ready to teleport away, instantly takes down Orchid. She won't be part of this fight, and now it's down to the 3 players who remain on the site. Koi has got their knives back, and they put them to good use. Blossom tries their best with a 3k to reclaim this, but it's Bell with the Ares who puts it to bed. UH Pristine convert once more.
The only problem I had with that round was they actually got rid of the Ares afterwards. I would have liked to have seen that become one of our alien guns, the sort of guns that get passed around like every round.
Why buy a gun that costs why pick up a gun that costs twice as much? You need to level up that Ares like Ratchet and Clank, you know, get its special effect.
Thank you.
Get the golden Ares.
Are we seeing both a judge and a tour de force? Is that an option for Casper here? Potentially, there is the based on my wombat as well.
Yep, here comes the Tour de Force. I'm surprised that they're using both the Tour de Force and the knives. Oh, Blossom. Nice flash. Idiot,
like
says
the
Mango.
Fake.
However,
I really like this fake.
Oh, Strider, seen by the alarm bot, dashes out of a smoke. I'm kind of surprised that there hasn't been a better weapon given over to Strider here, considering that one of their teammates has a Bladestorm and the other a Tour de Force. Wombat, of course, only had a Classic to play with, and Poggy's picked them both up. Getting up close and personal, Hybrid simply can't hit a shot onto Poggy, and now the Tour de Force has arrived. Judge, in the other hand, a couple shots remaining. 2 in the chamber, 4 the chamber. As Casper begins to wrap around the back, Bell has their own stab coming in from Market, and UH Pristine in the last few rounds have looked a lot cleaner.
I won't lie, that seems like a bit of a blunder from St. Clair Saints there. They had 3 players all ready to challenge, I believe, Poggy, and they just don't do it, really. There's they have 2 players in a crossfire, only they peek them one at a time, both get shut down. They had a 3rd player who swings on Poggy with their knife out. And then the time takes them to readjust.
Knife swing.
The 2nd player's hidden, they get killed. It's a messy round. Luckily, that's behind us, Harry. We're now back into the danger zone. Rifles v rifles. 2 placeholder ults on either side, but the real one to watch out for is that not only the crosshair, but also that Hunter's Fury.
Every time I see it, it disgusts me anew.
It genuinely looks like a pilot's reticle. Like,
alright. Confirmation of presence over on B. I haven't really seen a KO flash used at that kind of range before. Rarely do you see the overarm throws of the flashes unless you're doing a really long range assist. The Odin here, sitting in garden. Interesting. Maybe they'd swing off of... I'm not sure what they'd swing off of, to be honest. Like, they don't have a huge amount of info gather here.
Maybe they're hoping to be smoked?
Maybe so. Well, it's going to be revealed now, Crema. And just madly firing through the smoke. The jet just jumps across and floats by the line of fire. That's great. Good understanding of the mechanics. Casper now playing from hell. Bell going for a plant. Not going to be stopped right here. Will be suppressed in the midst of all of this, but now still has all of that. Run and reload. I don't think so, mate. Over to the other side of hell goes Casper. And who dares pop into the Frenchman's domain? Mango goes high, but they will be the only one remaining as they sit in the low. Orchid's got the cover. Playing from outside the site, the Odin up close. They are intimidated as they look into the third eye of the Omen. Oh, don't let him touch me. He's so close. Ew.
Get him away! Get him off! Get him off!
I'm scared of emos.
Spiders and emos, the two most frightening things in this planet at the moment.
Of me? Yes, spiders, emos, and that crosshair. I fear no man, but those three things, they scare me.
Wait, he's not here, is he? Wait, how do I get this thing off?
The crosshair's coming from inside the house.
I love the buys that we're seeing from Sinclair Saints here. Is this a Judge, a Spectre, and an Odin? This is a proper garage buy where they've rummaged around at the back of the sofa and just pulled out whatever they can find. We are seeing a Guardian as well on Mango. The economy from both teams isn't looking too good. Pristine do have a little bit more in the bank. The consistent spike plants are really helping them financially. But what I really want to see now is some utilization of that, potentially some faster plays. The placeholder roll was used and proven. That's why it's a placeholder roll, Harry.
It's a recon arrow.
It's a recon arrow.
That's a
position
recon
you
arrow.
already knew people were there.
Bruce the dog. Ooh, good shot there from Bruce the dog. It's a bait and switch though. What?
What?
Casper's let Hybrid die.
The betrayal.
There will be no survivors on the enemy team or mine. Shadows.
I think we're about to have a mutiny on
It's going to be a team meeting.
Yeah, like, boys, what was that? Foggy gets to join his teammate through mid here, but both of them, 40 seconds left. They need some form of map control pretty quickly. And as Casper extends through A-Main through Gelato, this is where things get a little bit worrisome because they either push us to the Omen or they get outflanked.
Strider. Oh, outdone there by two people peeking on through. No TP to be taken here by Casper, simply too far out of range. And no detection of the KO. Remember that a plant here is imperative to get to try and keep up that economy. It's going to try to be challenged here by Bell. Running low. That's a beautiful flash. The underarm throw from the KO is rewarded. And now Poggy rides alone and will be riding straight back to spawn as St. Clair Saints recover initiative on this map.
My gasp there, Harry, was because Blossom flashes out of heaven and literally couldn't have blinded Casper better. That was a perfect flash onto his teammate there.
Hybrid sends his regards.
That genuinely was. And the Saints find themselves with getting ready to kind of push 6 rounds here against the kind of shaky by Pristine. Safe to say they hit 6 rounds. 6-7 rounds on your defensive ascents. It's not great, but it's definitely not a bad position to be in. And for Pristine, what utilization this judge gets? Because we rarely see attacking judges.
Yeah, the attack judge is very difficult to play if you're not a Raze or a Jet who can really try and close for distance. Wombat feels a little bit scared from all of this. Multiple players will be suppressed, but the recon bolt does its job. However, Mango peeks their head out of the clouds. I'm afraid, mate, you ain't no Nimbus 2000. You're a Nimbus 0 now. UH Pristine. Think about what they've done and decide that pushing into this null command for now, inadvisable when they're uncommitted thus far. Instead, the Koi will try and play the backstop to stop any re-aggression from these defenders.
The Koi playing chicken with an Odin is
I guess they want the Vandal. I'm surprised they didn't smoke closer there to grab the Vandal from where Mango was.
Strider's ready to set up for a peek as well for his Odin, for a friendly Odin. This is going to be a really difficult side take for Pristine. Without any flanker through mid, I feel like they've already lost their element of surprise.
All right, the paranoia should be good to get 3, maybe even 4 who are going to be blinded. A double down from Blossom, blinds themselves when confirms the presence of multiple people in that walkway. However, Poggy better when it comes to the duel. Bell taken out at the back with Strider's backstab. Casper wraps around the back. The alarm bot's been put on down and the Nano Swarm taken out before it can even do anything. The Koi managed to close the distance. We wondered about what the attacking judge would do. The answer was not much, Kramer, but when it's defending a site, it's bloody powerful. And the Koi shows that off as Orchid, she puts the bookend on this one for UH Pristine.
I am very impressed with Pristine to be able to get onto a site with just a mere couple of pistols, the odd Charged Spectre. St. Clair Saints, that was a bit of a blunder. Strider uses his paranoia. Blossom doesn't peek off the paranoia, instead flashes. So you're blinding someone who's already blind, you lose that utility, and then you peek once the blind had failed. Once the blade just wore off, and well, in that sense, you're just swinging into a 3 versus 1. Blossom dies, sight falls, and UH Street, they just up the tempo and catch him off guard. A lot of ults to play with as well here.
On these. That fragment, I believe, does a little bit of damage. However, most of it was obfuscated by the line of sight. Blossom tries to dodge the Hunter's Fury, but has no chance to do so. Up close is Strider. They get to upgrade to a Phantom because Mango haphazardly walked into their own smoke and attempt to stop the plant. And while Timmy Turret is definitely going to fall, so too is Poggy. A double kill from the Hunter's Fury, but only one of them was technically a sentient. Bell, I like the positioning towards the back. Some varied positions from this Sova and the remainder of the attackers. Bell is going to be isolated, taken down by Hybrid. And Koi, they can't cover the crossing here, so it should be an upgrade for the Sova. Now on a 2 versus 2. The Cloudburst will fade. Casper's going to be revealed and still wins out against Koi. It's down to Orchid for a 2 versus 1, but Casper marauds on forward. And they should be giving the half over here to their Sova, who manages to pick it up just in time for a defuse.
That monstrosity of a crosshair, Harry, is what happens when you go from Flight Simulator straight to Valorant.
Well, it's appropriate they're playing Jet then, right?
I guess,
but I thought this was Asex combat.
It's like, well, where are my missiles? I don't remember this. Yeah, interesting. They can get a full buy, sure, but they committed a fair bit into that round. Both the Hunter's Fury, the Seekers, and the Blade Storm. With 2 rounds left of the half, you do still need some form of utility. There's a false sense. This is where you see false sense of security. Yes, Poggy has a teleport, but that isn't an ult tag. I don't consider it an ult. You do have the Tour de Force on Sinclair Saint, something I doubt we'll see unless there is some economic woes. There's a push comes through mid.
Oh, Mango close up here, still wins.
Oh,
Oh my goodness,
oh my
the spray
God.
transfer is beautiful. That is mwah, bellissimo. The Koi, less bellissimo right now. Poggy
Oh, do we see?
prepares for TP with the spike. If anything, it's just a catch up with the rest of
It
the team.
actually works.
They're going to
An
TP straight
effective
over to the
teleport.
site.
We see it. Miracles
Oh,
can happen,
Mango
Harry.
is on a mad one today. You know that he's hungry for the ace. I'm not just a fruit. I have birds as well. The dog. There's the Hawk. Rushes on out, I'm afraid. Hybrid managed to turn away from that one, so Mango's reign of terror is over. I'm allergic, mate. My doctor says no mangoes for me. Now it's the same. 2 versus 3 setup that we saw before, an attempt to flush people out of that B main approach. Hybrid looks to finish off anyone who would have been wounded there, but it's the backstab from the counter Sova that needs to be regarded here. Poggy falls down first. Orchid has to try and defend this by themselves, and it comes down to a 1 versus 1 up against Casper, the hero of the previous round. Orchid takes the swing, she finds the aim, defeats the Frenchman, and Orchid secures it for her team and gets herself an ult.
Last round before the
Out of interest, Harry, where do you place mangoes on your kind of fruit tier list?
You know what? They're kind of equal to peaches for me. They're good, but I don't know how to eat them gracefully.
I understand that. Where would that put them though on the tier
Like,
list?
would not eat one in public, but would enjoy in private.
I appreciate that, but where does that put them on your tier list?
I suppose kind of B tier.
B tier.
Like they're not cold grapes. Cold
S
grapes are
tier.
amazing.
Mango gets an S tier from me. Mango's great.
That's
Orchid,
because you don't
annihilates
care
one
about
part of the
people
jump spot.
seeing you just dribble as you eat one.
I don't eat gracefully regardless. I'm sure it's something you've probably learnt at this point now.
Here come the Seekers, the game of cabbages heading on out. But how far will they let us go? I hate myself. Strider now with the Spectre. We'll have to be forced out here by the reconnaissance bolts. Casper taken down by Mad Fire through that smoke. And now 5 players are still alive here for UH Pristine, or 4 rather, as they lose out on the Koi. Strider has been remarkably good at getting at least 1 kill with the old Spectre now and then. However, UH Pristine tie up their attacking half. This is their map pick, Kremer, but on the attacking half, 6-6. That's pretty good.
It definitely is. I'll tell you what, Mango is having a hell of a game, Harry. Currently going 18-10. His teammate teammate below him only on 9 kills. He is playing out of his mind right now. And what I am looking forward to seeing is whether or not they can keep it up on their defensive side. Because while Sky can be very effective on your attack, Flasher's can instantly burst in with the assistance of Bruce. Whether or not they get that same aggression transfer over to the defensive side entirely depends on how your Jet's willing to play, because having 2 players go aggressive on 2 points of the map can be a huge gamble. Usually it's only one person who probes for info if they get it. Also, if they don't, kind of process of elimination, you know where your opponents are without having to risk giving up an aim duel.
Revealing area.
An attempt here to try and just roll straight onto A. The paranoia to try and meet them. The Ghost can't find its man. And so Wombat storms on forward. That magazine expends real quickly, and that's going to be plenty of damage done. Blossom's actually taken out by a random bounce there on the shock dart. Orchid senses danger towards the back. They know that Casper's lurking here somewhere. But they might have to go up against a headhunter. Actually, it's only a Ghost in the hands of Casper. An unorthodox buy, Crema, for a chamber and a pistol round. We'll see if it works out. Timmy Turret sent into melee range, trying to catch Hybrid while they're reloading from that frenzy, and indeed Bale will do just that. The swing is solid from Mango. They've found out the timing, they've found out the enemies, and that should be, Crema, an easy defuse for UH Pristine.
It's great stuff from UH Pristine, who really capitalized on the miscommunication of St. Clair Saints there. I think that they're going, it's the entire team there on your Afterplant, we're going very aggressive solo. We saw 2 players stacked up on Generator, which meant the Heaven player could just shut them down. And when your Heaven player is a Mango, I mean, you need to have someone holding that position, or Mango will capitalize on it, as it's just shown there. A few unorthodox things, as you mentioned. Casper not going for the Headhunter, instead opting for the Ghost. I don't really see what the benefit was there for the Ghost, or maybe for the extra utility. Bear in mind that it was a fairly fast pistol round regardless, so having those trademarks didn't do much. St. Clair Saints, once again, go for the fast play.
Overhanded throw, moving straight in, Poggy overwhelmed, and that should be a lootable weapon. Down goes Fedor, and out comes the Marshal, but the Coin, not having the best weapon for a retake here, has to wait for others to come in and make some kind of distracting force, ideally someone else to come and break down that door for them without announcing the presence.
Try to make up your minds, please!
Oh my goodness, coming round the back. Bell tries to rain terror down upon them with the Ares. They accidentally look into the maw of the bird. Mango can't adjust in time. Casper, finally with a headhunter in hand, has got themselves a pair of headshots. Where was this in the pistol round, bruv? And now the Koi, again, with the anti-eco that they had, could be forced into trying to take one of these fights. Casper, it's a 3rd headshot with the headhunter, and that only tilts me more about that pistol round, Grammar.
Yep. Something I want to highlight there is that St. Clair Saints, when they are aggressive, they're actually really good at going aggressive. They are, I think, a bit of a set piece there where Blossom just flashes over the top, Wombat dives in, and they just use that flashed opponent to allow themselves to snowball. I do have a bone to pick with Strider, who went under Heaven, went back to Generator, back to under Heaven, back to Generator, and they sort of alternated. They alternated between those positions about 5 times. The only thing that kept them under Heaven was the fact that they were fully blinded and sort of forced by UH Pristine, rather than their teammates to go, stay under Heaven.
Man, don't be a hater, he's got his Fitbit on trying to get those steps in, you know?
Honestly, was it Tamagotchi who you used to, like, had to walk? I used to shake mine.
you just sat there making a suspect gesture, shaking the Tamagotchi.
I never considered it was a suspect gesture. Oh my world has just been rocks. My poor Tamagotchi.
My goodness. Adult Crema has discovered.
Well, I mean, like, I feel like it's safe to say I was never a child. I was just born. I was created.
You
at the age of 20.
materialized.
Yeah, I sort of just stepped into reality at the age of 20.
When enough FPS gamers rub together, they perform mitosis, and a Crema is formed.
Pretty much. Unfortunately, the FPS gamers that made me weren't very good, so that's why I recast it now.
You came from the FPS slums. Quick close on the door right here. Timmy Turret should be taken out soon, but Orchid must be feeling real isolated right back here. The Koi picks up the discarded Marshal as they move on through. Orchid can't beat the overwhelming force that has been purveyed against them. St. Clair Saints grab themselves a quick conversion here. Now remember, they're mostly playing with, I believe, what were looted weapons from UH Pristine's attempt at an anti-eco. Speaking of UH Pristine, we're on board with Mango here. This should be an easy kill for Casper, and indeed it is. Well set up with the Phantom, looking for more, but goes too low and has to back out as soon as they can. And now Casper is going to be the last one to try and take action if they're smart about it.
One enemy
Koi
remaining.
tries to convert on that. However, Blossom too good on the peel. Bell looking for the right click
Ooh.
on Wombat. Run and gun, baby. I am speed.
I can't help but think that once, now that St. Clair Saints have hit their attacking side, they've really looked dominant. And we're talking seriously dominant. I think in the last round, the last 2 rounds, they've lost, I want to say, 1 player. And you look at the ult management for UH Pristine, that's really reflected there. No one's close to an ult. And while Mango was the guy to look out for on the attack, now that they've hit their defense, they've really slowed down, which was a big worry I had going into the second half. Now, in terms of bonus buy for St. Clair Saints, it's a fairly good buy regardless of the 2 specters there. So they're not playing for too much of a bonus, but it is still a chance to really bolster some economic standpoints as they get ready once again to go for a fast play onto the safe side.
Same rush, different round, Kramer, but it's just as deadly now. Look at that, the Koi pinged within their own smoke, turned it into a one-way. You thought the smoke was your ally, but that's where you were wrong. Wombat's so bloody quick on this, your rifles mean nothing to me. Tries to chase down the reload, but Bell's good on the peel. Don't worry, Mango. You can stay safe in my fruit bowl.
Even in the fruit bowl, there's no safety.
There are bananas in there, they'll make you ripen faster.
Casper, going on a hunt. I like the fact that St. Clair Saints are hunting here. I really like that. They know that UH Pristine don't have cash, and they're really looking to punish that now. As they go for a small little advancement through CT spawn for UH Pristine, they've really just backed off into a corner to hide. The issue is, though, Harry, you can't run from a corner.
What are the first things
No matter how
to note
scary it
about
is.
this? Oh no, Kremer, the hunting party is closing in. Bell and Mango against the world. The blind is good, so Mango grabs another Bell. The next comer is easily slain. About that economy you're hoping to ruin, St. Clair Saints. I have 1 card to pull out for you, and it's not a joker. It's an Uno reverse.
I don't think they were... I think every part of that plan was perfect, apart from the part where they just got killed. It was,
That plan was going so well until you all died.
Yeah, you know what I mean, with Gru looking at his whiteboard and he's going, so we
Yes.
find the saving players, we hunt
Fight
them
them.
down, we all die. We all die? Interesting. Set out once again with a fairly heavy B defense, but St. Clair Saints doesn't matter. It's a fast as anything push once again. This time, though, there's no opening to speak of.
Hot flash is solid. Mango gets themselves into a corner, but cannot risk the wrath of the defensive nano swarms, even though they would have done less damage to them. Look at this. They were taken low by the shock dart, and that made them easy prey. St. Clair Saints flawlessly execute.
Slaughter.
We talked, Kramer, about how quickly St. Clair Saints had picked this composition, and evidently, the way they've been scrimming, the usage of the paranoia, the flashbangs, the recon darts, and the knives in conjunction have rewarded St. Clair Saints with an absolutely terrifying capacity for execution.
On the topic of terrifying, Harry, I played a game of Valorant today. And because it's been a while since we've both sort of played on our European accounts, it's reset all my audio settings, and I was hit by a KO flashbang, and it's the most accurate flashbang I've seen in all games because of how deafeningly loud it was. Orchid, now that, Harry, is an opening.
One hell of an opening for Orchid. She's managed to make sure that St. Clair Saints won't be offered another flawless. However, there are still players to try and make this work. It's a little bit less committal than previously. 3 players moving in towards the site because Casper's going on a flank instead for Seekers. If one of them turns to the right... No! Wait! One's turned around and it's going for Casper. The jig is up! There's an attempt here from a Hunter's Fury to cancel the plant, and indeed, for now, is going to be successful. Strider wraps around the back as Casper has returned to the main, having been given up by that early usage of the Seekers. There's the Judge. Nova Shorty coming in quickly, but Hybrid more than ready for it. And now Hybrid simply tucks in on the site. The pings make them easy targets. A double bounce on a shock dart. And guess who's come in to the stream of fire? Welcome to hell, Bell. Hell's Bells. Orchid still remains here with a Phantom. Might look for 1 versus 3, but honestly, at this point, they could look for exits on 3 players who are still on the site. Strider taking their time with a gunfight, but simply allows Wombat to swing out undisturbed as St. Clair Saints hit 11.
They really started to build momentum now, Harry, and they're really actually quite scary in the process. Moreover, they've been doing this with gunplay. Look at their ults. Every single one is available. They've just not needed them. Pristine, I mean, they had a premise there. I quite like the Hunter's Fury to delay the plant. It means that the Seekers from Mango are able to get a bit more impact, but there just wasn't any gunplay bar the nicely placed shots of Orchid to actually stop them. They do have the lockdown for a retake. They do have the Blaze Storm to accompany the op, the first op we've seen thus far. And we're going to see a TP. Is it a useless TP? Oh, there you go.
Gathering a little bit of info there. I think a couple of pings were sent on out. And guess what, mate? You're dead. A Sova Div says Hybrid as the Koi. Sends one back to the grave. It's a little bit of a high caliber weapon there, Kramer, to use on a simple mammal. But hey, if it works, it works. A teleport up on top of the generator. Lost control of the bird is Mango as they do get suppressed. But now, Casper grabs a pair. They're actually going to get suppressed here, surely. Hiding in a corner, under hell. This could be a bait and switch. Will they be saved in time? Orchid finds them and there's the headshot. No peels are available, but still time is beginning to become an issue. An obfuscation. A bit of stealth, an attempt to try and hold down a defuse on the spike. Orchid has to do it all by herself in a 1 versus 3, and already the first has fallen. A tap here to try and get the second half, but it is not to be, Kremer. A St. Clair Saints cash in their ult bank and earn themselves match point.
This is where we start talking about pressure a little bit, Harry, because you need to remember, if UH Pristine want any hope of getting to playoffs, they need to win this series 2-0. They're on the absolute precipice of missing out on playoffs, and they now need to go into what could potentially be the final round of that playoff chance with 2 Ares, a Judge. I mean, yeah, you've got Blade Storm to help the Judge. You've got TP, which I guess might work. You're clutching at straws, and what may be a Hail Mary, we're seeing some aggression to A main.
Do. Under pressure. Oh my goodness, that was a double concuss there from Mango. And Mango once again has the Ares in hand, a bit of a half smoke here. Mango forced out of location and position as Strider makes the most of a Phantom to get in without any of those traces revealing them. A full blind onto Bell, who eats that flashbang, and now it's a duel of the Odins!
Oh my God!
What was that? He transfers the spray in a way I've never seen before. And now it's down to one little jet and a big crosshair to try and save UH Pristine's playoff hopes. 2-0 is what's needed, but a 1 versus 3 is certainly too much to ask. In comes the first, and Hybrid puts it to bed. That is one Toyota Prius I would not want to wrestle.
That's why you need the Hiluxes, Harry. But more importantly, that is why your ult management becomes so important, because honestly, St. Clair's, they really were so good at that aggression. Their ults no longer became what dictates the entire round. It became what complements the round, and it meant that you were able to consistently rely on aim, something that you can use every round rather than just whenever your ults are available. An incredible attacking side for them, and as they now move to their map pick of Bind, I worry quite a bit for UH Pristine.
Yeah, for UH Pristine, it's not looking great, but if there's one thing they can do, Kremer, it's go down swinging and, well, maybe earn a place in Valhalla via glorious defeat or glorious victory in their last match of the season, preparing for the next one here in Valorant. We will be bringing you the second map, which is Bind, after this break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NECC Valorant week number 9. We are watching the last death throes of University of Houston Pristine as they go up against St. Clair's College.
If you can tell me, those in the chat, where that accent's from, I will send you a $5 right now. And the problem we found, Harry, is that once you put on an accent, it's very hard for you to shake that accent.
It is, but luckily you managed to speak for an extended period of time there, so I could just...
Oh, so it's reset, right.
I could D1940s myself, you know? Very important.
We're heading to bind. It's St. Clair's map pick. Now, this is ever so slightly worrisome because it means they start on their attack. And if a set was anything to go by, Harry, is that St. Clair's happens to be pretty bloody good at attacking. Over to UH Pristine. They've been eliminated from their chances of playoffs. However, they can still really mess with St. Clair's seeding. So this could be a nice time to really mess with them while Mango alternates between agents. Ummy-gadaring, as some would say.
I was just thinking about what we were talking about in the break, Kramer. Would you say that Omen is your third most favorite controller?
But I don't like Omen.
Exactly, third most.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. Arrivederci. I like the fact we're seeing Brimstone on both teams as well. I'm actually really liking kind of the Brimstone pick. Usually we only really saw them on Fracture. Now we're starting to see Brimstone sort of slip his way back into meta on most maps, which makes me a very happy man, Harry.
Mango, don't tease me with the Yoru. Oh, it's real, Kremer. It's a real Yoru. In my stream, in the year of our Lord 2022, Mango has picked a Yoru.
And the Lord said, "Let there be Yoru." And with a thunderclap and a fizzle, a Yoru appeared. It didn't end with a bang. It ended with a Yoru.
Just a like sound like you're frying an egg.
I thought a bit more flatulence than that. Sort of.
He appeared in a cloud of gas, so say the myths.
And here comes the Yoru. Now, I mean, if you are on UH Pristine, you've just found out you're eliminated from any chance of playoffs. Why not have fun? Why not bring out the Yoru? And I mean, the Yoru Jets, the Yoru Rays combo could be pretty good. I mean, you do have quite a bit of maneuverability with you. Mix that with some fairly well-placed recon darts, and you can play some very fast attacking sides. I don't know how this defense is going to hold up, though, for UH Pristine. For St. Clair Saints, the Reyna and Rays a little bit more common, and the Liz can be pretty good for retakes.
Oh, hello. Already, a decoy Yoru goes through the TP, but unfortunately, he's going to have to deal with very real Blossom right here. Doesn't get too much on that big entry. St. Clair Saints, their aggression is expected more this time. And Mango simply waits inside the smoke with a frenzy and a dream. VCAN has to back on out of there. St. Clair Saints stopped early here. Casper takes their time to line up a shot and then grabs the next. You told me it was clear.
Oh. It's like they killed the wrong man. The Koi, I think, is probably more confused than anything.
I will lay down my life for you.
That's a weird, perverse amalgamation of dots and lines to make up a crosshair. God, it's barbaric, Harry.
Hi, Caroline.
Whoa! Whoa!
Thanks for this gift for both you, I, and the audience.
It's a PG stream.
I checked out that French boy, and I'll tell you, he's got some cake on him. Foggy's low, only 6 HP to play with here as the Koi ramps around the back. Headhunter in hand, 2 bullets in the chamber, but only needs 1 to take out the counter Francais. However, now, up against both Casper and Hybrid, this is going to be bloody difficult. Kremer, and unfortunately, Casper is bloody solid when it comes to that Sheriff. Not so much for friendly Ghost as they are just making compatriots.
Harry, can we appreciate that your Aldo the Apache accent is so bad? People thought it was from Crocodile Dundee.
I don't even know what Crocodile D sounds like, mate.
He's an Aussie.
Oh. Well, to be fair, people think my regular accent is Australian sometimes.
I've been told that as well. Maybe they just don't know English accents.
Just anywhere from the Anglosphere.
Yeah, they're not speaking with a West Country accent, and they're not sounding posh. So it must be Aussie. St. Clair Saints. Another fast round, as to be expected from the St. Clair Saints attack. And Mango, well, the flash was good. Didn't quite get everyone.
Look at that locomotion there on Blossom. That's bloody beautiful. Will enough to be seen here by the Boombot. No, Orchid has remained vaguely detected. Yes,
Whoa,
that was a real
utility.
confluence of utility right there. They decided Orchid, she does not get to live. A Boombot on one side, an Incendiary on the other. I tell you what, Kremer, we'd call that pretty well cooked where I'm from.
Pretty well cooked indeed. That honestly, that utility was done with malice there. Like that was incredible.
We have collectively decided that you're gonna die.
You're no longer wanted in these parts.
For the greater good.
The greater good. St. Clair Saints find themselves with a bonus to go out now. There's an Ares, to see a Phantom, there's a couple of Spectres to work with, but for UH Pristine, it's rifles roundable. It's their full buy now. With only 3 kills in 2 rounds, they need to start doing more damage than this. Hopefully, this is where that changes.
Alright, Bruce, put down with extreme prejudice. Mango isn't in the mood for this. Does have a long TP though. It's all the way back on the CT towards B. Or rather, the defender spawn, pardon me. It's been a long weekend.
Orchid, the timing doesn't favour her here. Just one out Wombats.
Oh, she spots the Koi. Or rather, VCAN putting down their teleporter. It will never be used. A sad life for a teleporter crammer. But Casper has drawn attention over from the St. Clair Saints. Or rather, in favour of the St. Clair Saints, over towards B, which allows for a 3 versus 2 over on this A site. Poggy, dare they take the swing? Or do they call in the reinforcement? Swing taken, damage done. But there is some in return as well. A replacement of a smoke here to try and stop the tide moving forward. But you know that Blossom's pace is too much to contain. U-Haul has been claimed. And everyone dives through the TP now. Having to return onto this site. Guess who's waiting but Casper? A dismiss used to gather some info. Out goes for Leah. And now Bell will be blinded. And blinded permanently so. That was a brave dismiss there from Casper. And Poggy, we don't like the brave around these parts.
We don't like adventurers around here.
Adventurer, eh?
I feel like we could be NPCs. Like...
Yeah, the most killed NPCs in the game.
Blossom finishes the job. St. Clair Saints. I mean, we know their attack's good, Harry. It's, for me, UH Prestine's job right now is just survive. Kind of get 5 or 6 rounds.
It's the end of Halo Reach. Spoiler alert.
Just survive. Unfortunately, Harry, the end of Halo Reach does not end pleasantly for the defenders. Defender.
That's true. Are St. Clair Saints the Covenant now?
It would explain, like, I guess, the very, very malicious utility usage to us.
Current objective, survive.
Essentially, just glass Orchid. As St. Clair Saints prepare once again for another very fast setup over to A, where the Brimstone has done, honestly, a pretty good job at delaying, but for how long?
Bit of a friendly blind there, that's okay. No harm, no foul, and plenty of space claimed here. Out goes the Yoru, and that's a lovely flash alongside it. When it detonates, it blinds them, and that allows for Mango to take one out. However, it isn't without blood. Poggy. Oh, that's a spicy meatball of a shot right there. And boy, we're going to flavor town, St. Clair's. The bomb has been planted, or the spike rather, but Poggy cannot be stopped. The Odin in hand, Wombat is softened up. Poggy grabs himself a 4th, and flavor town. Population UH Pristine.
What a round by Poggy there. That first Sheriff shot, that was nasty.
That
Getting
was
the second
absolutely brutal.
The second kill, that's enough. They can die there, and their team should be able to do the rest. The third, okay, good round. The fourth, now you're just like making fun of them. The round is part
You're
of the board.
taking the mickey now.
The orbital strike now becomes available, but the question is, the way St. Clair Saints are playing is they're playing so quickly. Is it possible for UH Pristine to sort of funnel them into a position where that orbital strike can actually become fairly damaging without St. Clair Saints just, well, going to the other side?
Double movement through the TP here, and then returning back to the defender spawn. Mango's having a little bit of fun with this mobility here on the Yoru. Smokes in place to bisect the A's site, and now anyone who is ahead of them will be well out of the way. Look at that!
Oh, it's
the combination of speed boost and, of course, the power of the Raze blast packs has led to a 3-man advantage after Bell falls as well. It's been a rough game for Bell. Currently on 0 kills, I do believe. Orchid's going to have to take this all by herself. And look who's coming to meet her. Excuse me. Miss, can I see your ID? I think this one's a fake.
St. Clair Saints, they go 4-1 up. UH Pristine, to accompany the buy they have, they've got an orbital strike, they have a Hunter's Fury, they've got the Yoru ult as well. My worry now becomes whether or not St. Clair's have enough utility to stop it. I mean, you've got a counter orbital strike, which may help. A tour de force won't really do much against, say, the Hunter's Fury, say, the orbital strike. And what it means for UH Pristine is they currently have a lot of delay in their ultimates. They can stop a bomb plant for a good kind of 20-30 seconds, which can feel like an eternity when your attack is constantly being pummeled.
You know, Kramer, the way I describe our casting is that when I get an email pop up during our cast, I 50% expect it to be a cease and desist letter.
Yeah, we haven't had one yet, so I think we're playing it close enough to the line to not worry. I say yes, touch wood.
Look at this double shotgun setup over in Hookah. And remember that Mango, they can take one shot and then hopefully TP out, but I don't see their TP active anywhere on the map. Oh, an exchange of teleporters. The enemy has been detected by the trademark. It's Mango who's been detected. They actually took a shot there with the shorty, which has caused pause in St. Clair Saints as they decide, you know what, I'd rather not, mate.
Understandable.
Orchid rather woods, but they go straight into Blossom. Orchid's unable to catch this one out. Flashed on out, and then sped forward by the blast pack Poggy. Can't grab the second as Wombat has moved through on the alternate angle to create a crossfire. However, through the back, the Yoru going to be able to gather some info here. Straight away, Vcan has seen them. It was pinged, but Vcan still wins it, and Mango picks up a weapon while in the ultimate. And that means now they're in a much better place to try and battle this. However, they are coming through from an expected angle and don't have much coverage of the primary areas where St. Clair Saints are going to try and fight this. Wombat was so low. They could not sustain themselves against the nerve-wracking damage of the shock dart. You know what? VCAM won't as well. This could have been a double with the shock darts, but unfortunately Bell decided to send it elsewhere. A flash sent out the Lear too, and now Casper has to play their life and play the time. But guess what? As you run from the orbital strike, you're simply running straight into the clutches of... oh, why have you done that?
I feel like Hybrid kind of put the brain to the off position for that round. There wasn't enough time for a defuse, period. You didn't need the orbital strike. And then you didn't need to die to it either.
Set brain to fun.
Yeah, set to sparkle mode. St. Clair Saints, they find themselves with some dual assaults to work with, but nothing too round sculpting like the showstopper, like the orbital strike. Over on UH Pristine, they still have their own orbital strike. They still have their Hunter's Fury, which hasn't really had too much mileage all game.
I've got your trail.
Not a huge amount thus far. The Seekers will determine the location of multiple players. Look at that. That could be a friendly blind actually onto Blossom, but they take advantage of it. Everyone from the duelist side of UH Pristine has fallen, but Bell from afar does their best to help out Poggy, who grabbed themselves a trio. And now the B site is going to be under siege from a terrible duo of Casper and Hybrid together. Casper should be pinged here, and they will be easily more bangable. As there is going to be an attempt to do so, but unfortunately there's too much metal in the way of the Koi, and of course their operator as well. Not the ideal weapon for a retake, but if you're working with information, it gets better and it gets better. Hybrid unpinged Casper, quick to try and play this Poggy. They could be on for the ace, and Bell's already fallen down. The ace has been cancelled. Casper has popped the Empress and used it to gather the info here. The Koi goes low with the operator in hand. They missed the shot though, Kremer. They missed the freebie. Now with the headhunter, they can't get it done. Casper finishes it off. 6 points to Claire.
Much like Heating Mango, that was pretty messy. And there was no dignity in that round, Harry. I mean, yeah, it works eventually. St. Clair Saints. I mean, they're 6-1 up. They can afford to be a little bit messy. They have had a fairly... Like, yeah, they have a big lead, but a lot of these rounds have been really messy. And Christine, credit where credit is due to really make St. Clair's work for this. Unfortunately, well, as you see, it's not really working. A fully has to come out from Yoch Pristine. There are a few abilities here and there to sort of ease them through. We are seeing that tour de force. There are a few upgraded pistols. But the reality is, saving weapons now would be a pretty good idea.
Kremer, look at how chunky the crosshair is.
I know.
Because
I know,
of
Harry.
the...
I know. It's okay. It's okay.
It's a purple block of death.
Such an ugly crosshair, man. Look at it!
I'm not sure if that's what it usually is. I haven't played any chamber. Haven't unlocked it. However, Mango with... What was that? VCAM, what a flick! Oh no, the day is ruined for UH Pristine. Alas for the Koi, they might as well see what they can do here with 5 bullets in the chamber. Walking out. Lovely shot. Second coming in. The quick scope, not good enough though. However, the Koi getting 1 kill was enough, considering they only had the tour de force, which they had already committed, and a classic St. Clair Saints Kremer. It's obvious why they decided to go to bind.
That crosshair, Harry, it's so ugly. Like, we've seen some pretty bad crosshairs, but like, usually the worst crosshairs we've seen have been like meme crosshairs. The Koi's kept this crosshair for the entire
it has remained.
Series. This is a crosshair they use. Why though? Like I'm from like confusion to fear to disgust, now just curiosity.
Oh, Mango, are they unexpected here? Indeed they are. They don't kill Wombat while they're channeling the dog, but that's fine because they took out Hybrid instead. Look at this. Straight over to the judge. You want a fight? I'll give you a fight. Coming around the back, Orchid has themselves a close range rocket, and the bazooka finds the Wombat. It's not an accurate response to the threat portrayed, Kremer, but hey, it'll do. Poggy shut down. Vcan's had himself a game, and Orchid, her re-entry shut on down as Vcan. Yes, we can.
Gets the tour de force as well in the process. This is to accompany a showstopper of their own over on St. Clair Saints. We have another orbital strike on Poggy, who, for me, Poggy's been the only one who's really been responding to the aggression of St. Clair Saints. They've done a hell of a job preventing the pushes through a short and just delaying them, and they have been killing fairly consistently. But there's been no follow-up. The rest of the team have really struggled to just win Angels with St. Clair Saints, and a lot of that does come from the momentum that the Saints have at the moment. My question is, St. Clair Saints, they were worse on their defensive side. Is this going to be a circumstance of that? And if so, kind of to the polar extreme.
No bazooka for you. This is an anti-bazooka zone. Thank you very much. I'm going to need to see your permit for that heavy weapon.
I feel like quite a lot of zones are anti-bazooka zones. In fact, I can't think of many zones that are like bazooka.
Pro-bazooka zones.
Yeah, bazooka's welcome.
Bring your own bazooka. BYOB.
Yob.
1 versus 2. But will they be able to turn the B site into some kind of toxicity? No, they will not. Casper hunts him down.
Some guy shows up with a few beers, having really misjudged the BYOB. Like, guys, what is this?
Well, I see you fellas seem to be packing some heavy weaponry. I hope you don't plan to use that under the influence.
I like the fact we're seeing judges on hybrids. His whole team could drop him. They don't care. They want the judge. Pristine, as we kind of enter the penultimate round of this first half, they do still have that orbital strike, which has been held on to for quite a while now.
Wait, what's this?
As I say that, is that going to be really early usage?
I mean, they were contemplating it, right? Look at this 4-stack as well on A. Bell
really wanna
has
see
no
that
friends
early
over on
use.
B.
That's a mood.
Relatable content from Bell.
Yeah, thanks, Mel. That hit me in the feels, man. The attack is ready to land on this B site, and they haven't heard any of this movement.
Does Bell have
Eventually,
a
the attack
judge?
comes. There's an early warning system. The judge doesn't hit Wombat.
Oh,
No,
Bell
yes.
can't beat Wombat. The players of 2 kills went up against each other. It's like level 2 Pokemon. Oh, they probably could have got away with the plant there, but wouldn't have gotten away with their life. So Hybrid plays their life on this one. A good pop flash blinds 3 members of UH Pristine who were coming in a mono-directional attempt at a retake. The dimensional drift allows Mango to gather some information. Pings have been given, but they're only for him. Has to try and get into cover before removing themselves from this area, but they'll be instantly pinged by the trademark. Oh, it's a sad time to be Mango. In the 1 versus 4, here comes the judge from Hybrid. And you know
I feel like
what,
we need
Crema?
to make
That's
a
why
we need
you
to
play the
petition.
judge.
We need to lobby for non-fruit violence.
Was that a question mark in the wall? Hybrid
That was
with
great.
the artisanal BM. Mwah, bellissimo.
St. Clair Saints bring out their tour de force now. They already have an orbital strike to wield. And I kind of think for UH Pristine, that was a bit of a late usage of the strike. I think the plant was far enough in to be able to be converted. However, I think for St. Clair Saints, if you die, your stats don't look as good. So fair enough. They get out the strike, they plant afterwards, and they keep 4 players left alive. Fast attacks away. Let's see what can be done.
Unfortunately for Blossom, they tried to blast back in while they were blinded, so they just smacked their head into a box. The Koi round the back, a lovely shot onto Vican, sets up a fresh play here, but they have to worry about their back. Casper's over there, will not be detected by something like a trademark, and so the kill is easy onto the Koi. Alas for Spike, is still not in hand. And Poggy contemplates further smoke here, just to be able to back out, which does allow for easy capture of the Spike once more, and it's into the hands of Casper. This is the best chance UH Pristine have had in a while to win a round.
Ooh, I like the
Trickery
rotation.
from St. Clair.
UH Pristine haven't fallen for it, though. 2 players still on the safe site means that unless St. Clair Saints have something maybe a bit groovy in mind, they are going to have to take the 2 versus 2 here. Potentially isolating the duel in showers might give them some reminiscence of hope, but the same duel will dictate that.
Poggy going in for the duel. That's 1 of us 2!
Oh.
Unbelievable from Poggy! Pog and Champ, admittedly. All they could do here was win the 2nd round, because now the sides are going to swap Crema. And unfortunately for UH Pristine, not only is it a mountain that needs to be climbed, it's also one that's been laced with caltrops and pitfalls.
God, the worst, that sounds like every Welsh mountain. God,
The
we don't really
Welsh
have
guerrilla warfare is
Well,
absolutely
we-
unabated and brutal.
we don't have mountains in the UK, sort of like big hills, but that described it perfectly. As St. Clair Saints, they do move to their defensive side, which, as we saw from our first map, is their worst half of the 2. But at 10-2, does it really matter?
I'll cut through.
Mango wants to cut through. You know what? Could you eat a mango like sliced apple? I like apple slices.
That's how I eat mango.
Oh, look at you. Classy, aren't you?
Wait, how do you eat mango? Whoa. Wait, how do you eat mango?
Out of my hand like a barbarian.
Like an apple? Like a
Yes.
full apple? No, why do you eat it like an animal?
UH Pristine doing very well here. Oh, never mind.
Spike down A.
They were doing very well here. Mango with a shorty should be able to win this one. The second, the flicks aren't good. Mango down to 10 HP. If there's an incendiary here, they could be absolutely done, Crema. Checking the back, the spike's not in hand. I'd love to see a double up here. As Hybrid, if they go into this door against a shorty, yes, we play this long range, even with the Hybrid. That's the smarter thing to do. Okay, Mango finishes that one off, but Blossom turns it around at the last second. That was looking so good for UH Pristine until they lost 2 players out of nowhere. Blossom the hero in the 1 versus 1, and now St. Clair Saints to grab match point. They can grab an anti-eco.
I'm just in awe at the fact that you've been complaining about how messy it is to eat a mango and you've been eating them like a orangutan.
It's true. I have literally been channeling my inner Abe, but ooh, fruit from tree.
You need to reject all forms of humanity, embrace monkey the second you see fruit. St. Clair Saints getting aggressive despite the fact that they are with the SMGs here, and I quite like it. It's not going to be expected by Pristine, and you can see that as the Chamber now gets a chance to really go a bit aggressive.
2 almost fall already. However, 2 are taken back. The duelists of St. Clair Saints put into the grave. Koi with their big crosshair and their big gun are going to be experiencing big sadness as Wombat grabs a second there on the swing. Bell at range here with the Sheriff will actually have an advantage against Wombat, but unfortunately Hybrid is a bit more keen on taking that duel long term, and St. Clair Saints, they are looking to finish this one cleanly, Kramer. UH Pristine need to make the most of this bye or their tournament is over.
I think we found for whom the bells may toll, as St. Clair Saints are looking pretty damn good, Harry. And going 5-4 would mean that they already are, I think, guaranteed playoffs. Going 5-4 would actually really help them in getting a good seed in playoffs. And starting playoffs in the kind of upper end of the seeding is a huge advantage. It really allows you to build confidence, and it also means that you're going to get a better matchup for your opening game. As, once again, UH Pristine set up and get ready for a push up through shorts into this A site. However, the flank's already there.
Unbelievable. The core's already fallen. Casper, the friendly ghost, is making himself some extra friends. Vikan sees Yoru through the midst of that. It's only translucent, Kremer. It's still visible. Bell trying their best to flee from the scene of the crime. And this has only isolated Poggy into a 1 versus 2 for the moment. Bell might decide to wrap around the back, pins themselves a couple of weapons. They're looking for a rifle,
Right here.
but none are to be found. The battle against Vikan here, so important, and they're one in sync, like a tango of death and a salsa dance to salvation. UH Pristine keep themselves in this game.
Can I sound a little bit pessimistic, Harry?
You know what? You can be the bad cop today.
Did that really matter?
Can I get a drawback?
Is that I mean, yeah, you actually get a pretty good buy off the back of that. But I don't see St. Clair Saints losing 9 rounds in a row.
I don't like Wombat buying here. In fact, I would like to see St. Clair Saints not force here, because otherwise they might get caught in an inescapable vortex of failure as they just force by every single round.
And just the momentum starts leaving them, where the HPC just start getting really, really confident. I like the judge at point blank, though. Particularly now the HPC may be running straight into it.
Oh, no way! Blossom gets that on the backstab! Down to 5 HP, but they don't care. No escape for you. Here comes the judge. Casper covers the distance and covers Orchid in lead. She won't be part of this round. 4 versus 3 now. The force buy seems to be coming true as Casper is going to be racked by that shock dart. Takes a quick dodge on over. Another shock dart to do some damage. Valia is destroyed and almost trapped in this location are they. Taking the swing. Bell hits the headshot and Koi on the backside as well. Guards the flank well. Down to 42 HP. The A site is considered open.
I like how St. Clair's, they're sort of over peaking. They get the man advantage. They are able to sometimes even get a second man advantage, but then they just keep fighting, and that's where UH Pristine start trading. You now look at the ult management as well. They have an orbital strike as well for this afterplant. So for St. Clair Saints, they need kills, and they need them fast if they want any hope in getting this site back.
Unfortunately, the player who's going to be playing from furthest away to try and get that late-game orbital strike is also the one best suited to the duels. Poggy still has full HP. Vikan caught as they move on through the smoke. Bell wins that one out, and so the orbital strike is saved. UH Pristine grab themselves another round, and St. Clair Saints, surely now they have to eco. No more forces. Please. Just get yourself a full buy. Okay, never mind.
Never mind. That's out the window.
Oh,
I mean,
it's okay. Maybe we'll have 4K next round.
I understand it slightly. They have a showstopper, they have an Empress, and they have the Seekers. You might as well go for a huge ult dump, see what you can do. They're one away from being able to bring out an orbital strike as well, so if Hybrid is able to get that ult control outside of B long, it makes a fair bit of sense actually to go for a full spike here. VH Pristine though, instant usage of the Tour de Force. I mean, you might as well use the ults on cooldown at this point just so you can gain that and keep that momentum. With an orbital strike of their own, not having to use it last round means that it could very well just be a matter of getting into a site and, more importantly, just getting into a retake as soon as humanly possible for them.
Bella's woken up here as well. They were about 0 kills for the first 8 rounds. Now they are on 10. And they are the second highest frag on their team after, of course, the one and only Poggy. Look at the amount of space that's been garnered here by this raise in the back. This might not be expected by Casper. Remember, that's their largest weapon. The Vandal's gone. Orchid now is a linchpin around which UH Pristine can try and pivot, waiting for their counterpart in Blossom. Another has fallen. And that is both the Empress and the Showstopper now gone. Still Hybrid refragged by Poggy. And V can he do anything against Orchid, who grabs yet another? She has absolutely terminated the defense of St. Clair Saints and made sure their force buy looks absolutely foolish.
What a round from Orchid. Absolutely just decimates St. Clair Saints. Single-handedly opens up and then secures that A site. Wombat, I'm surprised they're going for this. Bear in mind, they are on a very bad buy next round. I love the fake bird there. Orchid does fall, unfortunately. The spray transfer isn't quite there. UH Pristine make it 5, sort of mitigating the blow a loss here would be.
A fake bird, but Kramer, maybe the real flashes. The birds we ate along the way.
The birds we ate along the way. You ever ate bird, Harry? Like rodent bird, like pigeons?
I've eaten pigeon pot pies. It was actually very good.
Yeah, that's very good.
But I've eaten a fair amount of other birds.
Well, of course you ate. A chicken does count as a bird, doesn't it? I thought that's a really stupid question. But...
Okay, double-digit IQ, calm it down.
Yeah, honestly, sometimes I just have complete blanks, man. It's just one of those
I feel like
days.
I've been point-blank idioted.
I feel like I point blank incident myself. Please just leave me alone. Cast Valorant, Harry.
Oh, well, space is attempted to be taken here. So much has been blown away!
Oh my god!
Showstopper! The show's been put to bed. Blossom has attempted to stop UH Pristine's tournament right here. And indeed, they might have been successful in doing so. The same backstab, the same tenant is going to wrap their way out of U-Haul and might even get themselves a knife kill here. Look how close they are. Still, they might not suspect that the race is here. Turning around eventually at the last second, Blossom thinks maybe there's someone here. Remember, the Phantom. It's a long gun, Kremer. That silencer gives it a large profile, so Orchid might be able to see them first.
I think this duel between raises will decide the round. 35 seconds left. Orchid, they get this kill. Shutting down the player in heaven as well just becomes a fairly easy ordeal. There's the revelation. Blossom. Does the timing favour them? Oh, it doesn't favour either player!
Walk away from each other! Blossom still doesn't know though! Orchid stabbing in from the back, but she can't finish against the pair. St. Clair Saints send UH Pristine out of NECC Valorant season, but they will grant themselves a better spot in the playoffs.
That they do an incredible game from both teams. And honestly, for UH Pristine, credit where credit is due, they did make a little bit of a comeback in that attacking half. And we did say for St. Clair's, their weakness is their defense. There was that chance to come back. And even after that 3-man rockets, it still almost wasn't enough there. Credit where credit is due to UH Pristine. Hopefully we'll be seeing them again next season. Unfortunately, their hopes of playoffs do dwindle and fade with this result.
It is unfortunate, Kramer, but hey, they went out with one hell of a bang. Orchid in particular, she did a great job in that penultimate round of being able to make a backstab into the enemy lines on A and absolutely destroying the defensive formations of St. Clair. And I think that a lot of teams might actually look at this VOD to try and figure out how to plan against St. Clair in the playoffs. However, that's not all the Valorant from Week 9 here at NECC. We have another 2 games for you over here on the A stream, and over on the B stream we have them coming all night long as well. I think they're still probably in the middle of their second game. They'll be having a third and a fourth as well. However, from myself and the master bird identifier that is Kramer, that will be all. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you next time.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. It's only been a couple hours since you've seen my face, but it's been a long time since you've seen Mix. Welcome back after another 7-day break period for us. We've got ourselves some more Valorant action here for our final week before playoffs go underway. We've got 2 teams ready and raring to go.
We most definitely do. I mean, to speak about these 2 teams and what we have to provide, I mean, even this can be the side of old Clark Gray here tonight for our first squad. Overall 4-4 setting for the season, so not too shabby here on our hands, but even then the other side, we're going to have ourselves Adrian College. And to go ahead and talk about Clark Esports, let's go ahead and talk about their rosters, because we sat there talking about rearing and ready to go. Well, we got to go at least talk about what we got to provide first. That's me, Kyoya. That's me, Stitch Snake, Scorpion, Board, Because, and the old rear mine ever as well. So, that's a lot of words, my guy.
That's not even the name I want to touch on. All right, so it's Minever is how they want to be pronounced. That's not the name I want to touch on. Everything else, really nice names. They're really cool. Kiyoya, I just want to say their pronunciation is so confusing for me. It's Kiyoya, and they said the ya is like y'all.
Like, ayaya. Like, that's all
I don't know, but they said y'all, like the southern term that we use because we're from the south, right?
We'll just call them y'all then. How about that? We're both southern. We can manage that one.
No, but Kiyoya. Y'all, yeah. I'm gonna struggle with that the entire time. I apologize profusely, but we've cracked a couple jokes in the break saying I'm Southern and I'm struggling to pronounce that, so I apologize profusely for it. Let's go ahead and take a look at Adrian College Esports as well. We'll see their lineup here. We've got MJ, SJ, we've got Chrome, we've got Ginger, we've got Poggies, and we've got BK. So a fairly solid lineup, and they're 6-2 coming into this point. Their only loss is one of those is not necessarily listed as a forfeit here, Dallas, but it is a 0-13 score line, so I can only assume that it was a forfeit, especially considering that the Albion Britons esport that they lost to, the Clark Gray side that is 4-4, beat them in a 13-2, 13-5 affair. So all things considering, determining the scoreline and everything from there, I can only assume that that was a forfeit. So I will mark the only played loss of the side of Adrian College Esports is the loss that they took to King Tornado in Week 3, and King Tornado also beat Clark Gray in Week 1. So maybe there's something to look into there.
I don't know, man. When it comes around to Valorant, sometimes we talk about strats, we talk about utility. I mean, with you and I talking about being from the South, we talk about football hierarchy all the time. But in Valorant, maybe it's more of a rock, paper, scissors approach. We sat there, have one team that counters the other, and it's almost like a little triangle affair going on thus far. But even then, it all comes down to whether or not they can go ahead and show that, okay, it doesn't matter what 2 losses we got. It doesn't matter whether one's a forfeit, one's a legitimate loss. None of that's going to matter if they can go ahead and end off the season on an even bigger note by dominating their opposition tonight. And it all comes down to not only where these players are coming from, where they're playing, and who they are, but even then where the maps we are going to be. And that's an even bigger factor depending on whether or not we have the right adjustments being made. And these teams are ready and raring to go, as you sat there mentioned prior. So that's going to be the likes of Bind, Icebox, and then, of course, my favorite here in the game of Valorant is going to be Breeze as the decider, and that's going to make this a much more interesting affair if we really get around to it.
Now, you were mentioning playoffs as a whole and kind of progressing. This is the last week of the NECC's mainstay season here, Dallas. And just earlier, we had the Fanshawe Falcons and the Challengers Yellow Division, who were 3-5 going into it. They took a loss against the Bryant Bulldogs, who were 6-2. Well, guess what? The Bryant Bulldogs are now 7-2, and the Fanshawe Falcons are now 3-6. And yet, the Fanshawe Falcons are still going to playoffs. Their division happened to work the way they did not necessarily need to win, and they made it still to the playoffs. Here, I don't know how it's going to work out, but having a 4-4 record and the fact that somebody previously was 3-2 and made it, only had 3 wins and made it to the playoffs, I assume that there's probably a good chance that Clark Gray can go. I'm not going to say anything definitively just yet, but play like you have to. Play like this game is on the line and determines everything no matter what, even if it isn't. You want to be as seeded as best as possible. You do not want to be bottom of the bracket heading into the playoffs because that top dog team is going to do what they did to you basically the entire normal season. You got to outsmart them. You got to push yourselves correctly.
Yeah, and even then for Clark Gray here tonight, it's not really too much of a statement to say, okay, we go ahead, we jump from seed 2 to seed 1. It's more about just messing with Adrian College, more importantly, making their job that much more difficult. Saying we're going to go ahead and knock them down a couple notches, say, you're not looking nearly as impressive as what you were. And even then, talk about impressive. I'm really impressed by the picks already for the side of Adrian College, looking to go ahead and grab themselves a little bit more the diversity, I would say, across the board. But even then, as we go ahead into the map, we may have lost feed here for the old school. So everybody's speaking great. That's fun. Never seen him before.
Well, I don't know. I'm colorblind, so everything always looks the same.
Talk
Was
about
that
dogs.
gray? Was that white? Was that
one.
black? That could have been yellow. I would never have known. But from the looks of things, the Clark Esports side, they're really hesitant to pick anything. They have not locked in anything. They're just enjoying the moment. I'm liking the idea of what they have kind of teased here, and that will in fact be what they're going with. KO can be very strong in the map of Bind. I just find them to be a little bit weaker in regard to maybe picking up a few other options. Picking the KO and the Sky is a bit of an oddity. No Sova in sight for them. That could be a deciding factor for how easily they're able to facilitate information gathering when it comes to pushing and defending these objectives.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of confidence here coming from the side of Eau Claire College to really say, okay, well, we're not going to run any information really at all that doesn't cover these large lineups that is on Bind. We sat there and talk about how small it may be and talk about how narrow these lineups are in these introductions in the site. But once you get there, you got to make yourself at home because you got plenty of space to work with. And when you don't have the information to back it up, I mean, sure, KO provides some, but not nearly as much as what we see out of a Sova. And even then, Adrian College running that Reyna, it's honestly pretty surprising to say that now in a day and age with a meta where she doesn't feel all that efficient anymore compared to some of the other duelist options you got, that it, I mean, honestly, with no Rays there, that's kind of a trade-off that I'm not looking forward to really seeing in draft, but maybe get that much more exciting when it comes around to the actual play.
Now, we're in the Navigators Yellow Division, so it's not necessarily the highest rank within Valorant. I would say play what you're comfortable with. Do what is going to give you the best odds possible. Just make sure there is some strategic value for what you're choosing. And already we see maybe not some strategic value, but value as a whole already gained to the Clark Gray side here for the defense. Yoya able to find not just one, now make it two, after they follow suit behind that guiding link they previously sent through the U-Haul side. Scorpion finding one more. Kyoya finds their third. Now make it a fourth. Them coming up alone. Already dive bombing down onto the Adrian College Esports side, and though they do get the spike down, a little bit of cash in the pocket, there's no extra credits because they found no kills in the process.
Yeah, and that's almost a bigger differential that I was going to sit there and mention. That you found yourself a flawless on round one. That's a bigger statement than anything else you could ask for, knowing that when these rounds get scrappy, when you have no money to work with, essentially, that you only have 800 creds for each one of your players, and you're trying to say, okay, well, what can we finesse here? What can we finesse here? Are we going to use this free util, or are we going to really buy any to back things up, or are we going to get armor and sit there and find ourselves a bigger differential to pick up a gun and find somewhat of a small raid boss to be playing with? There's a lot of factors that come down to a pistol round when you're considering things with a team. A lot of them just like to run things down and say, okay, well, let's just see who the better shooter is. That's almost, I would say, who could be the better shooter here overall when you see a start like that and you especially have it that definitive.
Quick util over. The Owl drone spotting one. Poggy's making a hefty sum of intel needed. They'll try to act off of it. Chrome does a good job to find the first frag, but MJSJ bites the bullet of the Marshal from Scorpion up in heaven. Now, with the Toxic Cloud down, though, separates that sight lines, but they're going to have to do a little bit more than that because they have yet to flush out the player still defending quite close. Scorpion, what a shot to find yet another one. Takes out Poggy's. Board because it's just sitting still within you all, but will be dealt with quickly thereafter. Chrome swings it with a Spectre. Ginger she'll lose her life. Kyoya, another swing by Minever, will be able to find themselves more. They'll take two to the wayside. Chrome finding three all by their lonesome, but no one else on the side there of the Adrian College Esports is able to find a frag, and that leaves two left standing who can easily get the defuse off and take the second defensive round win.
Yeah, an interesting round nonetheless for the side of Adrian College. Sure, you go ahead. It's expected for you to go ahead and lose that round, but I know you had yourself a pretty darn good fight going down. Taking three of the players of the side of Clark Gray with you. Said, okay, this isn't going to be as easy of a bonus as you expected and really bargained for. It all comes down to the question of whether or not they're going to buy it or really retaliate in this one. Say, you know what? Forget the bonus. Let's see what we can finesse right here, right now. And we're not seeing that come out. Instead of Kyoya able to go ahead, buy that Bulldog, looking for somewhat of an exchange, trying to capitalize on that last round, but just not really too much to be playing with because, sure, you only got one more tick before you find yourself those seeks to be working with. And that could be a huge differential in this round because that's just extra target practice for the side of Adrian College they got to worry about in the meantime.
Kyoya gets a little bit of intel off towards Fountain, using the Tasmanian Tiger to facilitate it. Kyoya now peeking with the Bulldog, hoping to find the target of MJSJ, but nothing's coming up for them just yet here, Dallas. A little bit slow play style, and I'm liking to see that from Clark Gray. They realize that this round should be Adrian College's for the taking if they play this one smart. They should have the full rifle buy, and they should technically be favored, but Clark Gray played this one well, then
There it
it
is.
won't matter what weapons they have. They just need to not let the opening frag go in their favor, and like you said, it does. The Adrian College side finding the first. Kyoya does get a refrag back, but Real Manaver not able to survive past the shots from BK, and Kyoya now at 19 HP, not really able to deny the push onto site, and the spike will go down.
And that's the biggest problem right there. You're praying that Kyoya, if anybody's going to go ahead and get dinked off, it's going to be any one of these other players, because you got the Bulldog in the hands of that player. You got the heals in the hand of that player. You had so much that relied on that one Skye alone that when she falls, the rest of the team is bound to follow eventually. And even then, we can see Bika's able to go ahead, try and pick up that Bulldog, try to finesse something here in the round. But even then, Scorpion is the one with the most health. Quite honestly, you're going to find the most promise there unless you go ahead and peek all these random walls, get dinged up a little bit by an Ares, and make your job that much more difficult. And if you can't spray anybody down and you get swung on by Ginger, you really have no hope here, especially when the spike is at the state it is right now.
It's quite a difficult place to come back from, and it will not happen whatsoever. Scorpion will fall. No time to even defuse at that point. Ginger, she finds the final blow. I want to point something out when it came to our agent selection early on, Dallas. It's hard to give a nod to one side over the other, though we obviously talked about the seemingly odd choice of the KO and the Skye for the Clark Gray side with no Sova in sight, but only really having the Sova for information gathering for Adrian College will also create a couple problems. They can bait out the recon bolt, but the second they do so, what do they have to gather any information beyond that? They have to ego check every corner. They have to face check any and all positions, and that could definitely be a major problem. So I would argue that attacking-wise, they could be somewhat weak, but on the defense, they can vie for map control with the KJ utility. They can place down these alarm bots. They can place down the turrets to watch entire sight lines of Hookah from the B site. They're well equipped and able to play aggressively with that double duelist composition. The problem is, for the side of Clark Gray, they have too much information gathering, but the information gathering is not that efficient.
And even then, to go ahead and talk about that whole Sentinel point with the KJ, I think it's just more important to mention the fact that we're not seeing Chamber. So thank God, right? That's really what it comes down to. That we see a real Sentinel here on the field. We can go ahead and see some real defense from these guys and these players and the Scowl as well, to show that we can have a stance. We can have a defense. You can have legitimate intel and hurdles to jump over before you finally get to that site to go ahead and create a little bit more leeway. Create that breathing space. Create a backup plan before things really start to fall through from one side or the other, and then you make a move based off that instead of your initial game plan, which is never going to work out flawlessly. So already Clark Gray having a little bit of an advantage here, holding these sight lines down, making sure that Adrian doesn't really push in anymore. So with how hesitant they are, they have barely any time left. They're going to make a rotation for the last second, or they got to push on the site. And as they're pushing on the A main, seems like that's going to be their first shot.
Board manages to unfortunately bite the corner of that shock dart, but Chrome finds the opening blow. The board managing to stay unscathed for the rest of it, able to find one, but Chrome is everywhere all at once. They find not just one more, but two more. A 3K to their name, not the first we've seen from them tonight already, and we're only 3, now 4 rounds into it. Now it's only 2 players left to really defend this. And defense is no longer the name of the game. It's the post plant. You must start to assault back to retake the objective. Kyoya does find one, but Chrome finds their 4th. Oh no, disaster has befelled the side now of Clark Gray. The Minover trying to do their damnedest. They'll take 1, make it 2. And now it's just MJ, SJ versus Minover. And they're going to go ahead and hop onto the spike now. And it's an easy pickings cleanup for them. They'll find themselves now tied 2-2.
Yeah, already looking a lot better than what we saw prior. Adrian getting right back into the fray and making sure to go ahead and having a pretty convincing case to back it up. But, I mean, all things considered, you got to see what they have to work with. It all comes down to buys, comes down to utility, and the one piece of utility you can't buy, which is ultimates. We already see the Viper's Pit being available for the side of Adrian College, so that could be almost a guaranteed post-plant hold for them, knowing that that's exactly what's got them right back in this game thus far. Because these 2 exchange rounds have been back-to-back. They're finding a little bit of momentum, and right when it matters the most, because you're saying it doesn't matter about pistols, it doesn't matter about the bonus. Those are all kind of throwaway rounds that just go ahead and give yourself a little bit of an easier time to win the game out if you're struggling there towards the end. But as it stands right now, it's not going to really matter all that much if we keep on going like we are right now.
I love the idea of the Viper's Pit being the end-all be-all for the attacking side of the host plan, but too many teams like to sit within it. We'll have to see how mobile they'll move from within. Now 2 players already knocked off. Make it 3. MJSJ making up once again. They found 2 already. The impact has been found. Now the spike will go down, and unfortunately for them, the snake bite does not seem to do too much, but With only 2 players left standing for Clark Gray, and both of them coming from the same direction. It's really just desperation. They have no weaponry to their hands. They're just now collecting a Vandal, and Poggies will cut down Minover, now making it the 1-on-4. Quick drop through. Kiyoya takes the head off Poggies on the drop from bench. And now they have to try to fight this one back. 3 players, one within the Viper's pit. Oh, you are so close to finding the Viper to maybe knock down the wall, but it will not happen. Ginger, she finds the final blow, and I loved her mobility within the Viper's pit. I slightly touched on that, Dallas. Too many times we see low-ranked players, whether it's the NECC or just other collegiate programs, where they're trying their best to improve, and we see them just stand still within the Viper's pit. And from there, it's easy to gather that intel and spray to the spot because they never moved from where it was gathered.
Yeah. And even then, honestly, I mean, when you see these plays, when you see how kind of, I would say when they have an idea, you see players always trying to navigate these Vipers pits, either whether it comes around to stationing up around it, working for a siege on the site, and then not only taking over that Vipers pit because it's an old objective. It's literally a site within a site to get to the spot. And as much as the bars, that sounds like, it's also very, very difficult for the side that's not inside that Vipers pit, knowing that you have to find a breach eventually. You have to make work of what's in front of you because the longer you wait, especially on that defensive side, the more that timer's going to tick down and you're going to have that much more stress on your hands. Talking about stressful, we already seen easy 1-for-1 exchange and the stress kind of alleviating once you see that no side has a real advantage unless you sit there and factor in the fact that your Jet for the side of Adrian College is now out of the game and you're down to 1 duelist, so you're not really too beat up about it.
I'm not really sure what the use of the expenditure of the Hunter's Fury was. It felt like they popped it without much information behind it, and to make matters worse, there's no flank watch. I did not see the KJ utility of Adrian College placed behind, and now BK and Ginger have to climb back from a very perilous position, and their own snake bites kind of keep them at base. Stitch will send another one there yonder to Hookah, and now they're kind of pincered between a little rock and a hard place, and the rock bites back. Scorpion takes the head off BK. Great shot to tag them through Hookah. And now Ginger, she's left all by her lonesome. She'll get a great shot opportunity to Stitch, find them, and now spell disaster possibly for the opposing side of Clark Gray. Looks like the rotation will come through Spices. But I think they're actually going to bait this one out. She's going to rotate over towards B long. She's going to play this direction instead. Maybe trying to, I guess, convince Clark Gray that she's rotated over towards A. And it's working, Dallas!
It finally is. After a little bit of hesitation there, I gotta admit. The KO obviously kind of feeling something maybe going up. Right there when you see Spike Plenty, you say, and my hunch is correct. Let's pull a 180, go right back to site, and now once again we have to take it over. Thing is, you have an ultimate. I don't really expect you to use it because it's a 1v1 scenario. As long as you use your knife, get that intel, know that you're playing close, that's going to be the first spot you check. Right, look right there and coming. Make sure to get a workaround. Make sure to find a correct position where you can go ahead and get as most of the map as possible within your eye line of sight. Problem is, you get the Viper wall. Ginger being the last player alive, she's going to make your job as difficult as possible. Try and work around that util. Try to find the right angles. Find the kill, and not only that, find a round as well with the 3K as we see Adrian College not only grab themselves 2, but 2 more to back it up to double up the scoreline to a 4-2 lead here.
That almost seemed like a round doomed to disaster with the way that it was played there early for Adrian College. There was so much viability of map control for Clark Gray. They sent 2 players through Spices, Dallas, to take control over towards mid and apply pressure to the back of Hookah. So much there, and yet kind of fizzled out short because a great retake play by the Adrian College side allows for them to continue to play that round. Amazing props to Ginger to hold on for that one. And now the rest of the team needs to show up for this one. Maybe alleviate some of that pressure that she had add up there. And now it's just a matter of playing this one smart. The Owl Drone will be the first piece of utility they'll expend initially to gather intel. They've used the Toxic Screen to divide the A site, but they're also slightly being divided themselves with the Toxic Screen of Clark Gray's own. Maybe cut things down from the B objective, but they're kind of being kept at bay in showers, and that will slow down the approach in that direction and make it harder to pincer onto site.
Yeah, already a little bit of a slow start here, and I mean, even then for MJSJ, you're looking to go ahead and keep the momentum going off this Empress. You're trying to find a kill, keep that thing alive, keep it going, but even then, it already fades away. That's one ultimate now down the drain. It's like what we saw in that last one with the Hunter's Fury, and there's no capitalization on it because Scorpion with the Marshal in the back can find one. You see even exchange, but still it's a 4v3 scenario as Clark Gray really doesn't have too many resources at their disposal. They're trying to work around the map. They're trying to work right there towards heaven, trying to play it safe, but problem is when you have literally almost no health, even Poggies with a single shot on the Vandal right there can manage a kill, make sure it's a 4v2, get the spike down and make it the job for Clark Gray look almost nearly impossible without a miracle in their hands. And It's not going to come out because even then it's a 1v3, making now 2 as Iver's able to try him 1, make it a second, but still 2 players alive and well to defend that spike and find a 5th round for Adrian College here.
I'm curious about why the Viper there for Clark Gray was not holding a rifle that round. Had a ghost in their hand. Was it just not buying at the time? Did they feel that it wasn't necessary to spend and go for it? I mean, their eco is not the greatest, I guess, but plenty fine to buy for this round, and yet there was still plenty of rifles in their hands. It was an interesting round, to say the least, but now I'm more curious about how they're going to try to play for this one. There are 3 ultimates on the board. They obviously have good retake potential with the null command to suppress down the entirety of the attack on these objectives, and the Showstopper can gain them an early kill, and if they play aggressively with the Viper Spit, they have a pretty good potential to deny and apply a cushion, but they've already lost the Showstopper, Dallas. Ginger's opened up this round for the taking, and Clark Gray now need to adapt on the fly to that loss of utility.
Yeah, you're talking about, I don't know about the Viper buy and the Vandal and whether or not it's in the game. I'm wondering why you're swinging out right in the B main where you have 3 sight lines to worry about. You have no cover from B long to really be working off that for an exchange. Knowing that second player's going to be right there, you're doing, okay, a 1v3, then another 1v3 instead of making a 2v3, a 3v3 even, to make sure it even the odds. But even then, it doesn't even matter. You find those first initial picks towards that B site, you make your lap around to the other side of the map, you say, okay, free days, free spike plants, and free rounds to back it up. Problem is, Clark Gray's now coming on the site. Scorpion can find 1 to go ahead and make the case that much more convincing for the side of Adrian. But, I mean, now, Clark Gray, their back is up against the wall. They got to go ahead and defend this site, and they can do exactly that with Coyote over there inside side and Torch Showers.
He is doing a great job of vying for control towards Showers. They use the TP towards B after using the Seekers to create space, and it works out. It pays off, but nobody else on Clark Gray was able to find the same level of impact. And that's one of those problems. You only are one person, one man, able to perform the job, and you do so much in that direction, and it kind of fizzles out in the end because the drive has been lost. And that's one of the things I'm worried about for the same side of Adrian College. Chromau has 12 kills and 7 deaths. 12 and 7 is a really nice stat line. Kyo is at 10 and 6. They can't carry everything, though. Eventually, something's got to give. This battle of attrition will wear down on their shoulders, and they'll start to kind of fall back. Who will pick up that pacing? Who will pick up the leading charge into the foray? Something's got to happen, and this may be a game of who breaks down first.
Yeah, and you mentioned that, Jet. You mentioned Chrome going off so far, and this is where really these Jets start to excel. It's on the attacking side. Problem is they always have a tendency to slow down on the defense. So, I mean, all Clark Gray has to do here is find a couple rounds for relevancy. And that's exactly what they're struggling to look for. When you see Chrome in shots like that, you're starting to saying, can we even kill them at this point? If Chrome is their front line, constantly not even making the space on the right side they're going to, because this is a Trojan horse. This one player alone can find enough kills to bring some pressure onto the A side, make the exchange around, and hopefully rely on the teammates to find the site. But in the meantime, they are holding very, very strong on the side of Clark Gray on this B side, as we already see Ivor find 1 with a ghost in hand.
Doing their best to hold on, doing a pretty good job, but they've already lost Curio and Maniver pretty quickly afterwards. Showstopper sent, and or because managing to find the kill there into Poggies, but Stitch Tank loses their life. Now only Board left alone, and they have no rifle to contend with. They know where one is, but that's picking it up and stepping into their line of sight, and they'll take damage because of it, but they've managed to collect the rifle. The player working from up above, Ginger will hop her way to victory right over the top and now go for that spike placement. That's the 7th round win for the Adrian College side. And their attack has been quite solid. I don't want to say it's just because of the fact they have a double duelist lineup, but I think it's because their duelist is playing the role so well. I think even if they didn't have the double duelist combo, they'd be playing this one just really exceptionally positively. Because MJSJ, I feel like, could fill any utility role like a Sky themselves, and they could just allow for Chrome to continue what they've been doing and keep setting that pace.
Yeah, I mean, you can already see it coming out a little bit more so. I mean, Adrian College just coming in here swinging. And this is a big problem for Clark Gray. They have a Viper Spit to work with. They can go ahead and get a little bit more aggressive with it, go ahead and have some denial onto a site. Problem is, they're playing so far back, they're literally just giving up sight right now. You can see they are petrified of Adrian College, that they want no piece of them until they get to that retake scenario. They're saying, look, let's do what they can, see if we can bait without we need to in these fights, but it literally takes nothing for them for that Hunter Spirit to already come out.
I mean, missing all of the shots, though. You move, you slide when you pop it. That's what you don't typically move when you go for it, but First real engagement will go down, and the Viper's been all ready for the attack has gone down, as well as their Hunter's Spears. This is 3 ultimates expended, both sides now using the baby cage lockdown. And from the looks of things, Styxnace is just going to sit inside of that Viper's pit initially. The defensive lockdown finds nothing, but the fragment from Scorpion does, takes out Chrome. And the attacking lockdown actually does manage to detain one, and Miniver pays the price because of it. Ginger now trapped within the snake bite. Easy to step out of it, but the vulnerability will make things difficult, but there's no time to go for the defuse, and Clark Gray will bleed themselves yet another round. How many rounds are they going to continue to hold on to this Viper's pit, Dallas? It's not waiting for the perfect moment to use it, it's to create the perfect moment, because they need to be expending those to let it recharge. It probably would have been back already if they had used it in the first round they got it.
And I don't know if using it the first round because you're trying to look for opportunities, you're trying to fill out the map. Problem is, there gets to a point to where you're feeling so much your fingers go numb. And that's what it's looking right now for Clark Gray. We're seeing him go ahead, just be completely dissected from top to bottom by especially Chrome right now, who's now whipping at that operator saying, we're 2 rounds off from the halftime. We already have a guaranteed lead here. Worst case scenario, 8-4, and I'm warmed up with the operator for this defense. You gave them so much leeway, it doesn't matter. You big off that player, you go ahead, say Chrome is off the board, but have you done enough damage to really do the numbers that you need to win out this round? Well, you see even exchange there come out from MJSJ, so you know that that's your duelist now off the board. Your retake potential's gone. You got to find the right kills, and goodness gracious, they're all over the place.
2 players left standing for Adrian College. The quick rotation. They'll pivot over towards B, but there's one player ready to defend it. Poggies is baiting it. They know the TP's been used. How are they going to move over towards it? Use the TP themselves, and guess what? Scorpion lies in the line of sight. Poggies, no! Oh, what a perilous position, and they had so many options available to them, but the option they chose is to miss. And now it's left up to just MJSJ. The Empress has been popped. They'll cut down Scorpion. They find themselves all 5 as Kyoya bites the last bullet, and an ace for the last lonesome player of MJSJ, Adrian College, now at 9-2, possibly being able to make it 10-2 as the eco for the side of Clark Gray is just not there.
Oh, it hurts to watch, man. Honestly, it's I mean, I genuinely do feel for Clark Gray right now. Playing defense on this map is not an easy venture. It is a very difficult situation to be into, but you have to go ahead and learn how to suffocate your opponents to enough an extent where you make them feel scared to push aside. That thought alone will give you the time to figure out a plan, because as it stands thus far, Chrome has rushed up every single time. Got an initial pick. We've seen Clark Gray try to go ahead and have that first strike, push up right there through middle, but they're doing it in all the wrong spots. They're finding these crossfires. They're finding these angles where they're saying, where could I most likely die if I'm going to swing it onto a spot? Well, that's exactly the option they go for. And they have to make these adjustments to say, okay, maybe that's not the plan anymore. We got to move around the map. We got to make these adjustments. We got to sit there and get in a spot that they will not expect. And quite honestly, we can finally see it out of Kyoya as Maniver's just going ahead and alleviating all the attention towards the back side as MJSJ as finds that first frag.
Still trying to hold on. Kyoya's playing a very cheeky spot. Eventually will be snuffed out by BK as Poggies gets the wall bang back to Maniver. There's only 2 players left standing for the Clark Gray side, and this round is make it or break it to maybe hope for that 9-3 potential. With the toxic screen once again being sent board because it's down to 1 HP with that decay, and we'll make it 0 quickly after as Ginger finds that final blow. Stitch Snake, all by their lonesome, 36 HP in a dream, and Poggies make sure that their name will be remembered in their nightmares, as it will in fact go 10-2. I think the most impressive part about this is the fact that we're looking at the Adrian College esports side with 2 of their best players being Chrome and Ginger with the way they've been playing, and those are the 2 youngest players on the side of Adrian College. Freshman for Chrome, freshman for Ginger. MJSJ is in fact a senior, and unfortunately they'll more than likely have to be saying, goodbye, congratulations on graduating after this season. But think of the potential that's been there for them to continue to grow. BK is a junior. There's so much more room for them to continue to grow this util usage and just continuously be that small thorn. They don't need the kills on the kill feed. Their utility is precise, and that's what's needed.
Yeah, and everything considered thus far, I'm just going to go ahead and make some notes here for Clark Gray. You won the first 2 rounds in that last half. Let's pray to God you win them in this one, because that's going to give you the time to really create some breathing space and say we can go ahead and bring this game back. We can do something here, but we got to be just as definitive. I don't know about the definitive part as much as you're hoping for it. You have to sit there and find a way to finesse it there. And when you go ahead and start very slow, when you're not rushing onto a site, when you're giving your opponent that respect that they've been looking for this game, that they've already earned thus far, you sit there and create the space for Poggies to pull off stuff like that. Go ahead, find a shock dart kill. That is 100 credits spent for an entire kill to start off this round. For a pistol, sure, that's free, but the armor and the utility you bought definitely isn't.
It's more important to make trades that are more than just even. A kill to a kill is an even trade. Going above and beyond that's more important, and that's what we're seeing right now. You only use one piece of utility to guarantee the kill. You're up, and to make matters worse, Ginger is burying your team 6 foot under. 2 kills garnered. Talk about a positive trade-off, and they're down to only about 45 HP. Where do they go from here? How does Clark Gray adjust from this? Six Snakes is going to try to come over from Spices. Scorpion's going to come from attacker spawned through the A main side, but the lockdown is here. Chrome has a crossfire set up to the opposing side. Stitch can't step out. They'll send the flash, but BK's on the flank. He'll not just find one. Hunting for the second. Can't seem to connect, and Ginger will eventually fall, but they're surrounded right now. Where do you go? It's straight to the afterlife, as once again, the Adrian College side bury another round down under, and they'll reach 11.
Right there, man. Is that defensive hold that we see out of Adrian College. Even then, because Clark Gray purely hesitated out the get-go. You gave full control over towards the A site. We saw Ginger push up off that, knowing that she's the one player who can hold off these sites. Sure, you have a KJ that can go and have all the intel, but we already saw that allocated towards the B site. Ginger was saying we have another controller, almost quote-unquote sentinel when it comes around to the pistol round, because that snake bite is going to do enough damage where they're vulnerable, it chokes them off, and especially in somewhere as narrow as an introduction onto A site, they are not going to do anything, and they just capitalize on that. Made so much work, and even right here, insult to injury, saying, all right, guys, we just ended that last one. Let's run it back, because now we know exactly what the spike is for this one.
Chrome, where'd that aim control go from just a minute ago? Absolutely nails the first blow this round. Hunting for a few more. Doesn't even get a little bit of damage off, I don't think, to the opposing side, though we do see the Viper for Clark Gray has been tagged just a wee bit. But from the looks of things, the 4 lonesome players left for Clark Gray will go ahead and rotate on over, pivot towards this dirt ton, and try to make their way towards B. And while B may be the smarter objective, there's less players there. There's almost 10 times more utility there. What is there on the B site? Well, really and truly a single toxic screen and maybe a shock dart or a recon bolts. What's here on the B objective? Every single piece of BK's kit is right there, ready to defend Hookah. And who's defending Octagon? The guns up blazer of MJSJ and the transitionary players coming from the defender spawn. Shots try to go out from Poggies. They may not find impact, but Chrome is there to get a little bit of damage off instead, and there's that BK utility. They get a kill with the turret. They also find one just before, and though we've seen the side of Clark Gray find themselves some kills, Adrian College was down there in a 2v1. They just need to play for the final blow, and they do just that. They're now at 12 round wins. Match point here for map 1.
You just mentioned it. I mean, sure, Clark Gray finding some kills there. Problem is, you got to find yourself some rounds, and we just aren't seeing that just yet. A 12-round speed ever since the pistol round and the force round afterwards that you're typically guaranteed. Once the game got to an even playing stage, we have not seen an even game whatsoever. We've seen Adrian College dominating this field thus far, taking complete control of this entire series. It looks just right off the get-go on map 1 that it makes the job that much more difficult for Clark Gray to say, is this really how we're going to go ahead and play this game? I mean, we did not start on the right foot. We started on the right toe, maybe, but for some reason we just changed our minds, and now the rest of this game is going complete south side on us, and it all comes down to how we can make an answer right now, because your force is already out the water. You can't really play off that too much, and even then, Chrome playing aggressive here, Kyoyu with that first pick, that may be the one reason you could grab this round if you don't go ahead and get picked off by Ginger, but that's exactly what happens to this snake.
That was a blind kill as well. They were at least half flashed at that moment. Kyoya still comes out on top of her Chrome, of all people, to get that first frag. Yeah, that may be a more important pick than what we've seen the side of Clark Gray manage to collect. I mean, they only lose their Viper, which is important, but you lose the top frag over the side of Adrian College, things could get dicey. But like I mentioned earlier, Dallas, everyone on Adrian College is capable of what they think they are, and that's been the tale of the tape. Them going up 12-2 is just really an indicator of that. They'll try to work through Hookah, though, applying a little bit of pressure. Note, once again, the KJ utility stacked within that Hookah drop. Does not seem like a likely scenario for them to step out if they can't find this pick now onto BK. dumping of utility. Oh my goodness, BK avoids the KO knife, meaning they can still pop out their util if necessary. They'll even gun down Scorpion at that time. Now giving themselves an option to continue to contend. Mind Ever working through elbow could be a sneaky play. They'll swing the corner. Sova's in a bad spot. They'll deal with Poggies, and Ginger's now on the flank. BK with 2, make it 3, and now just Mind Ever is left standing, but BK, B site is theirs, and they'll find all 4 to finish the job there for Adrian College. They held that site and gave no glimpses of success.
Good God. Gotta say, man. Adrian College, with an introduction here today, I'm not quite sure what to think of them, besides an absolute monster is what it seems. We sit there and talk about Cerebrus and how they're the 3-headed beast thus far. Adrian College is a 5-headed beast right now. They got 5 mouths willing to bite, willing to find these kills, willing to pitch it when necessary, willing to just go ahead and create the control, find the intel, and make sure that everything's operating through that one brain collectively to find an entire game on their hands. And even then, for that first map, it's definitely a definitive start for them. I sat there and talked about definitive earlier. You have to have an even more definitive return there. And we just, honestly, it's not impossible to find, but it's pretty darn hard to find when you're in a situation like this that you're almost going to have to ask your mom to look for it, because she's always the one who can miraculously find things right there off the get-go on SAS. But as it stands, we're going to have to see Clark do something spectacular on Icebox, especially considering the changes that are coming through, knowing that they didn't look nearly as composed when it came around to the side of Adrian College, knowing that Icebox is a lot more long-range map. We will probably see the chamber come out, and that's just one more fragger you got to worry about coming from the side of Adrian College, all things considered. That, I mean, as this game goes along, you got to make sure that the snowball somehow, that they run out of gas, or that you can just go ahead and diminish it completely.
Yeah, well, I think maybe instead of asking their moms to find something, maybe they need to look a little inward to find the skill necessary to turn this one around, because it's
Mom
there.
League?
We've seen them find a lot of kills. We've seen them step above, but it's just somehow every single time Clark Gray find anything, it's like it just miraculously on a dime flips back the other way. It's crazy to see. I don't know how Adrian College are getting away with it, but maybe we'll finally get a glimpse of how they're getting away with it, or maybe they'll stop getting away with it when we come down to map 2. But before then, we'll take a quick little break, and we'll see you guys in a few short minutes.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the NECC. We're now going on to map 2 here in this series within the likes of Clark College and Adrian College. And things are looking a little dicey, I gotta say, nonetheless, for the side of Old Clark, because we just closed out that last map of Bind in our series, 13-2.
Yeah, it wasn't, something's gotta change.
Something, a lot of something. And quite honestly, things aren't looking too shabby by any means necessary for Clark. We're not going to sit there and just harbor on them all day and talk about what's going on, what they can do better, because at the end of the day, they're still a higher rank than us two, so we're going to get destroyed, so we can't really say too much. But regardless, when it comes around to strats, we can definitely make the adjustments there. We can definitely discuss what Clark can do overall. And I want to say, from a starting point, when they lost control of that entire map, what they have to fight for here is at least control of a site, because we didn't really see too much of that. But regardless, our next map is going to be Icebox. We have to go ahead and carry things on. We got to go ahead and put the past behind us and go and do a new character select, see what ages we're dealing with this time. And it's darn near the same thing of what we saw in the last one already for the side of Adrian.
Yeah, we do see some slight changes. The Chamber, instead of the KJ, BK making that switch. So interesting to see that go down. Otherwise, pretty much the exact same thing, like you mentioned. I'm interested to see what Clark will change. Curio is going to bring out the Sova, a difference from the Sky we previously saw in the Bring. Moniver will switch to a Sage. And that reminds me, there is a distinct and total lack of a Sage there for our attacking side. An interesting decision, but one that I pretty much welcome here, Dallas, because I personally think too many teams, even pro teams, react and kind of rely too much on that ice wall to, I guess, guarantee any level of safety when it comes to planting on that B site. It's a problem. Something has to change, and them making that adjustment here means that maybe they're going to rely a little bit more on the Lear to cut sight lines to go for the safer plants, or maybe just try to go guns up blazing, get all the kills first and foremost. But I think the biggest change we need to see Clark make to change everything up on its head will be to suffocate against the attack that's coming against them. You said there was a distinct lack of that, and I think that's the biggest change.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, already getting themselves a legitimate Sentinel as well to back things up is definitely going to be a good start. We saw the KJ in that last map. Problem is we didn't see too much impact from that Sentinel in that game. And quite honestly, Roman Ivor's going to have to step up here, really show what it means to be a Sentinel, really hold on to the site, be a cornerstone for the team, and be the Sage, be the healer, be that mother figure for the team to go ahead and keep alive, keep the game going, and keep these rounds going longer and longer and longer. And that's all it really comes down to. But even then, talking about the rest of the ages, talking about what we see on the side of Clark more specifically, because Adrian, I sat there and even called it earlier. I said we're probably going to see something relatively close to this, but we're going to see a Chamber, and it's a little concerning knowing that they're going to have one more fragger on the side of Adrian College stepping up and find themselves some easy guns to be working with. But, I mean, talking about the KO, it's another source of intel, albeit, but it didn't seem all that strong when it came around to Bind. The Sage, you see the switch up from the KJ, and I understand that, but where are we going to see the impact of these walls? Are we going to see teams go ahead, find fast rotations off that to make sure to answer this wall and have the backup and reinforcements there once we see the teams trying to push through? Are we going to see that controller impact, that Viper really dishing out that damage and creating that control on a site to really slow down the opposition? Well, it all starts right here, and Stitch Snake's already going to go ahead and be snitched on because they're pushing onto this B site and they know exactly where he is.
Stitch Snake in a bad spot. I don't know how they get away with their life there. Adrian College kind of failing to pounce just yet. Storm's going to go ahead and try to spray down. That's exactly what they're going for. They'll place the Toxic Cloud, the Toxic Screen, and then get the spike down. They don't need the Ice Wall if they just let everyone spray just blindly in that direction. It really scares Clark Gray off the point. And now it's just down to the 5-on-5, and they have the advantage now in the attack, turning what was once an attacking position on the defense. And now the defense must play the attack. And we saw how that necessarily went on the last map. And that's kind of Adrian College's comfort zone right now. They're playing this one smart. Quick recon Bolton over the top. That gathers quite a bit of information at the very least, but the suppress may do more. Kioya does a great job of cutting down one. Stitch Snake forces them out with the snake bite. Real Moniver is going to stick this defusal, and it's a great job. Clark Gray have decimated with everything Adrian College set to the table because it was a very one-dimensional defensive approach to the post plant.
Now, I gotta say, I'm a little more confused of why BK didn't just contest there. You lose money if you don't die, So what's the point of not going in, at least taking a couple down with you for a whole couple chuckles and gigs at the end of the day? But, I mean, quite honestly, we sat there and saw Clark Gray do this exact same thing. And that's the thing that scares me the most. If we see an exact repeat of history, we can call this entire program scripted. And that's the biggest thing I'm scared of thus far, because we try really hard to diversify our vocabulary and make things spicy here. And if people say that things are scripted, that's no fun for us as casters and even them as audiences. So, I mean, as it stands thus far, we're going to see Clark Gray probably have a pretty good standing. Problem is, last time they were in this fourth round, they lost a lot of players in the process. And with the Spectre already bored, because it's not going to be the first player to be picked off, and still come out unscathed, which is a much better standing than what we saw in that last round.
Now it's just kind of being the difference maker for the defense of Clark Gray. They've obviously dealt the damage like you previously foretold, but they've got to actually finish the job, and that's kind of the problem. The double duelist composition maybe not working out so far for Adrian College. And now they know that they have the weaker weapons. It's going to be even more difficult. Ginger will have to be the player to open things up. No, they do find the first frag of this round. They immediately lose 2 thereafter, and Scorpion, after a 5-second break, will make it 3, taking BK off the board. Now Scorpion to finish off the llast blow, just as Kiyoyo simultaneously takes out Poggies. And that'll be 2 rounds in a row for the Clark Gray side. I'm starting to get flashbacks here, Dallas, to what we saw there on map 1 of Vine. I really hope it doesn't continue as the rest of the tail of the tape did on that map of Vine.
Well, it all comes down to a round like this. And we sat there and did see somewhat of a differential as Clark Gray. They were expected to win that round. I mean, if you wanted Adrian College to win that, you must be a madman, because that would have been a huge differential and would have been even earlier dominance for them to be working off of, knowing that even when they're down in weapons, they still managed to win rounds here. So not many players taken down as what we saw prior, but is that concerning, knowing that Clark Gray, they're not going to try and force anything? We're not going to see that bulldog like we saw to Kiyoya last time. And even then, when you see nothing but a ghost and specters across the board, it all comes out of whether or not we can see Adrian College keep that momentum going with 2 rounds going to where they really didn't have too much of an impact, or if any kills at all during those 2. So already, I'm sure that MJ is going to go ahead and close the eyes. Chrome probably closed his eyes as well during those last 2 rounds. Say if they never happen, I'm still fragging out. So long as I can find the kill right there, and there it is, the first one for the round, going ahead and get a little more aggressive to back it up.
PK in the chamber, swings to Kiyoya, but Kiyoya comes out on top with the Spectre. Right next to them, Board because working with the Ghost. So it's trying to play smart up on Rafters. Scorpion's also there to assist if needed, but from the looks of things, the rest of Clark Gray will try to take a step back. Now diving on a side, the knife is sent, suppresses down quite a bit, but MJSJ just needs the gun in hand to find themselves a kill. Minover finding Poggies, but Chrome takes out Kiyoya once again. Now Minover's the only player on screens, and MJSJ lops their head clean off their shoulders, now leaving just Board because left alone. 1 on 3. Spotted already by Chrome, and Chrome will complete for the trifecta. Round win for Adrian College, an expected result. The difference maker will be this round 4.
Yeah, I think after those previous rounds, Chrome was definitely keeping the eyes shut to say if I didn't see it, it didn't happen, right? I'm still fragging out, right? I got 3K in the last round. We're chilling. We're cruising. We're going to keep on going away with this game, but it all comes on whether or not you can go ahead and have this momentum when you have only 3 players alive with these Vandals in hand to be working with, and when you got the full force of Clark Gray coming right back at you with full armor and all rifles in their own respect and full utility to back it up, considering all the money that they got across the board thus far. So, I mean, all that considered and all them having plenty to work with, what are they going to do with it is the biggest question. We've sat there and saw Clark Gray's defense look pretty lackluster when it came into that last map. I want to see something different. I want to see them switch things up. And putting a wall right under where you can see that Chrome is free to push right through too, that's a little concerning, knowing he's going to get full control of the back of the map behind the flank of these whole Clark Gray players.
Look, adjustments need to be made now for Clark Gray, as they've already lost once again the first player, and that's going to be hard to recover from. Thankfully, Scorpion is there, finding themselves a decisive blow to take out MJSJ. The spike is on site, ready to be planted at a moment's notice, and the shock darts keep getting sent. That just keeps Clark Gray at bay, and Chrome, oh my goodness. I'm so used to Chrome eating up my Ram. No, Chrome is eating up Clark Gray. They found now 3 in the round with their kill there to Keolia. Make it 4. A good night, done and dusted round for Adrian College. Once again off the back of Chrome. And they'll find themselves now tied 2-2 in one of the most influential, important rounds to win, to dictate the rest of the pace of essentially the half Dallas has been gained once again by them.
Yeah, this is where those flashbacks you're talking about earlier, this is where they start to kick in, I feel like. When you sit there and see Chrome going off like that, being the harbinger of death, finding all these kills, going ahead, being the Scrooge McDuck for the other players on the side of Clark Gray, robbing all the money away. Anything you want to invest is not going to matter in the long term of things. And even then we can see some of the buy being able to be managed from some of these players, but it doesn't even matter. You're trying to keep the eco relevant for all your squads. You're trying to keep players alive. You're trying to keep your econ there. Problem is, well, I can tell you one thing that isn't staying alive. Players. Because already we see that jet being picked off inside of Clark. Great, you have no real answer there. B-Cos going to be down. It all comes down to the full initiator. So really retake this B site once the spike goes down.
Chrome once again finds another decisive blow. Might being at the opposing end, and that's JS doing their best here. I'm sorry, MJSJ. Only got that backwards there. They should put some respect back on the name. They'll find Stitch Snake and now need to try to adjust beyond that. The Empress is out. They should have a pretty perfect position to play from, but the EMP and the Pop Flash does not seem to go in their favor. Ginger with another swing to assist, and she finds the last as well. Another dominant round by the Adrian College Esports side. They knew they had the advantage, and they took advantage of it once they gathered that intel that they weren't really facing the most solid of arsenals.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered thus far, I mean, already looking much better for Adrian College than what we even saw in that last map. If anything, they are looking that much better, knowing that all these rounds they're winning are looking more dominant. Is it based around the map? Is it based around just comfort picks? Is it based around the fact you got a chamber to work with as well? Is it based around the fact that you have momentum on your side from a 13-2 game in that last map that you can just really rush up the map and still find these kills because Clark Gray is petrified of the force that is running at them for this first half? And quite honestly, the world may never know. But in the meantime, all we have to do is consider these kills and what could come out first. Well, there's the pick from Chrome, and honestly, what is new? Because this guy has done that every single round for the past, 15 is what it feels like.
Snake doing a good job. Clark Gray bleeding away more players than they can count. They're able to survive for a bit longer. Ice Wall goes down. Oh, might have had another option. But unfortunately for them, Poggies positions themselves accordingly, and they're able to find another kill. That ties us 3-3. One of the few times we've seen Adrian College maybe on the back burner. And now we see Adrian College playing a little smart. I'm not sure why we see Scorpion go for the no command here. Placing it on the B objective, it will not be in play once they make the rotate over towards A, but Stitch has a great cut angle held, and Poggies is the first person to face that burden. Now it'll have to be an A push where there's already two players set in stone on site, and that's quite a difficult position to come back from.
Adrian College looking like a lingering beast looking for prey to find, and we can go ahead and pick him off with the tail. It gives you a little bit of time to stay alive. Problem is, when you face them head on, it makes the job that much more difficult. Already turning this round around on his head, making sure to go ahead and grab yourself a 1v1 scenario that comes down to MJSJ, the last man sitting here for the squad against Scorpion, and we sat there and saw a matchup like this earlier, except for it was against Ginger. Scorpion, keep in mind, did not win that matchup, did not find the right angle, and even then was not really ready for what's to come. And so long as MJSJ can just play this slow and keep on playing Ringer on the Rosie, they can find a round. But in the meantime, instead, Scorpion clutching things up, making sure that history is not repeated, and we are moving on to a tie game as it stands for 3-3.
Great recovery for them. Clark Gray desperately need every round they can get. They do not want another situation like we saw there on map 1, now do they, Dallas? Where it was a completely flawless rest of that half for Adrian College, even when situations looked like it shouldn't be. We saw one where Ginger had to get a 4K to save the round, and it wasn't like Chrome's usual 4Ks, but there's still 3 other people alive. Chrome's just feasting off the rest of Clark Gray. No, Ginger needed those kills because they were the last ones standing. It was make it or break it in that round for them. Obviously, I don't think the result would have changed too much, but it's rounds like that that really start to maybe harm the ego or maybe the mental of the Clark Gray side, and that starts to add up. Not everyone has a mental of steel, so to say. I definitely don't. I get mad when I lose one round, Dallas, let alone trying to do this. I'm incapable of doing so, but Clark Gray are really fighting with everything they have on the line right now, and we can definitely see that showing.
And even then, we sat there and mentioned a Viper's Pit already coming out for the defense. A lot more preempted this time around, which I got to appreciate considering that they never really had a chance to throw it out on that last map because they were just trying to hold on. Already, that overzealousness, that overextension may actually be the death here for all of Stitch Snake. If Chrome can just do exactly that, sniff out the position, know you're in a very narrow line of sight and find an easy kill as you go ahead and shut that down, but it doesn't even matter. That scares the teammates of Clark Gray over to the other side, saying, okay, this is what they're pushing. They found the initial pick there, but no, they are pushing on to A side, finding kills. MJSJ has managed to and make the job that much more easy for the rest of the team. And Kyoya, we said there saw so many Hunter's Furies come out earlier. They didn't find any kills or any damage for that, but now they at least find one. You get the Viper Foot to come down as somewhat of a flex there to keep things alive. But one player that isn't alive, 4 because popping that Blade Storm, but also getting popped in the head is MJSJ with 4, closing out a round and making it now a 4-3 lead here for Adrian College.
Now that Blade Storm's gone, Dallas.
It is.
It's gone.
On a round
That
where
is-
you don't buy. Like, what?
Oh, that's so unfortunate. You could see them putting it away as soon as they pulled it out, praying that it wouldn't count. Like, no, please. Like, no, unfortunately for them, it's expended, and now they only have the resurrection up, and the closest ultimate beside it is, unfortunately, that no command that Scorpion had popped previously. It's at 4 out of 7. It's not the worst case scenario. Worst case is 3 rounds total, but
You want to play?
something's got to give, and Clark Gray have given up a lot with not much reward, but they're only 1 round away from tying us at 4-4. But this eco/thrifty round with not much to their pockets could spell disaster again and spread that margin even further in the favor of Adrian College. The tour de force has been popped. Kyoya's holding close with a stinger in the blind there on MJSJ, allows for Kyoya to capitalize. Now Kyoya can try to rotate through, trying to use the slow orb to their advantage, but Poggies does a great job of taking board because out with the Hunter's Fury, but it's a Sova game set right now as Kyoya gets a shock dart kill over to the player of Chrome. Ginger with the refrag, she steps up big. BK with the tour de force, they take out Scorpion. Now only 2 players left standing for the Clark Gray side, and Minever somehow surviving the first initial shot for the tour de force, barely missing their mark, but BK will not miss a second. Now they're fully on site, Spike completely in their control, and Stitch Snake must come back from the 1v3.
Already trying to work around the map, trying to play off that wall, give yourself some cover, but I mean, we just see nothing but tic-tac-toe being played. When you see these crossing Viper walls, you're making your job that much harder by throwing it up. Sure, you're giving yourself cover, but if you're not on the right side of the opposing wall, if anything, you're locking yourself out that much more from the side. You're creating all this lineage that's just gone ahead and being thrown out the window purely because of where you're standing thus far. And already, talking about where we're standing, Adrian College standing at a 2-point lead once again, looking to carry this away a little bit more so, but it also comes down to these 1v1 scenarios, whether or not you can get the damage off, get the even exchanges, make sure this round can have some kind of life to it. And I gotta say that that one round that we saw Clark Gray grab with the rifles was a little bit sketchy. It was a 1v1, they went ahead, there's some couple mistakes being made by Adrian College right off the get-go, and even then the rotation, the great little pick off there in the middle. They're not going to make these same mistakes every single time. It's going to be something new. They're not flawless by any means necessary. They're not the best team in the world. You just have to have the reaction there from Minever to go ahead and at least get some damage off there. Empress or not, you have to show you're at least trying to shoot them.
That evens things out just a little bit. Poggies doing their best. They'll get the spike down, but Scorpion managing to find a final blow to Ginger will start to make things a little bit worse for wear. BK to Kyoya ties things up, but Stitch Snake nails Chrome. That's going to be a really rough spot for Adrian College, because guess who's flanking? It's Board, because they worked themselves through green, and they'll unfortunately find the rifle end of Poggy, who now can start to dive towards sight. And wow, that flash sent by the player here of KO of Scorpion. Yeah, that was quite effective. You'll see the Clark Gray side now be at 4 rounds. That's more rounds in total than they managed to gather all in total on map 1 of Bind. They're definitely feeling a lot better on this map.
Yeah, they most definitely are, and they're definitely managing a lot more rounds. Just keeping it even, keeping themselves relevant. That's all it comes down to, because, I mean, considering if Adrian College runs away with this again, you still find an 8-4 half, and that is really, really good. And all things considered, especially when you knew that your last one was a 10-2. So definitely a much better case for themselves to stay relevant in this game and go ahead and keep things going and, you know, elongate the game as I mentioned prior. The problem is, I mentioned this earlier, that Chrome, we saw him trying to warm up on that operator, trying to be diverse, trying to play a jet from every single role, trying to go ahead and get it heated up a little bit before you find yourself going on to this defensive side. You have to be ready for that when you go onto the offense, when you go onto the attacking side. Already, you have to be ready on the defense as well for these players, pushing right through the middle of the map, finding these essential kills, making sure nobody can stop them their way, because Chrome at the front line, sure, Jet's a tiny little frail girl, but good God, she will knock a head off someone.
Now a major player differential between these two sides, and Chrome's going to make it even worse. 3 to their name, and though Minever manages to sneak a resurrection out there, it's quite short-lived. Only 1 rifle being dropped from the side of Adrian College, and it's kind of a sunken cost fallacy. They find 3 kills. They're definitely still positive in that engagement, especially with that round win. And you'll see Ace sorry, I say Ace, AC. You see Chrome and MJ, SJ leading the pack for the side of Adrian College, and we kind of expected that, to be sure, but seeing it in such a dominant way is continuing to be shocking. And I will point out something here, Dallas. Map 1 of Bind was Clark Gray's pick, meaning Icebox goes to Adrian College, and Clark Gray are putting up a much stronger front on Adrian College's map.
Yeah, and I think this is because Icebox, people feel a lot more even on this map. I feel like as time's gone along, sure, remember the first competitive days of this map, people hated it. Just like every other map. They were like, oh, even then, the first time we saw it in VCT, it was a team that set their rush A every single round on the attacking side because they're like, we hate this Joker, but if we do whatever needs to be done, we can find an easy pick here and there. Well, Adrian College, I think they're looking to just go ahead and make the game feel much more comfortable because comfort agents aren't really an option here. Instead, if you're Adrian College, you know you're wiping players regardless. You're just making sure you're here along for the ride and you feel good while you're doing it.
Last player standing.
Crow managing to constantly be the ever-present thorn in the side of Clark Gray. Wow, board. Ginger had no idea that board was there, and she unfortunately faces the consequences. But 4-7, last round before the swap, and the Adrian College sider, once again with plenty of credits in the pocket. It is use it or lose it now, but why use it when you've basically bought everything you possibly can? Just start dumping the operators on the floor at this point. You're overflowing in the pockets. But for the Clark Gray side, that's definitely not the case. I mean, Real Manivers, 0 credits to their name. They may not even be able to buy all their utility at this point. Maybe they have, and that's just barely making it to the point, or... I mean, it's a little bit too late to tell, but I definitely only see one single shock dart on the side there for the Sova of Clark Gray, and they may have 4 ultimates to work with. Now 3, technically the Bladestorm's still active, but it's hard-pressed to have them find successes as these rounds progress onward.
We already see the Hunter's Fury coming out. We already see, I mean, on plenty of occasions, Clark Gray getting very, very antsy to go ahead and pop that. Well, when you sit there and pop the head at MJSJ, that is a massive frag here for Clark Gray, and honestly, a huge start to go ahead and grab themselves one more round. Or because on the flank as well to find one more kill. When you're playing off that player, you can find yourself rounds. Board, when you get that flank to work, you are saying, oh my goodness, thank you. We can have some kind of a promise. You barely get that plant inside of the smoke if you're the side of Clark. It's a very, very weird angle. It's something Adrian won't expect. Getting scrappy here is going to be your key to success.
They've planted in halls, Dallas. Yep. That is the cheekiest new plant that's somehow been made possible because of the slight changes to this map. And their placement of the Viper's Pit within the actual hall itself basically makes it impossible to quickly rush in. And once you do, you're literally in the face of Ginger, and Ginger cuts you down. The best chance they had there, Dallas, was to walk through tube like Adrian College did in the first place to get there, catching the rest of the players unaware, which is how they went from a 4v2 to a 2v2 and then eventually a 2v0. They could have just gone through tube and maybe just sprayed and possibly prayed through the Viper's Pit, but their time and their brain isn't thinking about that. They're thinking, how do we directly attack this spike? Where could they possibly be lying? There's not enough time to do all these slight approaches, not enough time to transition because they were too shocked by what they were seeing. That change in strategy, the difference there for Adrian College's plant was basically everything for that round.
And I don't think there's too much influence on that plant specifically. I mean, it was a great positioning. Don't get me wrong. Making the most of the game and the opportunities that it provides and trying to find not exploits, but find weird inconsistencies that a lot of teams aren't really used to and throwing that curveball in there. Honestly, they didn't even really need it. Their positioning, the players they had, the kind of potential they had, and even then look at the utility they had across the board, including that Viper's Pit. They had almost a guaranteed round, I could say. But, I mean, when you see the return now, this is where things have to step up. This is where, as a defending team, you have to go ahead and stay alive, find the necessary kills. Chrome, thankfully, is on site, able to find at least one there, and MJSJ in the back to go ahead and work things out. You have your 2 top fraggers on this one site that is being pushed by Clark Gray that you have no chance to really rotate now because you just locked yourself up.
Okay. I mean, pistol round wins are important. It does definitely set the pace. Clark Gray has a precedent for winning the pistol rounds, but only half of them so far. This could be the difference maker for Adrian College. But from the looks of things, Clark Gray just going to say, okay, A site, we're going to go on over here. Kiai will be the first person to get over there. Spike can go down, but Scorpion gets tagged a little bit on their entry from the attacker spawn over. And from the looks of things, the nice rotation with that recon bolt will give a lot of intel over. BK's position spotted Poggy's going to work from rafters. Scorpion sightline could be there, but MJSJ is going to work their way from the attacker spawn themselves. Maybe try to catch them off guard in their cubby position, but Kyoya's life is very short-lived, and they're just going to let that happen. BK watching the prey, and now Scorpion is the only person left. They're playing this one smart and slow, but they did not find the decisive blow. They'll send the fragment out. That buys time, and though they do find the head of BK, I don't think it's going to matter. This round will drop to the Adrian College side, and they'll go up 9-4.
A huge lead here to be working with. An extra 2 on the side of Adrian College is definitely a convincing lead, to say the least. Knowing they can find themselves a little bit more to be working with. Knowing they can go ahead and get this 10th round into their hands. That is, if they win this next round, which I'm expecting them to. If Clark Gray can win it, and they're not really the favored team here, as it seems thus far. Knowing that Adrian College get to now the bonus and weaponry. If anything, that's an even scarier thought. Knowing that they not only have themselves the leading guns right now, when they don't really need one, but to know that they could also go on to a bonus. MJSJ with that Bulldog, probably going to get aggressive for that first pick and then back off towards A side. We're going to see some kind of influence like that. We're going to see the round play out like that, because that's how most these Reynas play on Icebox, and it speaks a lot of volume and makes things extremely difficult for these attackers.
Difficulty is kind of the name of the game. We said that Clark Ray needed to suffocate the attack of Adrian College. They did a fairly okay job with that, but suffocation's kind of been the specialty of Adrian College themselves. Every single position we've seen Clark Ray try to pursue usually gets snuffed out quickly, but they'll find the first decisive blow. A Spectre shot from Kyoya, able to find one. And though BK does get a Headhunter kill, Scorpion makes it a short-lived one. And they're also able to assist Kyoya once again for their second in the round to take out Poggies. A 4-on-2. Clark Ray obviously having the advantage. And in a post-plant situation, it seems like the endeavors right now of Adrian College could be fruitless, but Chrome has not yet gotten that memo, is doing their best to climb this one back. They'll now find 2. Now it's only 2 players left standing for the side of Clark Gray. And Board because and their cohort are trying to get a little bit too close for comfort. Board able to find the kill though to Chrome as they tailwind directly into their line of sight. Waiting for the head to show. Maybe firing too early, but it does not seem to make a difference. Hip fire? No. Kyoya will find the final blow. And the Clark Gray side will find an attacking round win.
Honestly, a great answer there. Something that I could quite honestly say I did not expect to happen. But if you can finesse rounds like that, winning, pushing off that A site, working right then and there, this could be somewhat of a spell for the likes of Clark Gray to go ahead and close out this map. If they just keep on working on that A site. Sure, they're going to have to diversify things every here and there and push for another site. I think right now is the perfect time to do that. When you have yourself a bonus, when you have these guns that you just picked up, when you can buy things up and still be in a healthy standing while Adrian College is on the backbone right now, this could be the time you go ahead and get their muscles used to just running towards B. Then you strike A once, twice, 3 times. Get yourself that tie game and you say, all right, we're right back to an even standing. It's 9-9. We are looking really, really good, boys. Let's keep on doing what we can. But even then, the setup's going to be different every single time from the side of Adrian College. We have not seen the same setup from them once this game thus far. And it's going ahead and paying dividends right there because Ginger gets the call. You go ahead and get a little bit of damage on the Scorpion, but not enough because he finds that first kill.
Nice ball goes down. Not far enough, though, and maybe not close enough, maybe the better way. Chrome has an easy sight line to the planting player. This one, not so much, but there's a player above to apply pressure, but the pressure doesn't surmount so much. Stitch Snake instead finds the kill to Poggies, and the somewhat weaker arsenal players of the Adrian College side are forced to funnel into the POVs there of Clark Gray. They may find one, but it was after they lose one. They're able to now have BK collect themselves a weapon. MJSJ has done the same thing. Quick swing around, Headhunter in hand. He finds the head of Board. Now it's just a 2v1. Ooh. EMP flashed over the top. Scorpion has the chance. MJSJ will tap this diffuser to bait, but they both lock into the line of sight, somehow surviving with 18 HP. And there seems to be plenty of time to finish off this diffusal. How do they scrape away this round out?
Look, man, I know I'm supposed to be a color caster, but I don't know everything. Good. Like, Adrian College is just pulling off fantastic feats right now. So that's all it really comes down to. When you see the way they are playing the game, they're being aggressive, but they're doing it at the right times. I mean, they're not over pushing right there off the start. They're backing up. And even then, seeing their dominant start on that last map, even on this map, they don't sit there and ego. They're not saying 5v1, bro, I win these all day. Like, come on, bring it. They're saying, no, we still have a chance to lose this. They can still win rounds. They're not bots. This isn't the training range. This is an actual game, so we have to respect our opponents and make sure to swing appropriately. And right here, it's moments like these, when you have the exchange, when you have these rounds ready, when you see Chrome getting these initial picks. If you are Clark Gray, you cannot let that happen. Just period, at all. No exceptions asked.
They're able to keep things close here, Dallas. Somehow the recovery has been here. It's now 3-on-3, but the Viper's pit placed by Clark Gray. Things may get dirty for the side of Adrian College. The tour de force has been expended. They can continue to use it. Poggies is over them, but they can't do much. They're not firing. You see these moments, and it's like, oh, it's so close, but yet so far. But I'll tell you who's really far off now. The health pool of that tour de force wielding chamber for the side of Adrian College. Ford Bacchus finds that blow, but Ginger gets the refrag back. She now needs to assist alongside Poggies to snip out the players within the Viper's pit. Ginger does a great job to cut down the Sage. Now they have to find Stitch Snake, and they're going to play this one quite slow and methodical. They'll step out of it for just a moment. The integrity will start to dissipate, but Ginger may realize that's what's happening. They'll tap the diffuser, now playing the corner. They catch them as they try to pull out the snake bite, and they find their third in the round. The question remains, is there enough time? And there seems to be plenty. Adrian College give themselves the 11th. That is another round lead to their name, 6 between the two sides.
You just put Ginger in her home territory. That's what you did. You keep a Viper alive when it's a 1v1 in the Viper's pit, you're saying this is even grounds. I don't care if I'm losing health or not. Our homes are mapped out in the same way, baby. We both got the same blueprints in our hands, and we can go ahead and follow the route. We know what's going on. It all comes down to whether or not I can make that read first. How much experience do I have with the agent? How many times am I playing Ring Around the Rosie with a player to know where I'm possibly going to have to cut them off? When you saw that initial tell from Chrome losing that gunfight, surprisingly enough, you go ahead and get that intel. Say, just back right. Where you got to go, okay? Well, you sit there and know they're coming around. You know they're going to go ahead and swing either right into you, and you sit there and win that gunfight because you're not even in the smoke yet, or you go ahead and play Ring Around the Rosie for them. Wait for that cutoff. Go for that defuse. Create that pressure, make them swing, and win that gunfight. Right there, Ginger read that perfectly, and she made sure to capitalize. But talking about capitalization, there it is. She also is the first player picked off in this round to back up behind BK. So Adrian College already down 2 players, but Clark makes a very, very quick exchange.
They're now a man up. Stitch Snake able to revitalize Scorpion, stabilizing their core and the resurrection there. But oh my god, Chrome and MJSJ! How do you find literally everything all at once? An ace between the two of them, but because of the resurrection, Minerverse still into the foray. They'll be tagged, now 15 HP, and they're forced to sprint themselves on out of here. They have to rotate to the A objective, and they may start to catch some damage on the tag across, just barely. Oh, they see the legs as they cross through attacker's spawn, but they can't find the option to kill just yet. Thankfully, they'll have the option. Poggies will make their way to the A site quicker than most. The Minerver's been quite slow. Now they're trapped between 3 different players, 2 coming from the south, 1 from the north. They'll try to spray down 1, try to spray down 2, but find none. As MJSJ finds 3 in the round, you saw Chroma find 3 themselves. 6 kills between 2 players, and that is now match point, series point for Adrian College.
It's rounds like those, man, where you sit there and think you have a chance. When you sit there and find those kills, you get those initial frags that we saw you, Clark Gray, try to not only capitalize on what they found. Sure, they found the first couple frags. That's to be expected. I'm expecting them to go ahead and push the side off that and make some work there. But we saw no setup off them. Every single time they go for B, it doesn't look too good. They sit there, get overzealous. They're saying, thank God we have a side available to us. Do you now? There is going to be a player on the flank, and this time it was MJSJ, who sat there and found a 3K and made the easiest frag and the easiest manly that I think I've ever seen in the game, because they just have no utility back there. They have no watch. And something like that, when you have yourself a Sage, that's the one thing you're lacking is intel on a Sentinel that every single other Sentinel provides. Even Chamber, who I don't even sit there and classify as a Sentinel. You have to know what you have to work with, and you have to know when you need to check things. And we just don't see that entire awareness from the squads.
Go out. MJSJ is the player to find the first kill. But Chrome and Ginger each find one thereafter. Though Chrome does die, Ginger does not. And she'll be able to find 2 total in the round, leaving just 1 player all by their lonesome. Scorpion, yeah, I'm not sure how Scorpion is going to adjust from this spot. You look at this one normally in a round that's maybe not the NSA tech timeout. Play this one slow, talk things through, and try to figure out how you can go from here, but that's definitely not the case. It is all done and dusted. The final blow coming now as BK finds that blow, and it's 13-5 our score for map 2. Slightly closer than map 1's, but still a dominant performance from Adrian College.
Yeah, outstanding work here from Adrian College. I mean, it just from top to bottom. Sure, they gave up a collective of 8 rounds. That's typically what we see out of one map in a team collectively when it comes around to these rounds, and we just didn't see enough out of Clark. And honestly, I'm not going to say I'm disappointed in them, but overall, we do need to see some real adjustments being made. It's now playoffs are among us. This is the last week of regular season, and to go into playoffs looking like this, sure, you have yourself a chance, but now you're not even anymore. You were going into this week. You can sit there and settle for that. But coming into playoffs now, 4 and 5, you knew your biggest opponent. If you were watching the scoreboard over these past weeks, knowing and watching Adrian climb up and up and up and up and saying, this is our opponent, and we got to face that right after spring break, it makes it a very, very difficult situation to put yourself into. I will completely admit. But honestly, that gives yourself more time to be prepared for what's to come. And quite honestly, I understand that can be a little bit of a hurdle that you have to jump over, and it's going to be a very, very high hurdle at that you better have some granddaddy long legs to work with. But as it stands right now, is that going to be enough to take you into these next couple weeks? Adrian College, you have nothing to worry about. You looked outstanding today. I love the way you play off of each other. You still respect your opponents, whether or not you know you have them beat or not. You go ahead and play the game as it's intended to be, and you make the most of that. But Clark, you have to sit there and realize when you're outgunned, when you're outmanned, and if you sit there and see an opponent that's bigger and badder than you, please start on the attacking side.
Lots of words of really guidance. There's a lot we could give, but unfortunately there is short time. There's another game that'll come up after this one, and Dallas, this will be the last time you and I are on for the NECC mainstream before playoffs start, because unfortunately this is the last week of NECC for the mainstream until playoffs do actually start. So it's not like we're leaving, but it will be the last time we're on until playoffs.
We could be fired.
Yeah, they just we didn't say that Chroma was the best player the entire time. You know, that's what happened. Everyone's real big Chrome stands here at the NECC, and we just didn't pat their back enough. But really great job, Adrian College.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure they'll end up being a 2nd seed or maybe even top seed. We did see they lost Titus. I remember what was their name. I'll recheck it here in a moment. But they have only lost to one team, and the other one they lost to was a forfeit, as far as we're aware, because it was 0-13-0-13. We just can't see that happening here whatsoever, especially against a team that we actually see Clark Gray lost just barely to. There's a lot of worries, a lot of woes. And I think for Clark Gray, this entire season is just a huge learning improvement for them.
Yeah.
And the fact of the matter is they have a fairly young roster too. They have one graduate student, and it was their KO for the entire game, Scorpion. So Scorpion played very well. We saw a lot of really good moments for that. And that's a really cool experience to continue to be able to play in the esports scene. Who knows how long they'll be there, but I'm hoping for a while to see Clark Gray improve for quite a bit. But excited to see what everyone can bring to the table when it comes to playoffs. But until then, it will be a short-lived time for us to hopefully blink and pass the time forward a couple weeks to get over to playoffs itself. But my name's Infernosis. I've been joined here by my good friend Mick, and we've got ourselves another game coming up after this one and more on the B stream as well. So stay tuned for more action. Don't go anywhere.
And welcome. We are back, at least myself and Vincent, from the B stream over here to the A stream. But of course, you at home have been tuning in for so long, and we are excited to bring you the final series here of the regular season for the NECC 2022 Spring Valorant. I want to say league. I have no other words for it because it's been phenomenal. We've had so many different leagues played out, so many different teams showing up here, and tonight we get to take a look at one more. We are taking a look at the Champions Cyan Division with UHM Varsity Black, the undefeated champions of this division, coming in against CSUDH Cardinal, who are looking to place themselves at a higher ranking moving into playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an uphill battle for CSUDH. Like you said, UHM undefeated 7-0 over the course of the season, just dropping a singular map as well. Very impressive showing. Whereas CSUDH, they're kind of caught out in the midfield battle. A win here though would put them up. They're currently sitting at 5th. They definitely could be overtaking to 4th place with a win tonight. But let's see who's going to be taking the server for these two teams. UHM, start with them. See who we got as well. Because I'm excited. I'm excited for this squad. It's tested Cold QT, Compy, and Mike, as well as Zbass, closing out the roster there. And on the CSUDH side, Orbital, take me through them.
Of course, we're going to take a look. We are going to have the CSUDH squad coming out. It's going to be Gunbar coming out, and one Mad Bad Dog, Carbon Bear, and Fat Neck Johnny. We saw quite a few members in the chat, of course, of Twitch saying that they are really big fans of Fat Neck Johnny, and I think we can all say the same. You and I have been able to cast this team quite a bit, actually, I think in the past, and it's been great. It's honestly been so much fun, but they have their work cut out for them. This is going to be a very difficult matchup for them to play out. Of course, best of 3 series. Let's go ahead and get the maps up next as well.
I'm curious, by the way, what kinesiology is. That's what Gunbear is studying. I'm gonna have to figure that one out. Do some Googling later. Well, Ascent, that's where we're headed. It's gonna be Fracture and Haven gone. That's twice that we've seen both of those maps taken out tonight for you and I. Icebox is our second map, and then should we need it, we'll be headed back to Breeze as the bind split taken by these two teams on the second ban phase. Love to see it, and I'm excited to get underway as we get the agent select going.
And of course, at this point, Vincent, I don't think anything can really surprise us. We saw Neon. Let's just put it that way. And the crazy thing is, Neon won. Like, that's the craziest part. Aside from Komi hovering over that Yoru, I don't even think a Yoru would be surprising to me at this point. So we'll see what happens, of course, but it will be University of Hawaii kicking it on that attacker side. I'm very, very curious, as you said, the agents coming out here, we've seen a plethora of different ones come through, but Ascent, I feel, has had some of the larger variety as teams, again, decide and try and redecide what they want to kind of land on as a compositional standpoint.
We saw Brimmies for both the teams we saw earlier on this map. Now we got the Omen for one Mad Bad Dog. And I'll see, it looks like Cold QT might be going for the same sort of idea. It looks to me like it's a relatively similar, full mirror matchup coming through, assuming Fat Neck Johnny gonna lock the Jet, which would be pretty normal in this map.
Would be fairly normal. Would be nice to bring up, and it looks like we are going to get that. You can hear the calls, the beeps, as everyone is going to be ready to play things out. KOs across the board, gonna be a good time. And then the Omens, looks like we got decent mirror matchups across all the way through. I think you already said that. So, well, it'll come down to skill. It'll be coming down to the exact finite skills of just all of these members playing it out. Once again, to give you a little bit of a heads up, UHM are currently locked in for first. This series will have no direct impact on their current standings. It'll be specifically for that kind of pride factor at this point. For CSUDH, of course, they are the ones that have to play to the utmost potential if they want a good spot moving into next week. Gonna be super fun to go ahead and see as we move in. First map underway.
Exactly. By the way, I was just looking UHM have 114 round differential. That's a tie-breaking number that isn't going to matter, like we said. But the next highest differential is like 36. That's for the UVic blue team. So it's quite interesting how far ahead UHM are. That's my point. So the Cardinals, they got a whole lot to overcome here. We head into this first map. This is the pick of UHM.
They're going to try and kick things off here on this B site, or at least with a mid-split. Again, it's going to be a little bit of a rush up. UHM going ahead and crushing and cruising through this pizza market. Tested is going to take out Fat Neck Johnny. It's a quick clip to the head. Carbon in the back end is going to possibly get caught out, but one mad dog is going to take out Comey, and Carbon takes out Tested. Moves to hide those angles, and Carbon with a little bit of shake takes out Cold. A little bit of a zap to finish things off, and it is going to be the trade. Carbon from the grave finishes off one more member, and CSUDH Cardinals come out with a first round victory.
Yeah, quality start there for the California State Dominguez Hills roster. UHM struggling a little bit to find the trade. Zbass as well, gets the kill and then dies anyway to the shock dart. Nice shot there by Carbon, who picked up a triple in the opening pistol. We're going to be seeing some investment. This is a little bit odd because usually you're going to see a full investment or no investment. Instead, we've seen Marshall come out there for the jet, but everybody else relatively low investment. Definitely a little bit on the odder side as the 0 point going to find nothing at all. Meanwhile, it's Carbon who does.
Cold still. Getting cold with that pistol. The Sheriff ripping one over. Good headshot to be made, and looking for maybe one more on that angle. The backside of the spawn point. Cold finds Bear, but immediately gets found by Fat Neck Johnny. Great shot by that Spectre to keep things even. 3-3. For the side of UHM, they are going to take their chances at B main. They're looking to sprint into sight, potentially get a great sweep in. Suppression goes down, as that KO is going to bring a lot of utility, but Carbon says, I don't need any ability to take you out and swing on a third. Phenomenal clearance as Zbass says no more.
Vaso creating a good opportunity, but Fat Neck Johnny to put that down. CSU DH able to find that second round in a row, and well, looks like Gunbear going to be given the orb there. Interesting enough. I think normally you'd want the Blade Storm faster, but maybe they have a strategy that is very reliant on the lockdown that Gunbear is farming up. Nonetheless, UHM, they're going to have the money to buy in. Though, like I said, because of Zbass is a very odd purchasing decision in that last, they're going to be working with a Guardian. Not to say that that's not going to be effective, but certainly isn't the best weapon. And they could have had something better if they didn't overinvest.
Investments to be had, however, CSUDH Cardinals go ahead and just power through. Gold is going to get 2 on the back end. Great shots to be had, and Comey says I'll help out there. Comey takes out another, and Cold finishes it off. It's a full house of frags for UHM Varsity, as they only have one alive.
Yeah, I love that start from CSUDH. They did everything right? They had the paranoia from one mad dog to come through, blind up a couple of players, and it was Fat Neck Johnny to get the forward position. Got a couple initial kills, but it was Comey and Cold QT to bring it back within the more reasonable scenarios. Good traits on the backside for UHM. As University of Hawaii Manoa, they do everything they need to do to pick that one up.
Fought hard for it, and now into this fourth. It's going to be just a little bit of a pincer maneuver here. Or at least attempting to. Again, just trying to sneak out some information here. CSUDH Cardinals going to be slowly keeping everyone backed off. Again, the Killjoy utility over there on B might be a signal for them to back off here. However, they still prep themselves accordingly. All 5 members are sitting on this B side. They're probably going to wait down to about 50-55 seconds left. Take a chance at a charge. Nanoswarm goes over the top and inside of B site. Suppression goes down. One Mad Dog is going to be very, very upset at the fact that they were found out. Takes one before dying. UHM Varsity Black have found a perfect opportunity to rein in, but Z-Bats overextends ever so slightly, and Carbon, along with Gunbear, is able to finish them off 3v4 as a retake is going to be prepped.
CSUDH no slouches here in the press to go down via the 0 point, but that's not going to find much of anything. Nice flash drive there to deny the retake for just a little bit further time and momentum. Denied. Bear, though, gonna find Komi. That is a big frag. Mikey, the double kill. Nothing much more. Fat Neck Johnny once again closing out a round, and it's Gunbear as well.
What a phenomenal round. CSUDH Cardinals give themselves a massive breath of fresh air. Taking that round does mean that UHM Varsity are currently sitting in that eco. Cold is the only one that can really buy up, as they were the ones that were able to flatten a few members of CSUDH, but it's going to be a hero rifle only, along with that from the shadows. You have the lockdown on Mikey as well, but I mean, I don't think you're going to really use it, and it's going to be the full save. So instead, Cold says, all right, no rifle, just a sheriff in full armor. I'm going to be the entry. I'm going to give it my best shot. It's a hard sprint, it looks like, towards that mid, as Fat Neck Johnny says bye-bye with the right click. Zebas gets a very rude greeting.
Give me those back.
To be fair, that was the left click, but yes, precisely. Mikey going down as well, and your point about the lockdown probably not being used, I'm right there with you, but even if it was used, there's the Hunter's Fury for CSUDH, so that could be denied pretty easily, even into these coming rounds. Tested, the last alive, is being hunted. Now, they're well aware via the 0 point. Nice shot, though, especially initially, but he's been pushed in from behind, and it's going to be difficult to overcome that information. Yeah, there we go. Fat Neck Johnny gonna get the frag. It's a triple kill for the Bladestorm, as the CSUDH squad continue to dominate. It's 4-1.
Dominate is the right word for it, I think. 4-1, gun round coming up here. They're carrying over so many, 4.8 on Gunbear right now in terms of econ value. And with 3 ultimates, the Hunter's Fury, as you were talking about, from the shadows, and now the Null command. All 3 of these can be used in succession to counter the 3 that UHM currently have on their field. This entry shot, Fat Neck Johnny just shoots off the starboard bow of that head, and that one's gonna be leaving a breeze right there. Bear going, all right. Well, we still have all 5. We're okay.
You
Oh,
should
man.
run.
I'm impressed. Your nautical information.
My
Nautical
mind is
knowledge.
just random bits of information. I have way too many pieces.
Yeah, I'll be surprised at the amount of people who know what direction starboard is.
We're gonna get flamed for that one. Talking down about that, it's like, oh man, starboard and port. It's a good time, right?
No, exactly. I'm loving it. You know what else I'm loving? This back and forth. That Hunter's Fury went out. UHM go forward. It's cold Q for 1. It's tested on the re-entry though for UHM, making it look easy. Now Gunbear, meanwhile, has fought things back, keeping it into a relatively even scenario. It's a 3v3 from the shadows available for both teams. The Hunter's Fury is going to be that key. And meanwhile, Zebas, as the dark cover goes down, finds the frag.
And just clean play here. One Mad Dog getting a spray on Cold, but the damage has already been done. I was just saying UHM were clean, but CSU Cardinal ripped one right back. It's down to a 1v1. Shock Bolt possibly going to be the ender. That might be it. And it bounces and hits. One Mad Dog gets shocked for a lifetime. That's a clutch win for UHM Varsity Black.
Yeah, there must have been some sort of invisible fence set up there, you know? Getting shocked. Unfortunate timing there, at least for One Mad Dog. And well, UHM Varsity doing a fantastic job of not using the Hunter's Fury there as well. I mean, Tested specifically, obviously. You don't want to use that unless you have to, and they didn't have to there. Here we go, Z-Bats going for the opening frag, but it's going to be Fatneck Johnny putting down the pressure, and that paranoia play so strong. Unfortunately, it's just a 1 for 2. UHM unable to bring it back, especially now it's one mad dog. Double kill, picking up the operator. Comey, meanwhile, with 2 of their own. Both players closing in. It's Gunbear to close out.
Oh man, these operators calling out in style, but at the end of the day, huge props to Fatneck Johnny getting a couple kills with that Spectre in hand. That was one of the funnier moments there. Of course, Cold on the repeat though, 7, 6, and 6 currently, and in this eco, this one hurts to take. Of course, they were able to win one, but immediately falling back down that rabbit hole means CSUDH Cardinal have a pretty good bottleneck on the econ situation and should be able to play towards this advantage. This is feeling like a full B-side rush, as Fatneck Johnny says, not even a rush.
Good shutdown. Nearly follow-up, too, there. Smoke almost another double there, but Fatneck going down. It's one mad dog to go continue forward. And Gunbear to close out the team effort for CSUDH, as they've already hit that 6th round mark. And whilst you would like some more, 6 rounds on the defensive side ain't bad.
Not at all. And considering this was also UHM Varsity Black's map pick for CSUDH, they should be extremely happy and proud of how much they've done here. And if they keep running it up, that's going to be even better, right? Like, if they win this one, they put themselves at a situation for an 8-2, looking like they have a potential, I would say, a double-digit round score at the first half. I don't think it's going to happen. I feel, of course, UHM will be very upset if that happens. Of course, it's going to be the drop. Carbon is going to eat out Comey, but it's all a bait. As the revive comes through, it's a very nice 5v3 situation as UHM Varsity Black say, you ain't going to get another round on us.
Yeah, UHM, here's what they've been doing. These rounds they've been winning, they just pick up the pace towards B, and they find some success when they have the rifles. Now, granted, last round we saw the pace change without the rifles being engaged. Oh, whoa, okay, Fatneck Johnny doing the dirty work. A couple of kills. Unfortunately, Cold Q gonna add down to that one. The blaze going wide as Comey continues to find success. Now, there 1v2, one player getting suppressed down because of this. Only 4 bullets in the chamber, and the off angle from Comey is good. The frag, Mikey was there in case of the need for help, but CSUDH fall. And UHM, I mean, it's starting to get dangerous there with the operator, but hey, they were able to clutch up.
I think that's a fantastic situation for them to have. And again, UHM, they want to tie things up, of course. Every team wants to, but for them, I think it's even more important, right? On their map pick, they don't want to fall behind. They don't want to have to deal with kind of the downfall of having to play on the side of CSUDH Cardinals picks. So you really want to take this one home and do it in commanding fashion. You want to say that you are a squad that, again, will not lose. You don't lose that series at all. So CSUDH Cardinal going to go ahead and prep themselves up accordingly. It's a deep push in from the Jet, though, on a site. That one is quite surprising to see, as that's a good shock bolt. Going to catch that Killjoy a little bit off kilter on UHM's side.
So it doesn't do nearly as much damage as I would have expected.
Mm-hmm. What, is that a, like, maybe 20 lost, I think?
Yeah. I mean, it was a good movement there as well from the Killjoy in order to dodge out on the real bad effects, but still. Draft over there on the A site from the Jet in order to get back into the heaven position. The Owl Drone going to find some space, but it's an A push that's a fake into the B hit. Carbon just going to easily take out that lockdown. No problem there.
30 seconds left.
Shots ringing true as Tasset and Bear open up into a firefight. Bear takes 2. Gold is going to finish that one off. Carbon ready to go with the swing. 1v1. Turns into a 0v0. 31 HP on Tested. Might find the head, but no Ganbear. Able to find that one. 1v2. Full HP versus no HP. Comey goes, yeah, this is fun.
Oh, wow. Fat Neck Johnny's had some crazy moments thus far for CSUDH. Gonna get the defuse once again. And it looks like they're gonna look to recover an operator, maybe. I think that's probably what was being found there. 7 rounds. And there's still a couple more to play here in the first half. So the potential for 9-3 is on the cards. The 8th, though, is very much in the hands of CSUDH. Look at what they're playing against. Okay, well, maybe not. I was going to say they should be playing against a save here for UHM, but UHM has gone for a bit of an aggressive purchase here. I'm not sure that I love this decision from them, because this is what they're doing. They're saying, okay, well, we're just going to be buying the rest of the half here.
Yeah, it's a max out econ is, I guess, the best way to put it, right? You just buy what you can, and some of them can buy a bit more than others. Gold, of course, is going to enter in with a very, very quick dash. Zbass is going to try their best with the knives out, but I think Johnny with that pistol is going to spray through the smoke. Knives miss 3-4, all whiff, and Zbass goes, that's not what you wanted. I'm going to have to work with one knife left. Going to try and get the reset. Fat Neck Johnny says, I won't even let you get the knife. Beautiful finish there as Bear is going to try and turn it around. UHM do get the plant. In a 4v5 situation. You might not like the turnout because Gone Bear is ready to go with that beautiful lockdown. Mikey says, Bear, get down here. Around the corner, one Mad Dog goes. They're going to try and sprint it in. One Mad Dog finds Comey. Carbon finds Mikey. Gold finds one Mad Dog, and it's a 2v3. Gold is going to try and teleport out, but Gone Bear says, not today. Tested is going to find one, but Gone Bear finishes it off. Beautiful trades back and forth. Net a CSUDH Cardinals victory. They push to their 8th. One more before we switch halves.
Yeah, and I love that they were using the lockdown there. They kind of knew that the Hunter's Fury was available. And so I don't think the plan was ever for that lockdown to be effective. It was just to force out the Hunter's Fury. It does just that. There's no potential to play for the retake or to play for the defense of the spike. And CSUDH pulled the defuse out off the back of some very nice shots from likes of Carbon, Fat Neck Johnny, everybody kind of getting some plays in there. But it is that final round of the half, and here we go. Let's see if this continues. Wow, Zbass! What a shot! So quick. The trigger finger. 2 quick succession for Zbass as the flash drive comes out from Bear. And he's going to blind one out on the secondary. Fragment going to deny players, and it's pretty much Bear throwing his entire kit at the wall.
I was watching that happen. I was wondering if anyone was going to swing on Bear, but no one really had that opportunity, right? So is Bear literally just hawking utility, just like, I don't want to see you. I don't even want to hear you. Get away from me. Get away from me. Get away from me. Oh, I love it. That's going to be a couple bolts straight through the wall and test it all. The double ricochet takes the life of Bear. You throw your own utility and someone else bites back. Carbon is going to take a spray around the corner. That's not going to net any result. You only get one as Zbass makes it a 3K. One more to make it I want to make it 4-1. But Cold is going to go ahead and get the plant. Say we're going to be good. Gone Bear. No real reason to save here, so give it your best shot. 1v3. What do you get?
The spikes have been taking a little bit already, so Number needs to step up the pace, and oh man, Gold QT. That's a very nice headshot.
Switching sides.
Basically shutting that down before it can even get started. But an 8-4 scenario on UHM's map pick is certainly an impressive showing from CSUDH. But can they close? That's the real question, right? Mm-hmm. The close is difficult, as you and I learned in our last series together earlier today. From a 10-2 to a 13-11 loss. Team winning 10-2, loss 13-11. So it's never over till it's over.
Never over till it's over, and hopefully one team isn't dancing a little bit. Don't dance until that victory screen is on your own. You see, and we'll see what they can do here. CSUDH Cardinals, of course, dropping that spike and going with that default prep towards mid. It's going to be UHM giving themselves a widespread, completely allowing for mid to be taken over. That's going to be kind of the question mark here. Pistols out. What do you want to move to? Down goes the Void, and Comey goes in with the flash.
Nice kills from Comey. The frenzy's working well. It's Tree is taking over, and 3 kills as well for Comey. He's got the quad. 10 health to work with there on the backside. Great timing on the flash initially too. Everything working well for UHM on that one.
What a phenomenal display, and to clean house on that pistol really means that CSUDH Cardinal aren't going to be able to buy anything. It should just be full classics. If it's not full classics, you're going, what the heck are you doing, right? What in the world would you potentially be able to buy? Not even a sheriff. So this next round should also be in favor of UHM. Bars some crazy right-click shenanigans from CSUDH Cardinals, we should be looking at a 6-8 and then move into a 9-6 position for CSUDH if that save round kind of goes in the way that we expect it to. But right now, UHM just looking for those kills.
Nice fragment going to clean out that position. Back wine. Don't want to be giving that away. Nonetheless, there we go. The updraft dash in there. Mikey playing defense. Long range. Okay, there's Fat Neck Johnny. He has the shorty. In quick succession, going to take out one man. It's looking like it's probably going to be it. One Mad Dog with one before he goes down, but otherwise a pretty darn solid round for UHM to use the SMGs to great effect and able to win out.
What a way to turn things around, and now we get to see UHM are actually investing into this round, so they are going to pick up those rifles once again, prep themselves accordingly, and Comey just playing around again with that ghost. What can you get? CSUDH Cardinals, they should have this one kind of in the bag here. Again, it is going to be 3 Vandals and 2 Phantoms. This is the standard weaponry that they like to play with. Cold is going to try and blind them out very quickly, but that's a hard chase. Zebas going to realize that someone's literally right beside him. Fat Neck Johnny does lose their life as Zebas hits a lucky spray.
Maybe not so lucky, bit of skill involved right there. And Zebas turning around, finding the secondary. Granted, that does keep it an even scenario as UHM and CSUDH, excuse me, fight their way through middle. No command still available here for UHM. The HP there for Tessid. One Mad Dog, meanwhile, for the attackers comes alive. And now it's going to be that push towards B. Yes. Timing from Comey that was good, but it's not good enough. Bear is ready and waiting, holding the line.
There they are.
And now they... Okay. All right.
How to stop a caster in their tracks. That.
For real. I mean, how to stop a player in their tracks.
I feel both are as equally impressive as right now. With 8 HP, Tessid is going to try and do the impossible here. Spray and pray their way to safety. Just swing underneath. Just do it. You already did one thing. Don't shoot that. You hear the jump. Is that Rick? Oh, no way. What?
How does that work?
Alright, yeah. Tessid knows that this is just a kind of awkward spot to be in, and alright, Tessid finally goes down. One Mad Dog was officially done with this shenanigan.
UHM picking a couple of rounds up there. You know, they got the pistol, they got the anti-eco. The first gun round works to CSUDH's favor. Of course, that's against the bonus. Now we get down to the real nitty-gritty. And you can see with CSUDH only having 2 players survive, their economy's on the cusp. Not broken, but on the cusp, on that potential breaking point if they were to lose another round. UHM, on the other hand, they have plenty to buy in here, and they do.
That was a round and a half. Now into the 9-6 positioning. UHM wants to get a little bit more, and that's not one way to do it. Missing that first shot, Comey was able to pick up Mad Dog. A little bit of safety there. A little bit of a pulse from that fragment. Not going to get too much. And Carbon not going to walk up catwalk. It's going to be a very quiet mid, though, so CSUGH Cardinals should be able to make their way over to this A site in good standing. With 3 and a very injured Jet, it's going to be a pretty hefty defense here. UHM Varsity Black ready for this.
Yeah, they are. CSU down by them and as well. Oh, that's big. The knife getting taken out. That's going to deny any information for Comey. Obviously, they're aware that the players are here, though, because the knife gets destroyed. So the null command has to be used.
30 seconds left.
That's going to keep everyone suppressed for just a moment more. Fragment as well. But time's starting to tick down. 20 seconds. CSU, they have to push here. They're running out of time. It's already over, you could call it. I mean, Fat Neck Johnny does get on there. They're going to be able to get down. No, the nano swarms make it even more difficult. And CSU, I mean, helped out by the suppression there of the null command and everything, but they really waited far too long, and they've outplayed themselves.
Very much so. And that's, again, as you said, time can be the worst friend for some of these teams, depending on which side you're looking at here. Be very, very dangerous here. CSUDH Cardinals know they possibly could have had that one. But they are going to go into the defensive positioning. Again, only a Judge Hover. Fat Neck Johnny, I'm not sure if you want to buy that one up. Going to be 9-7. UHM looking to get a cheeky kill. Z-Bats pushing so far up. Hard swing in. Takes a shot, but realizes someone's right behind him. Chase on the way out.
Nice getaway, though. Z-Bats going to get away with plenty. Damage tagged for like 3 players. The Odin going burr through the smoke. Here we go, Z-Bass trying to take the shot. Can't quite hit the first shot, but does the second. Follow up even better from that Odin is Fat Neck Johnny, the only one to get anything done there. And now it's Gunbearer all alone. Tagged through. And Comey gonna put it down. Looks like UHM are on the comeback trail.
Listen, if I buy the Odin, there's about 3 clips in there, and I'm going to use every single bit of it. That's what Tessa said right there. Just hard spray, no thoughts behind those eyes, and still picked up multiple frags. Able to hold it down.
If you're not running out of bullets, then you're not doing it right.
Yeah. I don't want to see a single bullet left in that chamber.
That's right.
I love it. So going into the 18th round, I can count, don't worry everyone. 18th round up on the board. Carbon ready to go to try and get some shots. Z-Bats popped up in the smoke, ready to try and get a cheeky kill, but with 4 members still stuck on this B lobby, they're going to try and take this one nice and slow. So the last time they tried this, they got sprayed down by the Odin. This time, no real smokes that are in their way. However, a couple of nanoswarms are ready to greet them with a nasty hot foot situation. The attacking lockdown ready to be used. CSUDH Cardinals going to push in a few seconds.
Yeah, but their entry is going to be less than free. You're going to have to try and find a way through the Odin. Fat Neck Johnny does go out and over the top. Bit of a suppression there, and oh my goodness, Fat Neck Johnny taking some damage, but does hit both the frags. Pays dividends, the aggression. Fragment from Comey, gonna do damage and force 1 player out of that little corner. 3v4 now for UHM. They look to retake. Cold Q goes 1 for 1, but that ain't enough either. In a bad spot are UHM.
A little bit of the suppression going down. Locks one agent, but again, KO's known to throw just about every piece of utility in the pocket. Comey spots the barrel of the gun, calls it out to the rest of the team, is immediately going to chase. This blind goes around the corner, but Colt finally gets the kill. Get a few more. Mad Dog takes out both, though, with the Vandal. Steals away a March, 10-8. The current round score as CSU DH Cardinals reach double digits.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a very hard-fought game thus far from CSU DH. This is UHM's map pick, and UHM haven't looked particularly strong. I mean, they've had some very strong rounds. As a whole, I mean, it's been so back and forth. As 10 on the docket here. Got to be impressed. CSUDH with some limited utility to work with in this round, but hey, they've got the Blade Storm. So do UHM, so it's going to be a bit of a jet duel as we get the null command invested. The push towards A coming up.
They're going to push as quickly as they can. Fat Neck Johnny wants to make it happen. Comey backing up the rest of the teammates here in the garden. But through that wall, it's going to be closed down. The CSUDH Cardinals have a perfect plan. 5 members strong. Defender lockdown being in play, though. So it will be CSUDH Cardinals streamlining their way back out. But they have to get a catch. Tested, able to catch one in the rotate. Looking for one more. As the shock bolt laid straight into that spike. Trying to clear everything out. Lockdown is destroyed, and that gives entry back. CSUDH Cardinals hoping to find more, but Comey and Tested destroy their hopes. Carvin with a pistol only. Gonna try and work their way forward, but it's not gonna happen. Defuse comes through. UHM narrow that lead once again to 1.
There we go. I mean, UHM, every time you think you got them, they answer back. They pull up, and they find success. It's now Zbass with the operator. See if we're going to... It's not really enough for an operator on the opposite side for CSU. So, they're going to go full rifle buy. And with that, I mean, so much invested in the last round from CSUDH, though. Got to keep that in mind as well. They don't come away with it either. And Zbass has help over in middle to destroy that recon bolt. The jump peak, though, going to make it very much more difficult. And Zbass getting tagged down by the Owl Trode. Means the fallback is in the cards, but not for long. Cold QT is just an instant aggressor.
Shots being roamed out here as everyone fighting for that possible win. Old QT is going to get the heck out of there. No one wants to be caught in the crossfire. Comey going to be prepped and ready here in A. But the mid is really where it's played. 3 of the Cardinals are perched in prime positions. They have to decide, do they want to keep aggressing here or do they want to take a chance over on A? Remember, only a single Killjoy is locking down that site. The site is very much defendable here as the jet is going to rotate over. Nothing else to be said as we're winding down the clock. 35 seconds left. CSUDH Cardinals got to make a choice.
30 seconds left.
We're looking at the same sort of situation that they were in a couple rounds back. CSUDH has been struggling to make these decisions. Paranoia hits one, not a second though. Tested, able to get the frag. It's Cold QT who follows up Bear with the 2 of their own. For the time is ticking, and there ain't no time to plant the spike. Everyone falls. It's gonna be the Cardinal going down, tied 10-10. UHM once again doing a great job of holding back the CSUDH push in the last 30 seconds.
Vincent, we are going down to the wire once again here. Teams in this final week are giving us a show, and I could not ask for a better way to round out the regular season here. For CSUDH Cardinals, they want this win just as bad as anyone else. They want to see we have this opportunity. We get to move up in the standings, and for UHM, it's purely pride, right? You have first place locked in. You want to play for those showcase, for those highlight moments, but people don't want to lose to anyone here. So Zbass, of course, is going to take a quick shot. Doesn't really find anything, but gets plenty of information.
Yes, indeed. It's looking like we're going to be seeing the push come through. Jet dash up draft as well. Mikey with a couple. Here we go.
Down A.
Comey and Mikey team up and find success. 11 comes at a very low cost for UHM. They only lose a single player, and meanwhile, CSUDH fall apart. Gun round upcoming, but UHM, if that's what they have to offer, then that's scary.
It's a nightmare of a thought here. No one wants to deal with that. The nightmare is just beginning because Cold now has the From the Shadows. That's going to provide even more terrifying thoughts. The CSUDH Cardinals are not deterred at all. They're going to go ahead, pressure forward, huge shot. Z-Bats is going to take out that Owl Drone. Recon Bolt was good though. Going to track that all the way back through the rest of Nectar. It's going to be Comey in waiting. Keep in mind that attacker lockdown is still in favor of them, and that's going to call for the quick jump in. A little flash going in, but Z-Bats takes a huge shot into Carbon. Phenomenal first blood. Fat Nick Johnny responds in kind. 4v4. Plant goes in. 0 players detained. Retake available.
Oh, that's great timing from Fat Neck Johnny. Brought back by Mikey, but now there's 2 left alive. UHM. Push coming through. The fragment. Denying some space. The Nano Swarm on the site. Paranoia finds success, but it's not enough. Gunbearer with 2 quick in succession. CSUDH pushed to 11. It's another tied up game.
It ain't stopping, Vincent. It is never going to stop here. UHM. I wonder if they are frustrated that they have been pushed to the brink here by a team that they are hoping to not worry about. But for anyone that's watched CSUDH, the Cardinals are always a threat to be working with. Most notably, Fat Neck Johnny, of course, stepping up here. With only a Sheriff in hand and 5 blades to reset, you're hoping for a phenomenal all-star play to push them to 12. If CSUDH Cardinals can make it into that 12 mark, put themselves on game point, that would be a huge win for them. There's a lot of pressure off, but Comey is going to fall here after taking out Carbon. Fat Nick Johnny. And now mid is currently being watched. Oh, one Mad Dog. Don't want that one as Z-Bass rips that one away.
Nicely done, Compare. Bringing it back a little bit more. Cold QT falling down. Lots of utility here for UHM on the site for Mikey. Push coming in. There's the Nano Swarms. They're going to bring it in. A bear with 1. Trades coming to fruition. The blades close by. It's right click, I think, towards Fat Neck Johnny.
Spike planted.
1v2 for Z-Bass. We've seen Z-Bass do a whole lot, though, with a whole little. He's going to throw away the operator, go for the Phantom. That's a much more reasonable weapon to play with in this situation. One back boat, house 1 on the site. Down is Bear. Health advantage is big for Z-Bass. CSUDH, they desperately need to win this one.
Oh!
He spotted it through the wall. UHM take map point here on the first.
Clutch.
Didn't even see him through the wall, saw the gun barrel, and this is one of those heartbreaking moments. CSUDH Cardinals did so much work there, and they lose out by the slimmest of margins. Z-Bass spotted that lone barrel and found the pick. Oh man, UHM on the verge of taking this game number 1. They're able to. CSUDH Cardinals have to deal with a very, very close loss. Guns are hot. Gone Bear working with the budget system once again. I think that was a stinger in pocket. This is going to be a rough one for them to be able to fight off. But they're not giving up hope yet. What? But that just might, as Z-Bass pulls a chamber and seemingly teleported out of view.
That shot was ridiculous. Doesn't even need the scope. This goes for the loss. Z-Bass takes out the frenzy at the right time. It's looking like UHM going to be able to close this round unless things can change. And they'll command going to buy space and time. But it's for both teams. UHM pulling their own null command.
Can't use that.
It's going to last a little bit longer now. Lockdown coming through for both squads. Bear towards Z-Bass. no longer in the round. It's there to push forward. Going to try and deny the lockdown. And he will. No, not going to. The defender lockdown finds it. And UHM take the round. They take the game. And they're up by 1. Ascent goes the distance. It's 13-11. CSUDH nearly able to overcome UHM on their own map pick.
And I will say this now. CSUDH Cardinals should be very proud of how they played. This is against a squad, UHM, we were taking a look at the standings and the round differentials. I think they had the highest margin of rounds won by a long shot. Vincent, you had that stat earlier, and I think bringing that up here would be very appropriate.
Yeah, I mean, so it's by a margin of nearly 100 rounds won over the course of the season. So the round differential, that is rounds won minus rounds lost, basically. And it's 114 for UHM. On the other side, it's 20 for CSUDH, which isn't bad. I mean, that's actually like third, but I mean, comparatively, ridiculous. And for them to be able to pull that close a matchup on UHM, you just have to be impressed.
There's no way we aren't. And again, they're going to get a second chance here. We are going to go to their map pick here next. So don't go anywhere. This finale of a series to the regular season will continue in just a few. And welcome back. We are here ready to go with our second game here, potentially the final game as well, as CSUDH Cardinals fell in game 1, a narrow loss, I have to say. It was a coin flip back and forth. Now into game 2, UHM are hoping to seal the deal and continue their undefeated streak. They have an opportunity here, Vincent, and I'm sure they're going to take it.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been a good look for CSUDH thus far. I've been impressed. I think they've done what they could. They did come up a little unlucky, maybe is even the right word, because, I mean, it was really a slim margin. But as we head into Icebox, UHM, University of Hawaii Manoa, they are on the cusp of the perfect 8-0 regular season. Will they be able to do that, or is CSUDH going to be able to pick up their map pick of Icebox and send us to Breeze?
We could. Now, Fatnet Johnny, you better not do this to us because we saw it once already. And I dare say the Neon won, but we'll see what happens. Of course, CSUDH Esports, of course, the Cardinals hoping to pull some fancy stuff off, but I gotta talk about Zbass right now because Zbass was the one that really showed up towards the end of there. Of course, Jets tend to grab our vision a bit more, but a lot of what UHM were doing was really dependent on whether Zbass was catching some of those early kills, right? And so now we're taking a look here. It's going to be really interesting because now we finally have the Astra in play. This is not one that I think we see amazingly often, and it is going to be almost in place of that kind of util basis instead of going for that Sage. Going with the walls and some of the smokes is going to be very interesting to watch.
Yeah, I am very confused. I mean, we didn't see Astra before Astra was nerfed. So, the fact that we're seeing Astra post-nerf here on Icebox is a bit of a head-scratcher. Bit of a head-scratcher for me. Especially because it's Zbass, right? I mean, we saw so much good stuff there on the duelist. It's really weird to go to the controller where the potential for the kills are often limited when you're playing a controller. Not for everyone, you know. There's some certain players that are outliers there. You know, I think like a whole bunch of different players that I've seen, you know, over the years. I mean, Valen, for example, playing on the guard. I mean, but it's like definitely not in the norm. So I'm very interested to see how they utilize this Astra UHM. On the other side, though, CSUDH with a pretty standard composition. They're going for the Sentinel there, the chamber. They have the Sage walls critical as they allow the space to put that spike down for the attacking side.
They are going to give themselves that chance, hopefully. But of course, into the first round we do go. As CSUDH Cardinals are going to be repping that attacking side first and immediately given a warm greeting by Comey, who watches as Cold is able to take out Carbon. A nice little swing with the right click, not going to find much, as Bear is going to run down that Viper. Quick kill, as Tested also finds Gun Bear. So far, UHM Varsity Black saying, yeah, this is our map pick, and not our map pick, but an opportunity for a reason here. Great shots to be had for alive so far. CSUDH Cardinals trying to find a bit more. A little bit of spray hitting that wall, but Tested finds Bear.
Meanwhile, the spike does get planted. The runaway. 2 players alive. Low health for both of them. Batneck Johnny not going to be able to find it. It's taken out by Comey in the follow-up. One Mad Dog trying their best, but they can't do much beyond get a kill from the grave via the snake bite. UHM with a nice round off the rip, and it's off the back of aggression down mid. They get 2 kills there, a double tag, double dink from the frenzy on the site. Very strong stuff.
Extremely strong and great showing to be had here at the start. We can already see a pretty deep purchase here from the side of UHM as well, so they'll be able to play with quite a bit. Comey, of course, is probably going to save. Look for that operator third round, as many Jets do like to do. For the side of CSUDH Cardinals, though, I think I saw 1 or 2 sheriffs to be played with. They're going to look for at least 1 or 2 frags of their own. With that plant, they worked out pretty well, but of course they want a bit more than that. It is going to be a sprint into the A site. Pretty deep play so far as well. Owl Drone not going to find too much.
Mikey ready and waiting. He's hearing these players come in. Nice kill. The follow-up is good. The rendezvous for getting out is Fat Neck Johnny with the Marshall. Does bring one back to CSUDH, but there's just 2 left alive, and Mikey pushing forward. That's it, actually getting that frag on towards Fat Neck as Mikey closes it out for the triple.
I like how Mikey goes, just get out of my face, get out of my face, cowboy, cowboy, cowboy. Just sprays down with a little bit of a shake, but very, very well done. UHM, I don't think lost, but won. It was a well-fought battle. Take a look here, though. The Cardinals are going to try and divvy things up. You can see a pretty deep purchase on both ends. Fat Neck Johnny, though, there we go, finally picks up a full weapon.
Here.
It's going to be the call. Comey with the operator and 4 Spectres. Let's see if the ghost can haunt the side of Icebox. Mikey going to watch as a star. He was right by the feet. He knows, I wonder what that could do.
Interesting that the Guardian's out there. There's been some mismanagement. Either way, shots fired. Mikey says, I'll come back later, don't worry. Spike gonna be attempted to be planted, actually, but that's not very effective. The plant coming down eventually by Gunbear. Oh, the Guardian doing fantastic work there by Fat Neck Johnny.
Very well done, and Mikey is now going to answer right back as Bear and Gunbear take one apiece. Mad Dog is going to turn things on its head as UHM Varsity Black, we're sitting with only 1 member, gets a spray down, but Fat Neck Johnny is able to fight Tessid right before that smoke goes up. It's a standard 2-1 situation as we head into the full gun round for both squads.
Yeah, the Guardian doing a lot of work there. You know, nicely done. Picks up a couple of frags, as well as the defense of the push. I think it was one Mad Dog who was able to find a couple of key moments. This could be interesting. We could be seeing this fast A B split with a couple players going around through mid. One Mad Dog a little bit premature there. Unfortunate. That might throw a wrench into this plan. Zebas gonna was at a very forward position. That's not something you tend to see there from an Astra, but Comey, on the other hand, this is pretty normal. Though maybe normal, certainly not going to be effective this time as Comey falls.
Painful little loss there. That was a long-range gunfight that, seeing the feet is about all you had. Now it's going to be an A-side rush, or not rush, but at least setup here, as UHM Varsity are going to swing 2 back through defender spawn. Because it's fully silent, they're a little bit worried about a mid-rotate as well, so the Cardinals playing this one fairly well. I'm wondering when they're going to get the entry in, right? With Force still alive, they're a little bit worried about that tour de force. And with 45 seconds left, still undecided. Is this just going to be a full rush? Is that what they're actually planning for?
Oh, man. It's possible. Gold Q. Here we go.
30 seconds left.
We're going to be putting down the snake bite. Nice frag there by Cold QT. As well as the follow-up there. Playing around the Toxic Orb has the help. The tour de force going down. Trades back and forth. The Christmas tree, in fact, as 14 seconds. Plant has to come in.
10 seconds left.
It's a very close one as well, but the stutter actually gave Cardinals a huge opportunity now in a 2v2, but Fat Neck Johnny did not see the swing. That's going to be the call out now. Up on top, Fat Neck Johnny is able to find Z-Bass. That's it. You got to find those shots, but another swing from Genbear is able to finish it off. Well played by Cardinals. I was worried about that hard push that can sometimes get you in a sticky situation, but they had the utilities still available. Really well held there. They close out that gun round. They now put UHM into the deficit. And I'm going to watch them ping pong while still holding 3 ultimates above their head.
Yeah, UHM less than ideal on the money. So CSUDH with a great chance to take the lead here. They were so close in that last map. And they were unable to overcome. Now they are close once again. Nice setup here really great little bait and switch potential. Bear are going to go down. Here we go. The headhunter and the rendezvous. It's even better as the bait and switch for Comey allows for another. That's such a very smart play from UHM to get a couple of frags.
Might be it. It's just a couple frags, but that Viper Spit is quickly nullified. UHM might have given themselves the opportunity, but a quick 2 from Gonbear and Fat Neck Johnny say, no thank you. You took out our Viper's Pit. We're going to make you pay. Cold. Try their best, takes a swing, gets a headshot. Very nice deke. And gets the clutch. Cold. Ice cold. Appropriate for Icebox.
Ice in his veins, says Cold QT. 1v2 with the Sheriff to bring it back. A big round win, and it's off the back of that great little trap play set up over there at the B long position. Fantastic. You had the one player swinging. That's to set the bait. That player dies. You get one, you rendezvous out with Headhunter. There's still a player there with the shorty, and they get out as well with the dash. It's so smart.
Oh, Mikey and Tessa, go ahead and fire away. Fat Neck Johnny is able to get the reset, though. Comey is taken out of commission. Cardinals are watching as a spray goes through the walls. That's always a funny spray pattern just to look back on later. Fat Neck Johnny, though, is able to pick up an operator. Might be able to swing with this, but 28 HP, a single shot in the foot. Might be the calling. Fat Neck Johnny is able to make the swing, though. 90 degrees, powerful. And that'll make it happen, but Cold again, very, very cold here. Takes out Bear with a headshot. 3v2. You're able to salvage an operator, but can you keep it to the end of the round? Someone is on the chase. Carbon on their own with this, with the Spectre. Might not be able to do too much. Cold, ready to go outside of the fog. Blades are up now. You opt for the blades here once again. You got one reset. Remaining. Can you get another? Tessid says no. At this point, you know you're getting pinched. Carbon, one last-ditch effort. Gets run down by the bull as Zbass gets the finishing kill.
Nice Nova Pulse there at the end too. Zbass doing a good job with the Astra. The utility hasn't been like perfect or anything, and it has, I want to say, had some impact, but nothing crazy yet. But they're winning, you know? So I can't argue with it, and like I just said, there's been some good moments thus far. So, unorthodox, sure. Effective, absolutely. We head into the next gun round. Operator here for the defensive UHM. Not so much for CSUDH, if I'm not mistaken, as they also are working with an extra bit of utility. Here we go. Mikey over the top towards Gunbearer. Carbon does get one trade back, but Comey has aggressed through tube and defended that advantage.
I was always really curious about how teams can swap around their duelists kind of at will, right? I was always very, very curious, and I was always wondering if it ever had an impact specifically on how teams played it out and if there were distinct differences. And Comey's like, nah, there really isn't. Does try and take a shot at a foot, but of course that was a hard flick to hit. But Comey has actually come out and really had a lot of fun here. Really, really powerful. We're now taking a look in a 4v3. 50 seconds left. Plenty of time to work with, of course, but CSUDH Cardinals, their options are dwindling as that's almost another snap. Comey goes quite wide off the port bow.
CSU, what do they have? Not a whole ton. I mean, they have a Hunter's Fury to work with if they want it.
30 seconds left.
Here we go. That's a nice push. Tessid getting caught out a little bit. The shots from Mikey are just far too strong. 3 on the round there for Mikey. Push comes through. It's one bad dog, and he's good for one, but not for more. Comey, another kill over the top there with the operator. UHM take number 5. Starting to look a little bit like the first map, though maybe a little less back and forth than we were seeing in the initial stages.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely starting to even out, and I think that is what you kind of come across here on this map, especially on that defensive side, right? You feel a little bit more smooth than how it plays out in Comey. Comey trying to float over to a higher position isn't going to get it. it feels like UHM have found their stride, right? Consistent rotates, consistent movements, and the hard swing here. Zebas says, I'm done. I'm not even waiting around. The Astra is not just a defensive utility. Tatsu comes out of the smoke and just mows him down. Again, this was an eco. But UHM Varsity Black make it look flawless.
That they do. Yeah, UHM doing everything that they can. This map, by the way, Icebox, pretty even, actually. Not particularly attack or defensive sided. And so with 6 already on the cards for UHM, they're loving life. Appreciating things. CSUDH have a res. They've had that for a couple of rounds. Same for the Hunter's Fury. Really not plans for it, but they've also struggled to get on sites, plant spikes, or even get kills for that matter. Mikey with an aggressive swing. Here we go. The flick is hit. And the rendezvous is going to allow for the defense and to get away from that one. The res coming in from Bear. But thankful that is a possibility. But Mikey continues to find success.
Oh, and so does Tessid. What a well-placed Hunter's Fury, taking out that chamber, knocking down one more. And it feels at this point, even though it's fairly even, it feels like the pacing for Varsity UHM is cleaning up house. They are in the rhythm. They're feeling the groove. And they're making it work like no one's business. One Mad Dog sitting on the second level, and Zebas spots it out. They make it look easy. UHM Varsity Black firing on all cylinders, running up that 6 speed and crushing it here at 7-2.
Yeah, the operators coming alive in that round for UHM. They had 2 of them, Mikey and Comey, both getting some success. And with that, you have to start asking questions of CSUDH. How do you deal with the double op? I mean, that's something you don't see very often in this game, but on this map in particular, I think it's particularly effective strategy. And now going into another one, it's looking like the pace may be changing. Not quite, at least not fast enough. It's tested. Find the first of these frags as the B hit looks to come forward.
I'd also like to kind of point out what you were talking about the double op. It's not just the double op, it's the fact that you don't know when the double op is coming out, right? It's I think we saw Comey actually swap in the last round, swapped out to the Vandal and was running around, so you thought Comey got a kill with the Vandal, cool, no other operator, and then boom, headshot from the chamber. It's the constant unknowing factor, and I think that's what really plays into it. Now coming with the op, of course, you took down one early, you saw the swing, but Gonbear was able to find it with the Sheriff. Comey taken out of existence, and now Cold responds in kind, lets the information go down. Only 1 or 2 swings here as a poison. He's gonna try and stall them out from planting. One Night Dog finds the one isolated area, but still killed off. Spike planter taken down once again.
Yeah, even with the wall in place, it's become very difficult. No spike planted. Divas hitting shots. He's going for the old shake and bake there, and all right, Gold going for the knife, but it's not to be. It's Zebas for 3. As UHM Varsity do exactly what was needed for them to be successful.
BYB fam.
All right, we saw that. We saw that come out here, Cole.
He's
We
got
know what
3
you're trying to do.
3 ops.
Oh man, this is. I feel this is very close and akin to CS:GO's multi-auto snipers being rolled out.
Yeah, I mean it's like when they buy 5 ops down dust 2 doors or something.
God. Even though they tried to nerf that, by the way.
I mean, yeah. Here's Fat Neck Johnny. One not misses, another upswing. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's so brutal.
If they can actually get all 5 ops running here, that would be ridiculous. But Comey eats a large chunk of damage, sitting on 9 HP, so won't be able to do it, of course. They did lose the Sova, so Sova won't be running around with it, of course. Gonbear, though. Here to go. Angle held. Cold says hello. I can do it, too. Oh, and almost gets the no-scope. Bear is able to take out Mikey, and Bear finishes off a 3rd. Kind of paying dividends to that triple off threat, saying, Look, we're gonna make you wish you didn't have single fire weapons right now. 2v3 situation. Comey's gonna go up 9 HP again on the slowing field. Someone's right around that corner. That's gonna be the Vipers. Wall going up, shielding them from danger.
Toxic Train works well. Here's Bear. And he finds a couple, and Comey hits the no-scope.
Oh my gosh.
A ridiculous turn of events to bring things back to an even scenario.
Obscuring vision.
We're going to see the Nebula put into place. Tap on the spike in order to try and bait out the Hunter's Fury. They do just that. As well as the snake bites. One bad dog. 1, 2, the decay is in and out. Zebas. As Carbon's shock bolt does the eventual deed. It's 8-3. CSUDH. They're able to overcome, but UHM, I mean, they had 3 ops. Come on
now. Somewhere, someone is saying UHM got what they deserved.
I mean, I'll say it. They got what they deserved.
Yeah, 3 ops. 3 ops dance in. They pick up 1 more. Comey's going to run that one.
I mean, listen, ops are great. I'm not even mad they tried it. They picked them up mostly. But, you know, it's not the most consistent of things to do.
And immediately, Fatneck Johnny is able to get 1. Takes out Comey, so the operator's on the ground. But Cold says, hey, guess what I got? 3v4. Tessid spots out Bear, but doesn't want to take any chances. Walks right by Carbon, who is sitting in the hallway. Able to find Cold because no one flushed it out. And now just sprays through the wall. Once again, Carbon's going, what the heck is hitting behind me? It's going to be a nice little breeze hitting through their kitchen.
3v3, though. A real possibility for CSUDH. 8-4 would be ideal, given the situation. 9-3, on the other hand, a little bit more than difficult. Shots fired by Zebaz off the usage of the utility there. Shock darts going in as well. 2 alive for CSUDH. They've gotten away, pushed all the way back.
This is going to be a hard push out. Mikey's actually just standing straight in the front. Great cosmic divide to go down. Really well timed. Bear was able to find 1 right before. But I like this call. They're going to try and bait it through because now CSUDH Cardinals have to face through. They can swing at the same time, but Zebaz finds 1 Mad Dog. Ratchet Grant plenty of time. Zebaz finishes off Bear. And the Penguin says it all. What a round to be had.
9-3. UHM doing everything they needed to do. A dominant first half. And after what was such a close game 1, I gotta say I'm a little bit confused at what's happened here to CSUDH. I don't know if you have theories, but what I would posit is that number 1, CSUDH I've just started to struggle a little bit at dealing with UHM's aggression. UHM have been also hitting some ridiculous shots, and you know, it could be that UHM getting a little bit warmed up in that last map.
I would agree. I would actually posit that you hit it right on the head, right? It's a combination of UHM kind of finding their footing after that game 1 and really ramping things up, and CSUDH Cardinals just not really expecting it, right? And though in those two, the disparity becomes very, very apparent as UHM go ahead and fly through this pistol round here. It's an unfortunate combination we had, but it does tend to happen, especially with the right click. 1 Mad Dog getting a spray down. But it's a situation of UHM just saying, yeah, all right, we had our warm-up game. It was close. It's great. But we're undefeated for a reason. We're going to take you to town here, and we're going to force you to work for every single round and kill.
Certainly have been forcing that. Still technically winnable. Z-Bastard making it a little less so. Gambler with 4 bullets, 3 players to put them in. And now he's got less bullets than players to deal with. And tough. 1 kill there, nicely done. And back. Time ticking though. It's 18 out for Cold QT. The time surely is expired at this point. And Cold, yeah, just forcing him to go off of it. Again, though, it's get, you know, a bunch of credits. That's 900 credits, you know, as a consolation prize, to be fair. But at this point, you know, consolation prizes are sort of not particularly fun. Not when you're down by 7 rounds.
It's a little pat on the back after someone just said you tried, right? It's like, yeah, good try, good try. Taking a look though, looking at what they have in the inventory, of course, it's the anti-eco from UHM. A shorty being played with again that we have seen the Cardinals play with pretty actively. So maybe they try this again here, but that wall getting a little bit of an awkward split, not really rounding out on the top side, so that should give a window of chance to kind of spot through here. UHM. They're going to try and walk their way forward, tested, ready to go on the side. They flushed out that round number 1 of the second half. Z-Bass is going to flush out the first blood of the second round, and now they're just going to clean house. Z-Bass makes it 2. Gunbear realizing that they're in a really, really rough spot here. Saying I don't want any more, a little bit of a floater. As Tessa thought they took out Carbon, immediately swung to finish it off. And that will be the finale. It's another knife play. I don't think it's going to happen. Tessa said we're done playing around. Flawless round victory for UHM. They are now 2 away from taking the series 2-0.
Yeah, Tessa doing such a good job as well. Getting that 3rd kill. The SMG's working wonders. But hey, here's the good news. CSUDH, they got a gun round coming up. They've got all the weapons they could want, they could need. Of course, that problem is Comey actually has an operator into this round. The rest of the team, sure, with SMGs as well. But UHM, even in rounds like this, have looked good.
It looks phenomenal. Oh, Comey. Showing up here. Oh, Comey, how could you miss that shot, though? I mean, that was easy. I don't know what you're talking about. Could have been the perfect shot, you know, just terrible, Comey. I hyped you up, now I just got to put you down. That was terrible. Just kidding, of course, as Carbon is able to find Comey, but Cold and Tess are ready to pick it back up. Trades back and forth, though, narrowed down to a 2v1, and Fatneck Johnny hoping to make a miracle. 1v2. Mikey is on the hunt with the squad. And Fatneck Johnny has to come around. It's going to be 1v1 meeting. Cold is going to spot one out. A dash straight into a box, though, doesn't get as far as they were hoping for. And this is the pinch. Wall goes up from the Viper. Your options are limited if you're Fatneck Johnny.
Right down. Nope, not gonna happen. Fatneck Johnny able to get something done, but just not enough. And it is match point, series point. It's 12-3. And look at that. Look at that cash flow. It is pretty negative. No dice for CSUDH. They're buying in to this one with whatever they can afford. But it's certainly not ideal. Nonetheless, UHM, man, they have just come alive here.
And I think rightly so, right? Game 1 was that warm-up, was that time. Here in Game 2, they want to close it out. They're saying, we're done. We want to finish this off, make it look pretty. And Cold says, thank you very much, Bear. You'll be 1 on the plate. Carbon and Gamberzeo, they say we want to get more than just 3 rounds. We want to push you to at least 4 or 5. Able to take a few more off. Fatneck Johnny is able to spot 1, dashes back. Is able to keep away from those dangerous opponents. Comey winning on the far end. Almost gets a clip off Fatneck Johnny. Doesn't realize how close to death they just came. Around about the corner they go. And UHM varsity. No one knows where the end result is. Fatneck Johnny ready with the shotty. Takes a peek. Cold baits it out. Phenomenal timing as well. It feels like it's all downhill from here.
Certainly does. This could be it. 3v2. Mad Dog on the backside, though. He has a judge to work with. Long range. He's got the frag. It's 2v2. Mad Dog pulling the pit as well. Comey going over the top. Shots fired. Mad Dog winning out. What is that from Comey? Just trying to go for the no-scope. And it is going to be CSUDH to bring back 1 round. I mean, I could argue UHM kind of giving it to him, but hey. Mad Dog getting a couple kills there with the judge on the back end certainly helped out, no doubt.
Feels good. Feels super good for Cardinals to be able to pick that one up. Now they can actually buy, and if they go out here, it's going to go out in style. 3,200 on a bear should easily pick up some great util. And opted for the utility over the weaponry, so he's going to be working with probably a full belt. Of course, we are taking a look. Comey with that op is still sitting on the lower end of the KDA board, but does not matter as we do see a roundabout happen. One Mad Dog on this defensive end is going to try their best to hold down the fort. But the Owl Jones should spot them out, and UHM Varsity Black with one far lurker sending 4 to B.
Ooh, a little bit of a missed shot there by Fat Neck Johnny as the shots go through. Carbon eventually gonna get there.
No. Oh. Oh, that one hurts. It was a good attempt, but Z-Bass is gonna go ahead and pick up 2 down to a 3v3. Where did the Cardinals play from here?
Oh, wow. What a read. I can't believe Gonberg kind of had an idea there. They're trading out. It's 2v2, actually.
One enemy remaining.
Making it close, but that'll be it. Z-Bass makes it a 3K to finish things off as University of Hawaii go ahead and crush it down. That'll be the 2-0 for the undefeated squad as they move to 8-0. I do believe as a score, they did have a bye in one of their weeks, but they continue to crush it down. And CSUDH Cardinals, unfortunately, will fall to a record of 4-4. They'll be working their way up from the direct middle of the pack and a chance to face off potentially against UHM once again for some revenge.
Yeah, impressive, right? I mean, you have to give credit to UHM for picking up the flawless season, right? That's not something very many teams can say they've done here at the NECC. And CSUDH, well, unfortunately, that was sort of the outcome that we were expecting. They did a great job on Ascent, but Icebox, oh boy, that was a different story. It was clear that CSUDH were not aware of what they were getting into when they elected to pick that map. But congratulations to UHM and commiserations to CSUDH. But CSUDH, they still made playoffs.
They still made playoffs, and that's all that they could really care for, right? You're facing up against a really strong squad, and you got a lot of good information for the next time. But of course, that is the end of the NECC regular season for Valorant here in 2022. I'm excited for playoffs. Hopefully you all are too, as we'll have more games played throughout the week, covering the rest of the finales of the other games. I believe we have Rocket League as well as Overwatch coming in here, some other games, and then Friday is also League of Legends. So many awesome moments to be had. But of course, tune into those. We'll close it out here today. My name is Orbital. With me was Vincent and our production team in the back, carrying us through the entire production today. Thank you so much for tuning in, and have a fantastic evening.